Pink Flamingo Productions presents When Lies Unfold, written by R.C. Bolt, performed by Isabella Nicholson and Adrian Zander. 1. Lola Arias, Bajo Chontales, Costa Rica. Friday. Thump. The unexpected sound breaking through my music has me going stock still as I pass the laundry room. With all the lights off, powerful beams of the full moon stream through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. What had felt ethereal as I did my last walkthrough now gives way to an ominous sensation. No one should be here. The renters aren't due to arrive until tomorrow morning. Karol G's Cairo still pumps through my earbuds, but I remove them to listen carefully, only to be greeted with silence. Maybe it was just the background music of that song. Normally, I partner with Sabrina for cleaning assignments, but she's sick with a terrible cold. While I don't mind cleaning solo, this place is an enormous luxury estate that's taken far longer than usual to finish by myself. Nestled amidst part of the jungle and away from prying eyes, this place overlooks the Pacific Ocean. The rear part of the home is on steel pilings, built into the side of the steep landscape, while sleek railings border the space. High-end furnishings and appliances inside pair with the expansive outdoor area. In addition, an infinity pool suspended over the steep ravine makes this a prime example of luxury and opulence for wealthy vacationers. Just as I'm about to replace my earbuds, another thump sounds, and I realize it's the sound of the front door closing. Unfamiliar male voices carry throughout the otherwise empty house. They're definitely not the gringos arriving at the rental earlier than planned, not with the fluent way they speak Costa Rican Spanish. All the tiny hairs along my arms and the back of my neck stand on end as an invisible fog of potent threat fills the house. It's what has me ducking inside the nearest bedroom and frantically silencing my phone before stuffing it back in my jeans pocket. "Why'd you tell me to meet you here?" The man sounds calm and easygoing, but an underlying wariness is threaded through his voice. "You decide to get your own place." He lets out a curt laugh. "Finally moving out of your uncle's house." "Fuck you!" The second man's voice sounds younger, a piercing vehemence in his tone. "I told you to come here because we gotta get something straight." "The fuck are you doing? Get that goddamn gun out of my face." "You're spreading lies about me, telling people I ain't got what it takes to be in charge." A beat passes before the first man responds, his tone arctic. "I already told you the truth. I'm not talking to anybody. If people are saying you don't got what it takes, maybe you should do something about it." He lets out a grunt of disgust. "Now get that out of my face before I shove it down your throat." Arrogance drenches the younger man's voice. "You're a fucking liar! What do you think? You rat me out and take my place?" He lets out a derisive sound. "You forget that I'm smart and powerful." "Fuck off, Andro." Voice saturated with disgust, the man sounds like he spits at the younger man. "Now get that damn gun out of my face, son of a bitch." Sounds of a scuffle ensue, growing louder as if they've ventured closer to the hallway. Chair legs screech across the tile floor, while their grunts indicate the extent of their struggle. When a deafening boom reverberates through the air, immediately followed by a pained groan, all oxygen leaches from my lungs. A dark rumble of laughter sounds before the younger man speaks. "Like you a hell of a lot better this way." An invisible tether pulls at me, urging me to cautiously peek out the doorway and down the hallway that leads to the main living area. My feet lock in place at the sight that greets me. Fear knots my muscles while my heart thuds wildly. Clad in dark jeans and a gray button-down shirt, one man stands with his back to me, his gun aimed at the other man, who's now sprawled on the floor.
2. Santiago Hernandez. outside of Bajo Chontales, Costa Rica. Friday. Kena rides my dick like a porn star. But each time I get close to blowing my load, she tries to fucking kiss me. Dodging her mouth yet again, I grab her hips and take over. I don't give a shit how rough I'm being. I know she hasn't come yet, but I need to get my rocks off, and for this to be over once and for all. I should have turned her away. This shit has run its course. But I needed to get off, and she was available. Too available. No matter how many fucking times I tell women the score, that there's nothing romantic about this and all I want to do is dip my dick in their pussy and be done, they paint some goddamn picture of romance and happily ever afters and shit. Kena's even worse. Power hungry as hell. She loves the bragging rights that go along with fucking someone like me. She thinks she's got me pussy whipped. But she's wrong. No woman will have a hold over me. Ever. I won't allow myself that kind of weakness. Santi. She moans my name right after I come, my hips jerking with each involuntary pump. Letting my hands drop from her hips, I tip my head back against the leather couch and barely resist the urge to shove her aside. She makes it happen, though, when she leans in to brush her lips across mine. Her eyes widen with shock the instant her back hits the couch cushions. I rise, tie off the condom, and tug my pants in place. What's wrong, baby? Bile rises up my throat at her cooing. I focus on tossing the condom in the trash before I fasten my belt. This is over. Don't come here for me anymore. But, Santi... My icy glare has her mouth snapping shut. I said don't. I don't fucking kiss or do anything remotely close to affection. Sex is just sex. A release. She knows this because I told her point blank multiple times. Yet here we are, with her trying to test me. She's got it in her head that I'll change for her, that I'll be some goddamn prince like in all those fairy tales. But she's wrong. Nobody, least of all some woman who spreads her legs so easily for me, is gonna change me. I've made it just over 42 years like this, and nothing and no one has the power to sway me to be any different. I'm heading for the door just as it opens and Gordo appears. His expression has my gut twisting, 'cause I know that look, and it's never good. Boss, we got ourselves a problem. His gaze flicks past me in the barest acknowledgement of Kena before returning to me. A big one, from the looks of it. He's not talking specifics, 'cause we don't trust anyone outside our circle, least of all somebody like Kena. But I can read between the lines to know what he's saying. The little shit's at it again, stirring up trouble and pissing on trees that aren't his. Have somebody take Kena home. I straighten my collar as I prepare myself for the shitstorm we're headed into. Let's go take care of business.
3. Lola. A sinister premonition trickles down my spine, rendering me powerless to look away from the scene. The injured man on the floor clutches at his abdomen, and judging by his rapid blood loss, he doesn't have much time to spare. Maybe I can... Another shot rings out, and my entire body jolts in response. My previous thought of getting help for the man evaporates as the second bullet enters his forehead, causing a graphic spatter of brains and blood to decorate the floor, the lower part of the walls, and the sliding glass door. I clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle my horrified gasp and dart back inside the bedroom to escape detection. It's what you get for trying to fuck with me. Pride blankets the murderer's words. Back pressed flush against the bedroom wall, my chest heaves with short staccato breaths. Adrenaline courses through my veins as the horrifying scene I've just witnessed replays behind my eyes. Rapid footsteps sound, indicating new arrivals, and shouting rings out between the killer and another man. It all turns to static in my ears as my heart pumps so loudly it's near deafening. I should have considered it an omen that Sabrina couldn't partner with me tonight. I should have turned this job down, but that would mean one of the younger girls would have been in this position. The girls who have their whole lives ahead of them. Young and naive and so innocent. Calm down and think, damn it. My knees quake before I lock them in place and attempt to stifle my raging nerves. I send up a silent plea that they'll leave soon, that I'll be able to sneak out of here undetected. Since I'm pressed against the wall parallel to the hallway, even if they walk past the doorway, they won't see me. But if necessary, I'll climb out this bedroom window and shimmy down somehow. Even though it's a steep drop to the ground and there's a good chance I'll get injured, at least it's a way out of here alive. Then they'll never know. The muzzle of a gun presses against my temple before I even detect the man's presence. Shit! How did he move so stealthily? An eerie silence descends, accompanied by the sensation of the air, thickening with palpable tension. I don't dare turn my head, even a fraction, because I don't need to see the proof. Instinctively, I know his fingers poised on the trigger. My other senses burst to the forefront, bringing the unexpected observation that a criminal makes an effort to wear expensive yet not overpowering cologne. "Who the fuck are you? And what are you doing spying on us?" His deep, raspy voice possesses a far different brand of menace than the killer I just witnessed. This man's voice promises death and holds zero compassion. Shit, shit, shit! Why is this happening to me? Panic threatens to overflow, but I force it back down to offer a more composed response. "I wasn't spying. I'm just here to clean. I work for Arron Madrigal. You can call him and verify." The gun presses harder, the metal digging into my skin. "Yeah? So, what are you doing hiding in here?" I steel my spine, my fingers flexing at my sides. I heard a noise and wondered what it was, but I didn't see anything. I have yet to see the man's face, as he hasn't moved from his position outside my periphery. A sound rumbles deep in his throat, acerbic and derisive. "You expect me to believe that?" "It's true." I pinch my eyes closed and internally plead with the universe to undo this shit. My words emerge encased with frantic determination. "I didn't see anything. Look, I need this job, so please, let me go." This can't be how it ends. It can't. I didn't make it this far to be murdered for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I coolly repeat, "I'm only here because I needed to clean the house. I work for Arron Madrigal." A beat passes before he rasps, "What's your name?" "None of your damn business," is what I barely resist firing back at him. Lola Arias." My response is stiff and begrudging. He grunts out a command. "Find everything you can." "On it, boss." This response comes from nearby, but still out of my view. I don't dare turn my head to see who he is talking to. Murmurs sound while I stare at the window as though it's my beacon of hope, because it may very well be just that. I'd much rather launch myself out that window, break my neck, and die by my own hands than succumb to theirs. I've come too far to have it end like this. When the man holding the gun to my temple suddenly leans closer, his mouth a hair's breadth away from my ear, I go stuck still. Goosebumps rise along my skin before his gravelly voice washes over me. "Sure you ain't here spying on shit?" His low rumble is accompanied by his large palm that lands at the center of my chest. He drags his hand down between my breasts before his fingers slide beneath the hem of my shirt to ghost along the bare skin of my stomach. I straighten my spine while his gun's muzzle remains flush against my temple. I assume he's checking for any trace of a listening device, and his touch doesn't feel predatory or sexual in nature. He liberates me of my cell phone and connected earbuds before handing them off to someone. His palm then resumes its slow but efficient graze over my skin. Stay still and let him see that you're not a threat. My breath suspends in my lungs as I wait for him to finish checking. His fingers slip beneath the waistband of my jeans, sweeping along my skin as he confirms I'm not hiding anything. Once he's satisfied with his search, he drops his hand, the gun still at my temple. I don't make a habit of leaving live witnesses behind. A faint trace of mint hits my nostrils. Knowing that, what do you expect me to do with you? I hold myself still, resolutely staring straight ahead. I refuse to let this asshole intimidate me. He's like all the others, murderous bastards who leave a trail of carnage in their wake, including innocent victims. I scour my brain for a feasible way out of this, a viable way to get this bastard to back off. Look, I'll clean for you. I'll make sure there's no evidence left behind. Silence is all I receive in return, and it's lengthy enough to make me gauge how many steps I might take toward the window before he fires at least one bullet my way. His lingering lack of response compels me to convince him further. You won't have to worry about the cops or anyone finding anything, but I need to do it now before the blood sets in further and soaks into the tile. He grunts, a trace of dark amusement coloring his response. Thought you didn't see anything. Shit. I grit my teeth, refusing to back down. I didn't, but I did hear something. A long beat passes before another man pipes up. Boss, she checks out. Friendly with a damn cop, Nando. Fucking figures. Seems like he's sweet on her, but she's clean. Sent the info to your phone. I don't realize I'm holding my breath until the pressure at my temple eases and the man lowers the gun. What little solace I've gained from not having that weapon against my head is short-lived. That tiny thread of relief disintegrates when he delivers his harsh command, cloaked with pure malevolence. All right, Miss Arias. Go ahead. Clean.
4. Santiago Hernandez. Motherfucking Andro. If he weren't blood, there's a good chance his brains would be scattered right alongside Rafa's. While he had no goddamn business going after Rafa, I'm not about to shed a tear for the bastard. Rafa was nothing more than a nasty fucker who didn't hesitate to take what wasn't his. Drugs, money, cars, women. It was all fair game to him. But the women part I really had an issue with. No real man rapes women. That shit's for weak entitled betas. So yeah, I'm not heartbroken over his death, and I'd place bets that a bunch of others will be tossed into him leaving this earth. As if that's not enough, I've been dealing with Hidalgo's retaliation for his business contacts choosing me over him. The little bitch has been acting like a dictator for too long, and I keep coming away with more and more of his associates because of it. Uncle Santi, he was a My nephew's excuses are cut off when I backhand the fuck out of him. He stumbles backward, blood trickling from his lip before he spits and stands up straighter. My nephew's become a punk who thinks he deserves to be in charge of operations, but he's made it crystal fucking clear that I can't trust him and his ego. I've done my best to allow him the opportunity to prove himself, but all he's done is show that he needs to be on a short fucking leash. Andros' glare threatens to flame me with anger, but I don't give a shit. He's fucked up yet again. On top of that, he thought it was a brilliant idea to use one of these secluded luxury properties to do his dirty work. A motherfucking property he didn't have the sense to clear first, to ensure there weren't any goddamn witnesses. At this point, I'm convinced he's got shit for brains. Hand over your weapons. I hold out my palm. His eyes flash with defiance before he relinquishes his gun, roughly placing it in my waiting hand. When he doesn't relinquish anything else, I raise a brow. All your weapons. Like a spoiled brat who's just had his favorite toys taken from him, Andro purses his lips before reaching for the small pistol strapped to his ankle and hands it to me. Without missing a beat, I hold out the weapons for Gordo to take and jab a finger at my nephew. You're not to leave the house without my permission. You're not to go anywhere without supervision. Understood? Petulance cloaks his protest. I don't need a fucking babysitter. Then stop acting like a goddamn child. Our gazes remain locked in a stare down until he finally looks away. He doesn't realize that each day that passes, he proves even more that he's not a lion. He's a sheep in lion's clothing, a wannabe, and fuck if I want to deal with it. But I never got a choice in the matter. Andro's father's been 6 feet under for years now, and my sister followed suit shortly after, leaving me as the kid's only surviving family. Fuck if he isn't proven to be just as worthless as his mother, but an even bigger drain on my patience. My nephew's lips curl in a sneer when he glances past me at the woman who's on her hands and knees cleaning. Since when do you leave witnesses alive? My fingers encircle his throat in a punishing grip as I slam his body against the wall. There's nothing that pisses me off more than my motherfucking authority being challenged. His eyes grow wide, bulging as I apply more pressure to my grip. Nobody questions me. I grind out each fury-coated word from between clenched teeth. Least of all, a young punk who thinks he knows everything, but fucks up every goddamn thing he touches. My nephew's entire face is now red. I release my hold on him abruptly, enough to cause him to brace himself against the wall while he gasps for air. I'm sorry. His apology is breathless, his voice hoarse. I was just trying to... I wave off his excuse. I don't want to hear it, Andro. Once again, I'm here cleaning up your motherfucking mess. Now, do as you're told and go home. His eyes remain downcast as he shoves his way out of the house. I silently signal 2 of my men to follow him and ensure he doesn't fuck up more shit for me. They trail him, their exits near soundless. In Andro's absence, the atmosphere loses a fraction of its tension, and I turn my focus to the woman cleaning like her life depends on it. 'Cause it does. My nephew may be a hot-headed know-it-all punk, but he spoke the truth when he said I don't leave witnesses alive. I never leave loose ends. It's something I can't afford. This one, though, this particular woman intrigued me from the start. I'm excellent at reading people, and she's the embodiment of contradictions. Brave for not running off. No, she stayed put and calmly bargained with me. Bold as fuck, 'cause she sure as hell didn't start shaking like a leaf when I'd had my gun against her head. Smart for thinking of a way to prove herself worthy, at least momentarily. Naive 'cause she's got no fucking clue just how precariously her life's holding on by a thread. Beautiful, in an understated manner, like she's purposely downplaying her attractiveness. The intel on her was limited. On paper, she's boring as fuck. 29 years old, unmarried, no children. Her only known relatives are distant cousins who live on a farm up in Santa Heredia. She's a loner, with the exception being a coworker she sometimes hangs out with. No social media accounts, which in this day and age can be suspicious. But if she's a genuine loner, it makes sense to shy away from that sort of shit. She's a hard worker and never calls in sick. She pays her rent in cash and is always on time. Her boss, Aron Madrigal, pays her in cash, leaving no paper trail whatsoever. I know the bulk of Aron's employees are legit and on the books, but he's got a few who aren't. That's 'cause of his soft spot for women who've fallen on hard times. Fuck knows, he and his mother are all too familiar with that sort of thing. I still plan to pay Aron a visit, however. I want to hear it straight from him that Miss Arias isn't a threat. Even so, it doesn't mean I won't be keeping tabs on her. One thing's for sure, her photo ID didn't do her a damn bit of justice. She's far more attractive in person. Her hair's cut short in the front, a dark fringe that falls barely past her brows, while the rest remains long and gathered at her nape in a low ponytail. The end reaches the middle of her back, shiny and smooth-looking. She works efficiently, scrubbing at the grout of the tiles, then wiping it clean to check her progress. The movement draws my attention to her arms, one bare of ink, while the others covered in it. Tattoos of blue morpho butterflies decorate her left arm, the artwork extending from beneath the shirt sleeve and ending at her knuckles. Those same blue morphos peek out from beneath the left side of her collar, inked along the left side of her neck. Those blue butterflies ignite a flash of memory, but I smother it. Nothing good comes from revisiting the past. She doesn't appear to wear any makeup either. Other cleaning ladies dress nice and do their hair and makeup regardless of the kind of job they've got. But not Lola Arias, it seems. One thing I did notice when I found her hiding in that bedroom was the small, pockmarked scars along her cheeks and near the corners of her lips. Not sure what they'd be from, but they looked a few years old. Now, thick rubber gloves cover her hands as she finishes vigorously wiping down the floor where the body had been. Got to give it to her, 'cause no traces of blood remain. My men removed the body almost immediately. They know the drill, and I have no doubt they've already sent Rafa through the wood chipper. It deposits everything into the jungle, where it'll serve as food for the scavengers and compost for nature. Determination lines her features as the lean muscles of her arms flex in time to each harsh swipe of the large cleaning rag. A pair of jeans encases her ass, molding over the slight flare of her hips. I cut a sharp glance at my men who stand closest to her, only to discover they're transfixed by the sight of her ass. When I clear my throat, their eyes jerk to mine, and they at least have the decency to appear embarrassed before schooling their expressions. Miss Arias climbs to her feet and surveys the space, as if making sure everything meets her cleaning standards before her obstinate brown eyes clash with mine. All done. With the bucket handle gripped in one gloved hand and the rag draped over the bucket's side, she strides toward the laundry room. One of my men follows her, a hand on his weapon, prepared to draw at any time. Precautions. This life is filled with them. The sliding glass door, tile floor, walls, nor the chair hold any trace of what happened earlier, but my men will do their own inspection to be certain. When she returns, my man nudges her to stop in front of me. She's got balls of steel that I begrudgingly admire. Not many people would stand before me like this. Usually their knees give out and they cower. Not her, though. She straightens her shoulders and lifts her chin to peer at me as though she's prepared herself for whatever's to come, even death. Equally admirable and strange. It's a rarity to witness. While I study her, she brazenly returns the gesture. My fingers flex with the urge to draw my weapon. I don't fucking trust her. Hell, it's quicker to list those I do trust, and I sure as fuck won't hesitate to put a bullet in her if she tries something. I know I'm a bastard, and while killing women isn't something I get off on, I do what's necessary to keep shit straight. To maintain control. I cleaned everything. There's no way anyone will detect anything happened here. She speaks with a certain confidence that indicates it's not an empty promise. But I haven't made it this far by taking people at their word. Promises are too damn easy to make. Even easier to break. I take an abrupt step closer and don't miss the slightest flinch she gives before lifting her chin to continue meeting my gaze. Interesting. So she is afraid of me. Good. She should be. Beneath the lingering scent of cleaning detergents she's used, I detect the faintest hint of coconut. Nothing about coconut is unique here. You'd have trouble walking 5 feet without encountering a coconut tree. But on this woman, it somehow eludes being stereotypical and cloying. It doesn't, however, mean I'm going soft. Lola Arias is unique and intriguing. And my gut instinct, which never leads me wrong, tells me she could be useful to me. For now, at least. People don't tend to stay alive once they've witnessed shit like this. My tone is menacing, 'cause I speak the fucking truth. But something's making me hesitate to follow through on my usual protocol. Her bare lips press into a thin line as if attempting to censor her response. Her eyes give her away, though, screaming at me to fuck off. I won't say a word to anyone. I'm not a threat to you. I make a non-committal sound. You might think so, but I don't make a habit of leaving loose ends behind. A beat of silence hangs between us before I tip my head to the side, studying her closely. You know who I am? No? Her answer's instant, with no hesitation whatsoever. Either she's a magnificent liar, or she's been living under a rock. That's not my arrogance talking. It's pure facts. Not only do I have a stronghold over this area, but my territory extends well past our northern and southern borders. Central America itself is my fucking domain. Because of that, my reputation's well known, and the majority of law enforcement officers are on my payroll. Most local business owners are too, one of whom happens to be Aron, her employer. I should introduce myself properly then. When I edge even closer, the flicker of her pulse in her neck defies her bold, brave facade. In the blink of an eye, I have my gun's muzzle beneath her chin, and her lips part a fraction before stamping shut. I'm Santiago Hernandez, and I rule this place. I wait for a flicker of recognition across her face, but nothing comes. Her only reaction is the flash of anger that ripples over her features. Word on the street is a certain cop has his eyes on you. I bring our faces closer, my tone lethal and low, which means I can't take your word that you'll keep your mouth shut. I've got no way of knowing you won't go confessing everything to the cops. Her jaw goes tight, those brown eyes spearing me with obstinance. I don't make promises I can't keep. Her voice is clear, tone firm and resolute. And if I say I promise I won't tell anyone, I mean it. A caustic, derisive sound rumbles in my chest. Yeah? Yeah. Her eyes never leave mine, and fuck if a hint of admiration at her ballsiness doesn't rear up inside me. Our gazes hold a long beat while my men remain poised to jump into action if necessary. Howler monkeys sound in the distance, loud and echoing through the jungle, but I never tear my eyes off her. I scan her features for any semblance of dishonesty before lowering my gun to my side. My trigger finger's still twitchy as fuck, though. I'll be watching you, Miss Arias. My voice drops an octave, and that pulse in her throat goes wild. I catch you running your mouth to anyone, it's all over. Understood? She replies with zero hesitation. Understood. I won't say a word to anyone. Good. I dip my chin a fraction, never breaking eye contact. That's a smart choice. So, this means we're done here. She glances at the area she's just cleaned before her attention returns to me. We're even. A rumble climbs up my chest and I shake my head. Oh no, Miss Arias. We're not done. Not even close. With a smirk I add, as a token of your goodwill and promise that you won't talk, I expect you to keep me informed if anybody comes around asking any questions. She lifts her chin a notch, eyes flashing with irritation. No one will be coming around asking any questions because this place is spotless. I raise my brows a fraction, and her mouth flattens. I suppose we'll see. She flexes her fingers on her left hand before curling them inward. Flexes, then inward again. But only the left, the hand that's almost entirely covered in ink. When she notices my attention lingering on it, she immediately stops. Is that all, Mr. Hernandez? I barely resist the urge to laugh at her formal use of my name, Mr. Hernandez. Nobody calls me Mr. anything. It's either boss to my men or motherfucker to those who hate me. Gordo's the only one who's earned the right to call me anything different. We've been friends the longest and survived tragic shit most would consider nightmares. Still, he only calls me by my first name when no one else is around. He's a stickler for following protocol. Mr. Hernandez. So prim and proper. I repeat this slowly, my tone encased in amusement. It serves to piss her off if the stiffening of her shoulders and clench of her jaw are any indication. No, Miss Arias, that's not all. Every trace of humor in my voice abruptly dies as I narrow my gaze on her. We'll see to it that you get home safely, and, I pause, I'll have eyes on you in the meantime. You know, in case you forget your promise. A caginess edges into her features, eyes dart into the men surrounding us. I can get home without any assistance. Obstinance bleeds through in her voice. I've been getting by just fine by myself, so I'm certain tonight won't be any different. My smile isn't kind, and she goes rigid the instant I flash it. Oh, but I insist, Miss Arias. My voice grows quieter, lowering to a murmur, but it holds a threat that's evident for anyone with 2 fucking brain cells. And I won't have it any other way. Mouth tense, her eyes narrow a fraction. How do I know you won't just kill me on the drive home? My smile evaporates. My answer is succinct and honest. You don't.
5. Lola. It comes as no surprise when I'm ushered toward a black Toyota Fortuner with blacked-out windows. This particular model is pricey as hell, but it's probably a drop in the bucket for a cartel leader. It's a major consolation that I'm not being held at gunpoint, nor is anyone dragging a hood over my head and zip-tying my wrists. My crossbody bag is currently in the custody of Henchman 2, who's in the front passenger seat, while Henchman 1 drives. My cell phone was also liberated from me, of course, which isn't the least bit surprising. In the back seat, I'm trapped between 2 intimidating men who exude a cloying, menacing air. The man on my left answers to Gordo, and evidently doesn't mind being called fatty. He could easily pass as a professional wrestler instead of some maniacal narcos henchman. His shoulders are so broad that his poor shirt appears like one stretch at the wrong angle will make the fabric rip at the seams. On my right, of course, is the man who held his gun to my head, Santiago Hernandez. I'm not deluded enough to believe he didn't consider killing me right there in that bedroom. I know he did. I could sense it. But somehow, by the grace of the universe, or God, or both, possibly, I convinced him not to. For now, at least. I know he's not letting me off the hook this easily. Nothing is simple when it comes to narcos. That much is common knowledge. He doesn't trust me, which I'm certain comes with the territory when one's in charge of a well-known cartel. But I've also perfected the art of reading people over the years. While he has threatened me, he isn't planning on killing me tonight. Otherwise, he would have already done so. Whatever his men dug up on me must have set him somewhat at ease. I know I'm boring. I don't have much of a life, and I prefer it this way. It's safer. There's security that comes with knowing I'm on my own, that I'm resilient enough to take care of myself, that I'll never again put my trust in anyone else, least of all another man. That familiar phantom pain sears through my left hand as if it's been alerted to my train of thoughts, and the reappearance of memories I've attempted to lock away. Fingers pressing into the knotted flesh beneath the colorful ink, I massage my hand before the heavy weight of Santiago's gaze settles on me. A prickle of awareness skitters down the length of my spine, and I quickly sandwich my hands between my jean-clad thighs and sit up straighter. The last thing I want or need is to show this asshole how much he's shaken me, because I know his type. Men like him get off on intimidating and terrorizing others. I pretended not to recognize his name, and he appeared to believe me. I was desperate to appear as innocent as possible in order for him to consider sparing my life. I wasn't entirely sure it would work, but thank fuck it did. Only now I have to work even harder to suppress my nerves, because being in the presence of Central America's #1 drug cartel leader isn't for the faint of heart. Although I've heard of him before, I've never sought out photos of the man. That's why his physical appearance came as even more of a surprise. He doesn't have that slimy way about him, the stereotypical gelled hair and pristine clothing that makes him look like he's playing dress-up in someone else's suits. I'm not saying he's not well-dressed. He is. His clothing is perfectly tailored, and he seems at complete ease in the expensive designer shirt and slacks like it's second skin for him. As my attention drops to his shoes, cloaked in the shadows of the car's interior, I recall noticing them earlier inside the house. Their shine was slightly marred by the thin layer of dust and dirt prevalent during the dry season, or summer. It was an interesting contrast to the otherwise perfectly put-together exterior. He's also much taller than I would have anticipated, and alarmingly handsome. I hate admitting the latter, especially about a criminal. But it's true. His black hair is shaved close on the sides, with the longer top portion tied back, leaving the barest inch of a ponytail and the faint dusting of silver at his temples. Black scruff covers his jaw, but it's been spared of any silver. His fierce features hold a harsh rawness, those sharp, angular cheekbones giving him a sleek but dangerous intensity. Faint lines fan from the outer edges of his eyes, and on anyone else I'd assume it was from smiling. But not on this man. No, on him, these are likely from him squinting, narrowing those eyes on an enemy, or quite simply, someone who's pissed him off. In the dim interior of the vehicle, my eyes roam over him surreptitiously. Tattoos begin just beneath his chin and cover his throat, exposed by the top 2 unfastened buttons of his shirt. Shirt sleeves, cuffed at his elbows, display his corded forearms. Nearly every inch of that exposed skin is covered with swirls of black ink, some depicting various arrangements of skulls and machetes, with fancy script dripping down over his fingers. While his nose appears to have been broken more than once, and his mouth remains set in a perpetually grim line, when we were face to face earlier, his eyes had spoken volumes to me. Those eyes, the darkest shade of brown bordering on black, illustrate far more than the man himself could ever let on. His tell me he's not only witnessed horrors, but delivered them. Willingly. And I'll be the next recipient if I don't play nice. If I'm not smart, if I make even the slightest misstep. Those lines fanning from his eyes, combined with the dusting of silver at his temples and the unspoken experiences his eyes hold, are the main indicators leading me to believe he's older than me. With Gordo taking up far more than his allotted space beside me, as much as I try to curl into myself, the bumpy road jostles me. This causes my arm to graze against Santiago's, and I tense. His low rumble reaches my ears. "Easy, Miss Arias." If I didn't know better, I'd say a trace of amusement laces his words. "No harm done." The silent yet lingers between us, as dense as a thick layer of fog covering the mountains most mornings. Though I attempt to shirk off the claws of fear that grip the nape of my neck, I'm not entirely successful. I've done so well in pushing past my debilitating fear of men like him. I refuse to let him upend the life I've made here. If I play along, continue my innocent act, and prove to him I can keep my mouth shut, surely he'll move on to killing others. Here we are. Santiago's voice drags me from my thoughts a moment before he exits the vehicle. He stands by the door, waiting for me. Another black SUV is already parked in front of my little casita. One man stands stiffly beside it, as if he's been designated as a sentry. I slide across the seat to exit, and the man addresses Santiago. "All clear inside." Of course he sent someone to inspect my home. I'd expect nothing less. As much as I hate the idea of someone pawing through my sparse belongings, I'm relieved I don't have anything they'd be interested in. I ease to my feet beside Santiago, and damn, he's a fraction less intimidating seated beside me compared to towering over me like this. Illuminated in the bright moonlight combined with the flickering light outside my front door from a few feet away, he surveys me critically before addressing his men. "I'll be a minute." His attention cuts to me, arrogance oozing from his words. "Gotta be a gentleman and see Miss Arias inside." I start toward the door of my casita that shines like a beacon of safety. My feet carry me up the 3 small steps to my door. A gentleman. The muttered words escape me before I realize it, and their derisive quality can't be missed. He cinches my upper arm in a tight, punishing grip that halts me in my tracks. Dark and lethal, his tone possesses a danger so tangible it sends a chill straight to the marrow of my bones. "You trying to imply I'm not a gentleman, Miss Arias?" To lie or not to lie? The thought strikes a split second before I stifle it. Because I'm Lola Arias, and I don't cower to any man. I'm not the young, naive girl I once was. I'm not someone easily pushed around, literally or figuratively. I made a promise to never suppress my own voice. When I finally broke away from my shitty past, I vowed never again to be the weak, spineless human I'd once been. I turn and meet his scrutinizing gaze. "Do you want an honest answer?" "Always." "Then yes." My tone is curt and no nonsense. "I was implying you're not a gentleman, because you don't strike me as one." His grip loosens, but his penetrating stare continues holding me captive. "That's so." I offer the briefest nod before gesturing toward his hold on me. "Can I go inside now?" A pregnant beat lingers before he relinquishes his hold and drops his hand at his side. I reach for my door only to stop short, realizing I don't have my bag with my phone. When the object itself is thrust in my line of vision, I snatch it without a thank you and paw through it to ensure everything's still intact and my phone's tucked inside. I reach for the door handle and rush inside without a backward glance. My words spill out in a grumble because I'm pissed at having my privacy violated and having my life threatened. Not to mention the stress and exhaustion from the additional cleaning and disinfecting of all the bloodstains has tipped me over the edge. Next time you have someone inspect my home, make sure they lock up behind themselves, okay? I use my foot to shove the door closed behind me, but the sound of a heavy palm slapping against it stops it. Ignoring the menacing silence that follows as the door closes with a soft click, I toe off my shoes on the mat. 2 skinny floor lamps illuminate the meager interior space as I drop my bag on the small wooden table that wobbles on its uneven legs. Thankfully, my keys are sitting there, delivered by the assholes who entered my home uninvited. "Nice place you got here." I whirl around and pin him with a hard glare. His remark, saturated with arrogance, causes me to fist my hands at my sides. "I'm sure it's not up to your standards, but it suits me just fine." Dark brows descend and brackets form on either side of his mouth. The surrounding air feels as though it's turned cooler. "You got a mouth on you, don't you?" I lift my chin a notch. "I may not have much, Mr. Hernandez, but I'm a hard worker, and everything I have has come from that." Lips flattening as he studies me. His eyes scour over me for a long moment. It's so lengthy that I'm tempted by the urge to fidget beneath the weight of his scrutiny. "I wasn't being facetious." My brain screeches to a halt, replaying his words, and I blink. Did he read a dictionary? As if privy to my thoughts, his gaze hardens while his jaw turns to granite. "Figures you'd assume I wasn't intelligent." When he resumes his inspection of my home's interior, I'm torn between relief and remorse that I'm no longer his center of attention. What the hell? I mentally shake off the odd reaction as I watch him and wonder why he's here with me. Alone. My thoughts race. Could I fight him off if he tries anything? I have sharp enough knives, but that kind of weapon makes for a mess. Not to mention, he may be older than me, but his solid build indicates he's no stranger to working out. It wouldn't be a fair fight by a long shot.
Not here for that.
Startled, my gaze crashes into his. The barest hint of amusement flickers there, before disappearing so fast I wonder if it was my imagination. Then what are you here for? He cocks his head to the side.
My men checked your work back there. You did well. There's no trace that anything happened.
I hold true to my promises. He lets out a grunt that implies he doesn't believe a word I've said. Walking farther inside, he inspects the kitchen and the small table nearby. I'm not sure what he expects to find in this small one-bedroom home.
You like to cook?
I blink, unsure of where his line of questioning is leading. Sometimes. When he trails his fingers along the cheap countertop, it serves as a blunt reminder of how I traded in a spacious kitchen with granite countertops to drool over for this abbreviated cooking space. But I don't regret it for even a moment. He lifts his fingers and inspects them.
You don't slack off on your own cleaning either. Impressive.
I barely resist rolling my eyes. Instead, I cross my arms wishing he'd get to the point and leave. He stops at the love seat that's seen better days. I reupholstered it 2 years ago, finally making the second-hand furniture my own. In a wicker basket beside it is a clear zippered case with sewing needles and thick fabric swatches. When his attention snags on it, my breath lodges in my throat, while my left hand erupts in pain once again. He muses.
Wouldn't have guessed you had a thing for sewing.
Before leveling me with a questioning look. I don't say a word. Instead, I regard him as he approaches much like a stealthy lion might creep up on its prey. Once he's directly in front of me, I am forced to tip my head back to meet his gaze. Yet again, I'm assaulted by his nearness and clean masculine scent.
You better not talk to anybody.
An arctic air of malice blankets his command. I told you I wouldn't. He leans in, bringing his face closer to mine. Why would the universe bestow thick, long eyelashes on a man like him? His next words dust over my lips with his minty breath, his tone gravelly.
See now, I don't have much faith when it comes to people's promises.
As I peer into his dark eyes, a shiver travels down my spine. But it's not entirely out of fear. It's partly a foreign sensation I haven't experienced in years. It's also wholly unwelcome, especially pertaining to this man. You can have faith in mine. His voice drops even lower.
Yeah?
Held captive by his gaze, I nod. Yes. A beat passes before he murmurs.
What's the last thing you sewed?
What? I blink up at him, unsure of the abrupt change of topic. His random question is anything but. I know this inherently. He's not the kind of man who does anything without a specific purpose. A button. His jaw works while I maintain eye contact, refusing to give him any reason to doubt me.
Why butterflies?
If I thought his sewing inquiry threw me off, that's nothing compared to this one. He's questioning my tattoos now. Why not? He's instantly in my face, the tips of our noses a breath away from touching. His eyes flash with the promise of violence.
Seems you got a serious problem with answering simple questions.
I refuse to back down and give in to his intimidation tactics. Or I just don't appreciate being interrogated after a long night of work. His features harden even further, the demand evident in his clipped tone.
Answer the question. Why butterflies? My brows rise in disbelief, my tone matching it.
You're asking about my tattoos?
Gesturing with the tip of my chin toward the exposed ink along his throat, I counter. You should know tattoos tend to be personal. I hold his gaze steadfast, my tone resolute. It's not something I share.
Oh, he doesn't like my answer, or lack thereof.
Not one bit. That much is evident when the brackets framing his mouth deepen even further. It's a pity, too, because his mouth is quite nice. Too bad it's connected to an asshole criminal. Voice like steel, his tone holds an authoritative bite. I don't trust you, Miss Arias. Not one bit. And I don't leave loose ends. But there's something about you I can't quite put my finger on. He leans back, assessing me critically. A part of me wants to believe you don't want to be involved in this shit you wound up in. That you've got no intention of running your mouth. Because I don't. I supply this quickly, truthfully. I want nothing to do with any of this. My following words emerge as sharp barbs. I don't go around murdering innocent people. A harsh, derisive sound rips from his throat, while his features grow stormy. You think Rafa was innocent? Though deceptively calm, his words are veiled in pure menace. He would have fucked you like a goddamn animal if he'd found you in that house. After he lets that taunt hang between us for a long moment, his voice drops even lower as he dips his face closer to mine. And the more you resisted, the more he get off on it. Terrifying images flicker in my mind, and he seems to pick up on it. Yeah, don't be thinking some savior died tonight. That perceptive gaze narrows, boring into mine with unyielding intensity. Ain't nobody gonna miss that fucker. I hitch my chin higher, resisting the temptation to break eye contact. I just want to pretend this night never happened, so rest assured I have no intention of telling anyone about it. Yeah? Yes. My response is heavy with exasperation. Look, I'm exhausted. That was an enormous home I just cleaned by myself. It's late, and I have to be up early to clean at least a handful of homes tomorrow. So, if you don't mind, I need to shower and get some sleep. A slow, cunning smirk forms on his lips. I wonder if this is the final vision his victims see before they meet their demise. Just because he spared my life, so far, doesn't mean he has a soft spot. It's all calculated. He's a lowlife, just like his murderous nephew. I'll be watching you, Miss Arias. He delivers this ominous threat in a barely audible murmur. When he leans in again, his proximity has goosebumps rising along my skin. Every fucking move you make, and the moment you fuck up, he has the muzzle of his gun pressed beneath my chin in a move far too fluid and unnaturally soundless. Nothing'll stop me from pulling this trigger. The cool metal is unforgiving against my flesh, prodding in a way that's far too familiar. My throat turns bone dry while my mouth feels as though it's been filled with sand. When I attempt to moisten my lips, his focus drops, riveted to my tongue's quick movement. All oxygen is robbed from my lungs, and the air flares to life as though it's been electrified. Those obsidian eyes flicker with what I'd assume was heat, if it were anyone else but him. When he speaks in a low, gravelly tone, each movement of his full lips holds my gaze captive. Good night, Miss Arias. It shouldn't sound like a caress, not from this man. That's what I repeat internally because... Shit. My entire system must be out of whack. That has to be it. Years of avoiding men, of celibacy, of getting my life back on track after my dreams were stolen from me. It's all taken a toll, and now my proverbial compass that's supposed to point toward a nice, attractive, non-threatening man is severely damaged. With that subdued farewell, Santiago lowers his weapon and strides toward the door, exiting quietly. Even in his absence, he's polluted my home with a dense, malicious smog. I reach the count of 10 before my knees go shaky, and I slump back against the wall. 5 years. I rebuilt my entire life, and now one man, one undeniable asshole of a man, is threatening every part of it. My legs quiver, and I crumple to the floor. Curling my knees against my chest, I wrap my arms around them and stare sightlessly across the living room. I have no choice but to prove to a cartel leader that I'm trustworthy. And I will. Fuck Santiago Hernandez and his doubts, his threats, his arrogance. I haven't made it this far by being easily tripped up by some vicious criminal. I sure as hell don't plan to start now.
6. Santiago. When I slide into the vehicle beside Gordo, my attention still seized by that damn casita door, and the woman behind it. I can lie to myself all I want and say I didn't want to leave solely because I don't trust her, but that's not the whole truth. There's a weird motherfucking pull between us, and I know she felt it too. I could tell when her breath caught in her throat and her tongue darted out to wet her lips. When she didn't answer my questions, when she failed to give me more insight into who she is beneath the surface, disappointment and frustration were fierce as fuck. Even stranger is whatever the hell it was that held me back from asking about the scars on her face. I scrub my hands down my face and force my thoughts away from the distraction and complication I sure as fuck don't need. My men navigate the vehicle along the rough terrain of the unpaved road while I ruminate over what occurred tonight. I turn to Gordo. You told him to watch over the house? He dips his chin in a nod. Yes, boss. We've got a few men in place to keep eyes on Miss Arias and her little casita. I'm not taking any more chances than I already have tonight. Concern has Gordo's brows slanting together. All good, boss? All good. And it will be, as long as a certain tattooed woman holds to her word. Otherwise, she'll join the long list of those whose lives I've ended.
7. Lola. Saturday. Early morning sounds from the wood rails, nearby roosters, and howler monkeys rouse me from my sleep. I blink my eyes open, realizing one of my sharpest knives remains in my fisted hand. It's not the first time I've gone to bed with a weapon in my grip, or under my pillow. It seems like a lifetime ago when that felt like a necessity. When I peer around my bedroom and notice nothing out of place, my muscles lose a fraction of their tension. Okay. My muted voice seems to echo within the tight confines of the bedroom. It'll be okay. I can do this. I sit up, swing my legs over the side of the bed, and shuffle into the bathroom. Placing the knife on the vanity, I twist my hair up with a clip. As I stare at my reflection in the mirror, a flash of recognition hits me. It's my eyes that remind me most of her, although hers had a multitude of crinkles at the corners from smiles and laughter. Abuelita. I breathe her name on the barest breath of a whisper. On its heels comes a deep lance of pain ricocheting through my chest. There's a reason I bury my memories deep in the recesses of my mind. It isn't necessarily that I don't want to remember. It's simply far too painful when I do. My fingers drift up to trace a path along my brows before sweeping beneath my brown eyes, identical to my abuelita's. My mother often complained that I was a carbon copy of my grandmother when she was younger. All my mother wanted was a mini version of herself in both looks and personality. So I was an instant disappointment. I was everything she never wanted, a daughter who barely resembled her and wanted nothing to do with designer dresses and expensive shoes. I'd always felt more at ease being barefoot in nature, getting muddy, and learning about everything I touched. As for my father, he wanted a son. So my existence was an utter disappointment for him as well. It's why they happily handed me over to my abuelita so often, because they didn't understand nor want me. But my grandmother did. During those special times I spent at my grandmother's, tucked away in her home that sat along the edge of the rainforest, she'd share stories from her childhood on how she'd been raised to live off the land, how she'd been just as curious and adventurous as I was. We spent countless hours in her garden, while she taught me to cultivate everything she deemed necessary for life. My parents thought I was playing in the dirt, but I'd been learning how to heal the body by using what nature provides. My grandmother had always gone against the grain and been headstrong, which were qualities my father barely tolerated. Those times spent with her were a reprieve from the constant criticism I endured when I was with my parents. The same parents who turned a blind eye to my wants, my goals, my happiness, my safety. At the dark, distressing turn of my thoughts, I duck my head over the sink and scrub my face with soap and cool water. Imagining the tainted memories joining the soapy water down the drain doesn't do me much good, especially when my fingertips glance over the small scars decorating my skin. With a sigh, I dry my face and brush my teeth, forcing my mind to go blank. Once I reclaim the knife off the sink, I grab my cell phone off my nightstand and pad into the kitchen. Something instinctive has me surveying it, and the living room, but nothing appears out of place. I set my phone on the counter with the knife beside it, but still within reach. I spoon ground coffee into the small cloth filter hanging from the polished wood frame and place my favorite mug beneath the simple, typical Costa Rican coffee maker. Since we're not currently without electricity, which is a gift in itself, I cheat and plug in my electric kettle to heat the water faster. Once it's ready, I pour the steaming water over the coffee grounds and wait for it to create my morning pick-me-up. The electric kettle was a splurge, a second-hand gift to myself once I'd hit my 2-year mark here, a milestone of sorts. It was when I'd not only proven I could survive on my own, but I'd also formed a friendship with Sabrina. While I wait for my coffee to brew, I pull up my music playlist on my phone, deciding on Shakira's Te Felicito. The song playing softly in the background uplifts me from the ominous sensation that's hovered over me since last night. Once my cup is filled with the dark brew, I cradle my mug and inhale the rich aroma. A smile forms on my lips because it's Saturday and I can move past all the shit that went on last night. That bastard will see that I pose no threat to him whatsoever. I lean back against the counter and my eyes fall closed as I take my first sip, the bold, hot liquid hitting my tongue. "Morning, Miss Arias." The deep masculine voice that greets me causes my eyes to flare open in shock. I almost aspirate my coffee, the other half of it spraying out with my startled cough. My heart thunders in my chest at the man casually leaning against my love seat. Both of his hands are braced along the back of it, those long fingers decorated with black ink. Today, he's in a white button-down shirt that contrasts not only with his tattooed flesh but his dark skin as well. With the fabric cuffed at his elbows, it puts those corded, inked forearms on display. I barely register the coffee's hot dampness soaking into my tank top as my other hand instinctively reaches for the knife I left on the counter. His focus flickers to it. "Wouldn't do that if I were you." "Good thing you're not me, then." A faint smirk tugs at his mouth. "Think you'd do damage before I draw my gun?" I offer a careless shrug. "I'd rather go down with a fight." His mouth flattens. "I'm not here to kill you." A pause lingers before he tacks on, "Not today." Fuck this smug asshole. Then why are you here? I grab a dish towel to blot the coffee from my tank top. It's 5 a.m, and I'm not exactly dressed for company. He inspects me, starting with my messy hair twisted atop my head, then moving over my now damp cotton tank that clings to me before lingering on my braless breasts. I hate that my nipples pebble beneath the fabric. They're either screwed up from being assaulted with hot coffee or starved for a man's attention. It's a toss-up. His inspection continues, sweeping over my cotton shorts and down my bare legs. I disagree. The gleam in his eyes sends my unease to an all-time high. Looks like you're dressed for a certain kind of company. My response is quick and succinct. Not yours. Expression darkening. He straightens, and every muscle in my body goes rigid in response. Even from a few feet away, he's tall and far too imposing. I toss the dish towel on the counter while my other hand tightens around my coffee mug. Why are you here? He advances slowly, and the fingers on my free hand twitch, urging me to grab the knife. Awareness enters his gaze, mingling with malicious glee. Go ahead, grab it. He draws to a stop in front of me, and I know he gets off on making me peer up at him. Show me what you've got. Unbridled hatred coats every inch of my words. You're an asshole, you know that? In the blink of an eye, he has me by the throat, his tattooed fingers encircling it in a grip tight enough to make me gasp. The mug falls from my hand, shattering on the tile floor and splattering coffee at our feet, while my right hand claws at his, at my throat. Pinning me against the counter, his heavy-muscled form acts like a 2-ton weight, his broad torso against mine as his pelvis and thighs trap me in place. I scramble with my left hand to grab the knife off the counter. I no sooner raise the blade when his other hand darts out and restrains me. The punishing pressure he applies to my hand has me gritting my teeth so hard they begin to ache. But I refuse to relinquish the weapon. You don't know who you're going up against. He grinds out each syllable, while his harsh features illuminate with the promise of painful retribution. Gonna lose. Might as well give in now. When he applies more pressure to my left hand, searing hot pain renders me near breathless, and my grip weakens. My glare is cutting. Never. No? That cocky tone pisses me off, and I buck my hips, attempting to knock him off balance to free myself from his body's confinement. But it's no use. When he adds more pressure to my hand, my damaged flesh can't sustain the pain, and my eyes water. The knife slides from my fingers, dropping to the kitchen counter. A loud, agonized protest rushes past my lips, and I despise that sound of weakness. He goes eerily still, while an uncanny hint of awareness edges into his features. As if gauging my reaction, he presses the pad of his thumb into the scarred area of my palm. I suck in a sharp breath before mashing my mouth shut. He releases the pressure on my hand but still maintains his hold. What happened? He doesn't pose this as a question so much as a demand. Forging past the discomfort, I push each word out from between clenched teeth, still struggling to break free from the restrictive weight of his body. Fuck you. One edge of his mouth tips up, while his gaze turns glacial. That wouldn't be such a hardship. He presses his hips against me, yet I somehow know this man isn't the type to force himself on a woman. It doesn't make this situation any more bearable, however. Let me go. One dark brow lifts. Not gonna do that when you're misbehaving like you are. A smirk takes hold of his lips. Think I might like you better like this. I wish you had been the one who died last night. He gives an exaggerated frown. You don't mean that. You're just saying that 'cause I made you spill your morning coffee. I attempt to free my left hand from his hold, but he doesn't relinquish it. When I take a swing at his face with my other, he swiftly jerks me around with far too much ease and presses my front against the counter. With his fingers still encircling the front of my throat and his unrelenting hold on my left hand, he's now pinned my other arm between my body and the counter, the hard edge digging into my flesh.
"You're gonna learn not to fuck with me." He rasps this against the shell of my ear. "I'm not like your cop boyfriend, Nando."
"He's not my boyfriend," I lash out.
But he wants to be." His rumbled words skitter over me. "Think he'd be mad if he knew I had you like this?"
It's as though he abruptly switches gears because his voice drops an octave lower, possessing a lethal edge.
"You're gonna learn to answer me one way or another."
His words cut off, and I freeze with trepidation, wondering what caused it. When his warm breath dances across the back of my neck, every fiber of my being goes wrought with tension.
"You got a thing for scarlet macaws too, huh?"
I silently beg him not to inspect my tattoo too closely, nor examine it in depth. That will only lead to more questions I'm unwilling to answer. This is a perfect example of why I normally keep my hair covering the nape of my neck. Of course, I hadn't planned on a visit from this asshole first thing in the morning when I'd messily tied it up. With his hand still wrapped around my throat, his thumb languidly sweeps along the outermost edges of the macaw's spread wings. I'm rendered frozen in place. The tiny hairs along my arm stand on end, while I silently plead for him not to trace his fingers over its entirety, that he doesn't study the inked artwork too closely.
"Beautiful."
His single word emerges as a husky whisper, and a foreign sensation spills over me, electrifying every nerve ending. A heavy beat of silence hangs between us before I muster the ability to speak. "Why are you here?" Noxious anxiety makes my whispered words sound ragged. I didn't say a word to anyone. His thumb pauses in mid-stroke of the tattooed wing.
"I'm here 'cause, like I told you, I don't like loose ends."
I part my lips to protest when his barely audible words curl around me.
"Had to come and check on my liability."
His hand flexes around my throat.
"Gonna give you another chance to answer my questions. You play nice, and I'll let you live. You don't, and, well, you know what happens. Understood?"
I swallow hard, his palm restricting much of the movement. "Understood."
"What happened to your hand?"
"An accident." His fingers flex around my throat, his voice deepening with warning.
"Be specific."
"When I was younger, I strive for composure, drawing in a much-needed breath before continuing. I was climbing a fence topped with barbed wire. It was raining, and I lost my balance. My hand slipped and slammed down on one of the spikes. His grip eases on my left hand to trace his fingers over the scarred tissue disguised by my tattoos.
Had to have hurt pretty damn bad from the feel of it."
He's not wrong. It had been some of the most debilitating pain I'd ever endured.
"How'd you get the scars on your face?"
"An accident when I was younger." He makes a noise that indicates his disapproval.
"An accident with what?"
"I tripped carrying something and fell into some of the glass pieces."
A pause precedes his.
"Huh." Predictably, his next question is,
"Why the butterfly tattoos?"
I knew he'd pry again. The bastard wants to know every fine detail. "Because they're pretty." Palpable irritation emanates off him in thick waves.
"I want the real answer."
"The real answer's none of your goddamn business." I swallow the urge to voice that. "Because they represent a transformation and a freedom." My response is muted, my words clipped. I'd been desperate to conceal the visible pain of my past with something symbolic, an image representing the promise I'd made to myself, to give the damaged flesh a second chance, just like the one I'd been given. Freedom, huh? He grunts. That important to you? Yes. Silence greets my simplistic answer. When he brings his mouth close to my ear, his lips and breath dust along the shell of it with each word. Better answer me right away next time, Miss Arias, or you're not gonna like the outcome. My breathing hitches as a shiver rolls through me, but it's not entirely out of terror from his threat. The heat of his breath dusting along my skin and the intimate quality of his voice curl around me, waking up senses I've long since ignored when it comes to men. What the hell is wrong with me? Mentally shrugging off my insane reaction to this man, I focus on calming my breathing because I need him to leave me the hell alone, to stop probing about things that don't pertain to him. As abruptly as he initially grabbed me, he releases me and steps back with the knife in hand, while pieces of my ceramic mug crunch beneath his shoes. I spin around in time to witness him toss the knife into the sink. It clatters noisily before settling in place. My gaze clashes with his as he regards me like a puzzle he's trying his damnedest to solve. But that's not what I want or need. Far from it. Leave me the fuck alone, I silently plead. But he doesn't make any indication he's preparing to leave. His phone does ping, however. His sinister focus remains locked on me as he withdraws his cell from his pocket. Relief pummels me once he averts his attention to whatever notification he's received. My relief is short-lived, however. When his attention returns to me, his expression resembles a turbulent storm as he pockets his phone. You expecting company? What the hell is he talking about? I gesture to my braless state, including my coffee-stained tank top and messy, unkempt look. I don't bother suppressing my exasperated sarcasm. My temper officially frayed. Does it look like I'm expecting company? The universe must hate me, because at that moment, someone knocks on my door. My head whips in the direction of the sound, while confusion riddles me. Who the hell would show up here this early in the morning? Strong fingers take my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze. Features like granite, he scrutinizes me, his features etched with suspicion, before he drops his hand at his side. You should answer that. Regarding him warily, I huff out a frustrated breath, about to take a step when he suddenly scoops me up in his arms. Caught off guard, I grasp awkwardly at his broad shoulders. What the hell are you doing? Wordlessly, he carries me to the door and sets me on my feet. Then he stands off to the side, out of direct sight of my visitor. Don't need you hurting yourself by stepping on pieces of your cup. He adjusts his expensive-looking watch before raising an expectant brow when a second, more persistent knock sounds. Better answer your door, Miss Arias. I blink away the confusion this man assails me with. 1 minute he's threatening me, and the next he's carrying me so I don't step on broken ceramic pieces. Wariness blankets my movements as I pull open the door. Using it as a barrier to hide most of my body from sight, I stop short in surprise. Nando. Good morning. With one hand braced against the doorframe, the officer's usual megawatt smile has been replaced by a more censured one. It's not hard to know why. It's because of the intimidating-looking SUV he parked his policia truck beside. Without an ounce of chrome, the all-black vehicle with dark-tinted windows acts like a beacon of nefarious intent. Am I? Nando hesitates. His inquisitive light brown gaze briefly darts past me. Interrupting? His features are awash with a mix of concern and suspicion. With a heart of gold, Nando's been nothing but a gentleman toward me. Although I've politely sidestepped his interest, he hasn't given up. Instead of being annoyingly persistent when he hints at us potentially meeting up for coffee, or asks if I feel like joining him on a hike to the nearby waterfalls, he has an endearing way about him. Nando has so much to offer some lucky woman, and as much as I wish I could fall in love with someone like him, I can't. It would be the pinnacle of unfairness to him. Nando Erajes is a good man. He's kind, honest, and helpful. He doesn't take bribes like many law enforcement do. He's everything the man currently standing out of you isn't. Attempting to play it cool, I force a casual tone. I'm not really fit for company. I just woke up. An uncharacteristically ruthless quality crosses his features as he tips his head toward Santiago's SUV, the one whose engine is still running, with Gordo likely behind the wheel. If you're not fit for company, then whose vehicle is that? I sense the movement, the distinctive prickle of awareness, before Nando's eyes lock on the man who stepped into view behind me. She's not fit for company, except for mine. 8. Lola. She's not fit for company, except for mine. My shoulders stiffen at the undeniable possessiveness in Santiago's voice. When his heavy palm lands on my right shoulder, the only part of my body aside from my face that isn't disguised by the door, Nando's eyes narrow. Barely banked fury cloaks the officer's tone. "The hell you doing here, Hernandez?" Santiago's voice is cool and collected, with more than a touch of arrogance. "Clearly, I'm here visiting Miss Arias." Nando's clean-shaven jaw tightens. "You know what I'm fucking asking." Whoa! I've never witnessed this side of Nando before. He's always been well-spoken, easygoing, and the epitome of polite. Santiago lets a brief pause linger before responding in a caustic tone. "I don't ask you what you're doing when you stop by Kena's place." Who's Kena? My gaze settles curiously on Nando, who seems intent on glaring a hole through him. Nando's lips flatten into a punishing line. "Sure as hell isn't as often as she comes to you." This disclosure incites a rabid sort of curiosity within me. I study Santiago, wondering what this Kena woman looks like. She must be stunning if she's caught both men's attention and has them returning to her. A tiny thread of something odd unfurls inside me at the thought of Santiago and her together, but I dutifully squash it. I haven't had my morning coffee, so my mind is struggling to function properly. That's all it is. When Nando slides a glance my way before returning it to Santiago, apprehension turns my muscles to wrought iron, especially when the officer switches from Spanish to English next. "So what? You decided you were going for high-class women now? What the hell, man? She's not in your world, and she sure as hell doesn't deserve to get dragged into it." He advances a step toward Santiago, his shoulders broadening. "She's too damn good for you and your shit." While Nando's English is good, it pales to Santiago's fluent command of the language when he replies, "Maybe you ought to stick with what you're good at, chasing after me and trying to make those charges stick." His low, dark rumble of a laugh is devoid of any semblance of humor. "And don't you worry about her. Where she's concerned, I've got it covered." Nando's probing gaze cuts to me, but I stare back with an expression of confusion. I don't need either of them to know I understand English. It's safer this way. When Nando switches back to Spanish, softening his tone to ask, "Are you okay, Lola?" Santiago lets out a grunt of irritation, but we both ignore it. I barely suppress my flinch when Santiago's heavy palm descends from my shoulder to settle at my lower back. It serves as a distinctive reminder of the importance of my answer. "I'm fine." Nando doesn't bother hiding his skepticism. Instead, he folds his arms across his chest and shifts his line of questioning. "I'm curious, how do you two know each other?" Leave it alone, Nando. I silently plead this because the last thing I want or need is for him to get dragged into this mess with me. My lips part to respond, but Santiago beats me to it. Not that it's any of your business. The caustic barb is all too obvious in his tone. But I've heard of Miss Aria's impressive cleaning skills, and I've decided to hire her. Nando's expression remains harsh. His tone is flat as he repeats dubiously. You are impressed with her cleaning skills. That's right. Condescension bleeds from Santiago's smug response. Nando's attention rests on me. And you're okay with this? His voice rises incrementally, worry bleeding through. Do you even know who he is? Before I can form a response, Santiago's voice slices through the air. That's enough. Nando's gaze turns flinty. Lola can speak for herself. You interrupted Lola and me during our morning coffee. Santiago's mouth turns up at the edges, in a cynical hint of a smirk. Now, if you'll excuse us. Lola! Nando's words are cut off by the door slamming in his face. I gape at Santiago, whose wide palm splays on the closed door, while his heavy scrutiny remains on me. Though his tone is muted, threat and skepticism drip from his words. Tell me again how there's no threat of you talking to the cops. Eyes never leaving mine, he tips his head toward the door. Specifically, the one who shows up unannounced in the goddamn morning. I heave out a breath, drudging up patience. It's not exactly a secret that he's been asking me out, okay? That doesn't mean I encourage it. Gesturing toward the door, I tack on hastily. I didn't ask him to stop by. With my arms crossed, I level him with a sharp, assessing glare. In fact, I'd rather he never did. But I also don't need to piss off a police officer. Our eyes hold for a beat before his attention drops to where I've inadvertently drawn it to my breasts. An exasperated breath expels past my lips as I drop my arms. Seriously? I wave my hand in front of my face. My eyes are up here, asshole. A muscle flexes in his cheek, those lips flattening into a thin line. You got a mouth that just won't quit. You say that like it's a bad thing. I don't get any warning before he advances, crowding me against the door. With each hand splayed on either side of my head, he dips his head closer. That penetrating glare threatens to slice me to shreds, while his eyes narrow with irritation. Stained with venom, his voice sounds as though it's been raked over thick gravel. You must have a death wish with the way you're running that mouth of yours. So let me remind you of something real quick. You talk, you're gonna disappear, and nobody's gonna find you. Understood? For anyone else, my dagger-like glare would send them fleeing, but not Santiago Hernandez. I couldn't be that lucky, which is why I fire back, desperate to get him to back off. And I already told you, He cuts me off with, It's a yes or no answer, Miss Arias. Either you understand or you don't. A millisecond pause precedes his next words. If it's the latter. His voice drops an octave, turning even more menacing. Then we end this right here and now. I scowl at him. I understand you're big on threats, but what you need to understand is I hold true to my promises. He lowers his head further, his nose a breath away from touching mine. The proximity evokes prickles of awareness along every inch of my skin, while his tone is heavy and ominous. What you need to understand is I don't fuck around with promises. I hitch my chin up a notch, matching his glare with my own. When the tip of my nose brushes his, an odd shudder rolls through me, that I do my best to stifle. You spend a lot of time talking and threatening me when you should be out there. I tilt my head toward the door, my tone snarky as hell. Selling drugs and killing people and whatever other horrible things you people do. His eyes remain locked in a battle with mine. Silence reigns for an extended moment, causing my pulse to go from steady to galloping. My muscles turn antsy, as though they're anticipating something I'm unaware of. Angling his head, he brings his mouth closer to mine, his masculine scent enveloping me. His hot, minty breath dusts over my lips with each muted word. You think I do horrible things to people? I'm sure of it. That rumble in his throat holds the barest hint of amusement, and a glint of something far more dangerous edges its way into his gaze. But you see, Miss Arias, I don't always do horrible things. In fact, certain people like what I do. His voice drops an octave, skittering over me, and his fuller bottom lip grazes mine with each syllable. Sometimes they even beg me for more. As though it's been electrically charged, the air crackles around us as our eyes hold. My willfulness refuses to let him have the last word. Good thing I never beg then. His lips tug upward in a subtle, slow-forming smirk, each word acting as a slow, methodical caress of my own. Never say never, Miss Arias. Neither of us backs away or averts our eyes. I refuse to display any sign of weakness, refuse to offer him visible proof that he unsettles me. His phone pings again, and I'm granted a reprieve when he retreats a step before retrieving his phone from his pocket. I regard him closely, noticing how his facade falls back into place. It's now that I realize he's been showing a slightly softer side to me, because as his features return to their cold, calculated, and stoic expression, the contrast is startling. What just happened was likely an attempt at seduction, thinking he could control me or manipulate me into doing his bidding. To be yet another mindless minion, following his orders without question. It would be easy to give in and do whatever it takes to appease him, but I don't have it in me. I have more self-respect these days, thank fuck. When he raises that frosty gaze to mine, it confirms that Santiago Hernandez, the cold-blooded drug cartel leader, is back. He pockets his phone without looking away. Gotta go take care of business. With a palm on the door handle, he quirks a brow in a silent, gonna move so I can get out the door? I shove off the door so he can open it. All the while, I ignore the twinge of disappointment that he's leaving. It's fucked up, but I get some sick joy out of pushing back against his endless arrogance. A therapist would have a field day with me. Straightening my shoulders, I plant my hands on my hips and wait for him to leave. He tugs open the door without another word, but just when I think he'll exit wordlessly. Of course, I'm wrong. Of fucking course. He pauses outside my door, his palm on the handle. Your saying you never beg is like throwing a big old bone in front of a hungry dog. He casts me a glance, and if I didn't know better, I'd say there was a banked heat in the depths. Looking forward to making you beg. Before I can form a reply, he pulls the door closed behind him. The damn bastard got the last word after all.
9. Santiago. I slide into the passenger seat beside Gordo. He puts the SUV in gear, and the tires make quick work of the gravel driveway. You were in there a while. With raised brows, he slides me a glance, but I ignore him, even before Nando showed up. Instead, I stare out the windshield while my fingers drum absently against the console. She slept with a knife all night. I clench my jaw while our interaction replays in my mind. Even tried to use it on me. And you still let her live? He pauses before adding, again. Defensiveness flares up inside me. I'm not going soft, if that's what you're trying to say. Soft is the last fucking thing I am around that woman. Don't know what the hell my deal is, but she just gets under my damn skin. The sassy way she mouths off to me, that and the fire in her eyes when she looks at me, have my dick confused as fuck. Thing is, I didn't make it this far, get this much success by thinking with anything other than my goddamn brain. Which means I gotta tread all too fucking carefully. Gordo raises a hand off the steering wheel, waving off my concern. Just saying, think we both know she's different, not like other women. He makes a right at the next road, his tone turning thoughtful. Definitely not a pushover. Agreed, especially when she's on her own turf, like back at her little casita. She's smart, but I think she wants to hide it, likes lying low. He glances over at me. She keeps to herself. Found out her only close friend is Sabrina Salazar. I grunt, a scowl taking over. Don't forget about Nando fucking around with her. He's harmless. Gordo makes a non-committal noise. Just a decent guy who's looking for a good woman. Something in his voice has my head whipping his way, my gaze narrowing. You trying to say she's a good woman? He lifts one mammoth-sized shoulder. Seems like it. It's obvious he's into her. She could have gone straight to Nando. He slides me a knowing look, and he would have come after you in a heartbeat. Silence lags before I finally murmur. But she didn't. But she didn't. Gordo echoes. I grip the muscles in the back of my neck. I think she knows how to speak English too. Gordo slides me a glance. How'd you find that out? Nando switched over trying to give me shit. She acted like she didn't know what we were saying, but you could tell. I exhaled slowly, my mind replaying the scene. Yeah, I'm good at reading people. Always have been. And this time's no different. Gordo hums under his breath. Not too many people speak it around here. Unless they went to a fancy private school or had a private English tutor. He's right. This area isn't affluent in the least. While many Tico homes are without glass windows or screens and only have curtains to cover them, some even have dirt floors. Definitely not the people who can afford to take English lessons. Even so, these are some of the kindest and happiest humans you'll ever come across. Never moaning about the shit they don't have and instead show gratitude for what they do. It's completely different from where I grew up, where good-for-nothing lazy asses complained about not having shit just 'cause they couldn't be bothered to get the damn job, let alone keep one. I may own an enormous home these days, but it's out of necessity rather than me flaunting my wealth. It's not to show how far I've come, but 'cause security and seclusion are vital for me and my business. My cell phone beeps with a text notification. We need to meet before the next shipment comes through. He's causing problems again. Jesus Christ. Juarez doesn't say it outright and doesn't need to. I can read between the lines. Hidalgo's fucking around. Again. I type out a quick response. Meet you in 2 hours. Juarez said something about Hidalgo fucking around with shit. As always, Gordo's sharp as hell. At my grunt, he nods. Need to head to Paso Canoas? I exhale slowly, wishing I could expel the stress along with that breath. Hell, some days I get so sick of juggling shit all the damn time. But there are no vacation days for a man like me. There are too many fucking demands. Yeah. I pinch the bridge of my nose, willing the dull ache that's just bloomed behind my eyes to go away. My response is muttered, and I don't give a shit how pissy I sound. Head to fucking Paso Canoas. You got it, boss.
10. Lola. Monday morning.
better not be talking to anybody.
This is the text that greets me when I wake up. That asshole. Of freaking course he got my number. I don't immediately respond because I refuse to start my day like this, especially before I've had my coffee. My rear deck isn't actually a deck or even a porch area. It's more like a ledge separating the dense jungle and the steep terrain from my casita. The narrow concrete border, however, is barely wide enough for a single chair and a tree stump I use as a little table. Overlooking the lush green jungle, I enjoy my morning coffee while toucans chatter and howler monkeys echo in the far distance. It isn't until my second cup of coffee that my visitor arrives. She's stealthy as always, but her wild scent gives her away. Sleek black fur shimmers as she slinks toward me in her usual cautious manner. Keeping my movement slow and non-threatening, I set my coffee on my little tree stump table. Then I patiently wait for her to inspect me until she gives a little purr and nudges her head against my leg. It's good to see you too. Careful not to spook her in any way, I murmur this softly. With the utmost gentleness, I pet the back of her neck where she likes it most. Still feeling okay, belleza? Her purrs grow louder as I stroke her fur while casting a hard, inspecting look at her rear left leg. About a year ago, during one of my hikes through the jungle, I heard the cry of a wounded animal. Once I ventured toward the sound and discovered this poor black puma, or panther, my heart plummeted. Her injuries were so severe. Her wounds indicated that she'd gotten caught up in a barbed wire fence, and her rear leg suffered the brunt of the injury. Initially, she didn't want to trust me. I knew I was running the risk of being mauled, but I couldn't leave her in that state, especially in the jungle. There was a good chance her open wounds would have gotten infected, and she'd have died. Somehow, though, we decided to trust one another. She trusted me to help her, and I trusted her not to hurt or kill me. I spoke to her in a calm tone, much like I would a small child, while I applied medicine I had in my bag and ripped part of my shirt to use as a bandage. Never did I expect her to track where I lived and visit me, but she did. She let me check her wounds, then reapply medicine and a fresh bandage, while I spoke to her as if she could understand me. Although sometimes I almost believe she does. Her eyes hold an odd sort of awareness, as though she's a different kind of soul. As much as I know I shouldn't get attached, least of all to a wild animal, I couldn't help myself. I named her Belleza because, although she'd been wounded and battered looking back then, I could tell she was a beauty. You came to visit me at the perfect moment, I coo at her while petting her soft fur. I definitely needed this. Yes, I did. Her purrs grow louder, vibrating beneath her silky coat. Is it bad that I wish you'd eat a certain bad man for me? She rubs her face against my knee, as if to demand more petting, and my mouth curves into a smile. She's such a unique creature, still so wild and hesitant, but affectionate, too. A scurrying sound nearby has her instantly alert, ears perked, eyes focused on whatever it might be in the shadowed jungle. What is it? I whisper. As if to answer me in her own way, she gives my hand a little nudge before springing off and disappearing into the jungle. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't jealous of her. If I could be elusive, as she is, and survive as easily, I'd choose to disappear there too. One thing is certain, though. Her visits always soothe me in some way, because I'm at least doing something right if a wild, dangerous animal visits me after I've healed her. Even after everything I did in my past, I like to think that maybe, just maybe, Belleza is a sign from the universe that I'm closer to redemption. When my phone vibrates with a text notification, I can't suppress a groan. Of course he's not going to leave me alone. Of course.
waiting on an answer, Miss Arias. When I save his number in my contacts list under Supreme Asshole, it gives me a little boost. Then I type out, "No need to worry. See, my lips are sealed." I take a selfie with my middle finger over my lips and attach it with another message. "And good morning to you too. Yes, I slept well. Thanks for asking." For good measure, since this man aggravates me unlike any other, I send a smiley face emoji with "Pura vida" before I drop my phone in my lap with a satisfied smirk. Within less than a minute, my phone vibrates with an incoming message. Then another on its heels. "You're testing my patience, Miss Arias. Didn't I tell you about that mouth of yours getting you into trouble?" After a few more fortifying sips, I feel better prepared to take him on. Huh? And here I thought my mouth was one of my best features. Instead of a near immediate response this time, none comes. I wonder if he'll decide to show up unannounced. Again. Ugh, please let that not happen. I can only tolerate so much as holery. I finish half of my coffee before my phone vibrates with a text message notification. "You're trying to get a compliment out of me?" I regard my phone warily, unsure how to respond when another text arrives. "Remember to stay away from the cup and keep that pretty mouth shut. We'll be in touch." Wait, he thinks my mouth is pretty? As quickly as that thought strikes me, I tamp it down. Because what the hell? Evidently, I'm still programmed to attract toxic men. One would think I would have learned from my toxic, horrifying ex. While I get dressed for the day, though, his final words linger, a nefarious whisper in the recesses of my mind. We'll be in touch. 11. Lola. The instant I set foot in Arjon's small office building, I know something's off. Instead of sitting behind his large teak desk that's seen better days, he stands behind it. Through the glass windows of his office, the usual stack of paperwork designating the homes requiring cleaning is scattered about. Sabrina rushes over to me the instant she sees me and blurts out an apology. "Lo, I'm so sorry." I offer her a comforting smile because Sabrina's not like some of the other women working for Arjon, the ones who slack off on the job or frequently call in sick. She's a hard worker, like me. "It's fine." I give her hand a quick squeeze. "Are you feeling any better?" She lifts a shoulder in a partial shrug, her poor voice possessing a thick layer of congestion. "A little." My lips part to respond, but Arjon's voice booms from inside his office. "Lola, I need to speak with you." Through the glass, his gaze flits toward Sabrina, before returning to me. "Alone." Sabrina and I exchanged a concerned look as nervousness causes the pit of my stomach to maw open. Did I forget to clean something? I pride myself on my work, but after what's recently transpired, my mind is a frazzled mess. Worry creases Sabrina's brow, but she leaves the office quietly. Arjon strides over and closes the door with a firm palm. When he turns to face me, my stomach curdles with fear. "Lola." He appears to struggle to find his words before gesturing toward the set of chairs opposite his desk. "Have a seat." Regarding him uneasily as he takes a seat behind his desk, I lower myself into a chair. With his elbows resting on the wooden surface, he steeples his fingers and winces, as if he's about to deliver terrible news. Oh, God, is he going to fire me? "Lola, it's been brought to my attention that some circumstances changed on Friday night." His phrasing makes me narrow my eyes in suspicion, which is proven to be warranted when he continues. "As of now, you'll have someone who oversees your work each day." I stare at him for a moment. Surely I didn't hear him correctly. My words emerge slowly. Someone will oversee my work? Yes. I wait for him to expand, but he doesn't. The longer I sit and stare at him expectantly, the more he appears to fidget. I fold my arms across my chest. And who exactly will be overseeing my work each day? His avoidance of eye contact, a completely abnormal quality for Aron, sends a powerful sense of foreboding washing over me. I slump back in my seat as a loud exhale rushes past my lips. Let me guess. A certain man with a tiny ponytail who goes around with an entourage? Releasing a heavy breath, he finally meets my eyes. Look, Lola, it's out of my hands. He holds up his palms. I don't know what happened Friday night and don't want to. What I do know is it's in everyone's best interest to follow orders. My opinion of Aron has decreased within mere seconds. I never would have expected him to consort with a known criminal, a murderous narco nonetheless. I jump up from my seat. And you're fine with this? My voice rises incrementally as I wave my hand, gesturing outside his office. You're fine with throwing me to the wolves? He darts out of his chair and shushes me, worry etched on his taut features. Keep your voice down. We don't need the others overhearing anything. I fist my hands at my sides and glare at the man I once regarded as a small savior. A man I thought was good, through and through. A man I would have never expected to cave to the wishes of a criminal. I massage my temples and drag in a deep lungful of air before exhaling slowly. Aron doesn't understand. He can't, because he doesn't know that I once had to claw my way free of an imprisoned life. That part of me had to die to escape the dictator I'd been held captive by. And now, he's forcing me to dip my toe back into a world where I have my every move examined and critiqued, where I'm a prisoner all over again. My voice is subdued and lifeless. I hope you realize that you're killing me by going along with this. Maybe not immediately, but it will happen. I turn and reach for the door handle, twisting it, but pause when Aron's fingertips graze my elbow. I'm sorry, Lola. I don't bother to face him. I can't bear to look at him at this point. Me too, comes my quiet response before I tug open the door and step out. We barely make it through the second house when I insist Sabrina head home to rest. Are you sure? A powerful sneeze punctuates her question. I don't want you to get into more trouble. Shit. I told a little lie when she asked me why Aron had wanted to speak to me alone. Instead of the truth, I said that he reprimanded me for not being forthcoming about cleaning on my own without her. I hate lying to Sabrina, but it's not like I can tell her the truth. Yes, I'm sure. I shoo her out the door as I lock up. Now go home and rest as much as possible. With a wink, I add, I'll cover for you with Aron, so don't worry about anything. Gratitude shines on her features as she offers me a weak smile. I owe you huge. Shoving the spare key into the zippered compartment in my bag, I loop the strap across my chest. I grab the trash bag and head to the garbage basket at the end of the driveway. Once I toss the bag in, I dust off my hands. I'll see you later. Thank you, Lo, so much. She walks backward a few steps. I'll see you tomorrow. I wag a finger at her. Not if you aren't feeling better, you won't. She blows me a kiss and turns, disappearing down the road as she walks home. I head in the opposite direction, the hot sun beating down on me as I trudge along the rocky road. Walking everywhere is common throughout this village, especially since taxes on vehicles tend to be pricey. Hitching a ride on the back of a motorcycle or in someone's car is a regular and safe occurrence. I don't normally do that since I prefer to walk. I don't mind the exercise. It's not easy climbing these steep, unpaved roads, but I relish in the challenge. It reminds me that I'm alive, that it's a gift that I woke up today and can move the way I can, that I'm free to move about. Of course, on the heels of this thought, a dark SUV pulls up alongside me, but I ignore it and continue on my way. I'm almost to the crest of the hill where I'll turn right to head to my next cleaning assignment. Once I arrive at the corner, the SUV darts in front of me, effectively blocking my way, and the rear door shoves open. "Get in." I'd recognize that obnoxious commanding voice even if I didn't notice the tattooed arm holding the door open. I'd rather not. I weave around the vehicle, attempting to continue on my way, when my ponytail is caught in a stronghold. Motherfucker! A strong, unforgiving arm encircles my waist before I'm hauled inside the vehicle. Absently, I register how he cradles my head to prevent me from accidentally banging it on the SUV's frame. So contradictory. Santiago slams the door shut. The broad-shouldered man in the driver's seat, Gordo, navigates the road with practiced ease, avoiding the ruts and potholes. Another intimidating henchman sits beside him, in the passenger seat. "Look like you're pissed." I greet his asinine observation with a scathing look. "Wow, why on earth would you think that? You've only inserted yourself in my life and threatened me multiple times." Sarcasm encases each of my words. As if that's not enough, I was informed by my boss that someone will oversee my work from now on. Dark eyes never leave mine. Think of it as a form of insurance. I think of it as more of another asshole move by you. I should be careful of my responses, but I can't seem to help myself when it comes to this man. I'm off kilter and flailing for the security I've become accustomed to for the last 5 years. And this man is single-handedly responsible for upending everything. A muscle in his cheek flexes, those lips flattening with irritation. "What did I tell you about that mouth?" I offer an empty smile. "That you appreciated someone who didn't cave to your every whim." What sounds an awful lot like a stifled chuckle erupts from Gordo. Santiago cuts him a scathing look before resettling his attention on me. "You talked to anybody lately?" I bat my eyelashes. "You mean besides the bastard who lets himself into my house uninvited?" His jaw tightens as our matching icy glares hold firm, neither of us willing to give in. Gordo pulls into the driveway of the house I'm due to clean. I rest my fingers on the door handle, prepared to jump out, when Santiago's voice stops me. "You know about your fingerprints?" Forcing myself to maintain even breaths, I turn to face him with a frown of confusion. "What?" His critical survey elicits a sensation of tiny needles pricking along every inch of my skin. "Your fingerprints don't match anything." I shrug. "I've never been arrested, so why would they?" He cuts me off, his tone sharp and steely. "What I'm saying is they don't match your ID on file." His probing gaze bores into me, at odds with the casual way he rests an arm along the back of the seat. "Seems kinda odd to me. How about you explain that?" "I don't know." Confusion mingles with defensiveness in my voice. "It's not something that's ever been brought to my attention." "Really?" Doubt drenches his toneless response. "Yes, really." Thick exasperation is threaded through each of my words. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to work." I push open the door, about to exit the vehicle, when strong fingers encircle my elbow, effectively stopping me. "I've got my eyes on you, Miss Arias." With that ominous declaration, I jerk my arm free of his hold and slip from the SUV. 12. Lola. Tuesday, 4 a.m. Darkness smothers my casita. Sparse beams of moonlight dart through the upper narrow transom windows. With gloved hands, I exit through the rear door and close it behind me. I swing my leg over the railing that serves as the sole barrier between the jungle and my little house. As I ease myself down the railing and into part of the steep jungle ravine, The darkness forces me to operate on my other senses. It isn't until my black boots land on the hard clay, and I find the small makeshift ledges serving as steps, that I breathe a fraction easier. Once I've climbed down and reached the ground level, ensconced in the jungle, I pause to listen and allow my eyesight to adjust to the darkness. The jungle isn't a safe place at night. Anyone here with common sense knows that. But I have no choice. I can't risk being seen walking this late on the roads. Luckily, the discreet trail I've made helps me navigate my way. Dressed in all black, I trudge forward, my crossbody bag secured tightly to prevent additional jostling and subsequent noise. A part of me thrives on these little excursions. The thrill of it makes me feel alive. The sense of danger, the way it causes me to remain alert, breathes new life into my broken soul. The instant I catch the scent of a large cat, I freeze in place. Shit. I sense that it's not Belleza, and I hope like hell I haven't stumbled upon a mama with her little ones in tow. If that's the case, it won't end well for me. It isn't until I detect faint movement in my periphery that I spot her. A gorgeous puma stares back at me, and I don't dare look away, silently communicating that I'm not a threat, that I know what it's like to fear being prey, that I know what it's like to defend yourself, to the death if that's what it takes. A long moment passes before she turns and slinks off in the opposite direction, and that's when I notice the slight ripple along the right side of her silky coat, an old wound that's since healed but left a mark. I'm all too familiar with dealing with old wounds that leave a permanent mark. I've spent years trying to conceal them with ink. 20 minutes later, I arrive at the rear border of Esteban's home. The light over the kitchen sink remains on, while his back door sits open, allowing the cooler nighttime breeze to waft through his home. Seated in his favorite chair inside, he hums soberly to himself. One of his long legs remains outstretched with his foot elevated on a small wooden table. When I step onto his porch, his even expression morphs into a grateful smile, acting as a silent invitation. There's always a risk that goes along with this, but I've already danced with the devil and escaped death. I'm prepared to do it again if necessary, because Esteban isn't like so many other men I've encountered. He's a good man who accepts me without judgment, one who needs me. Esteban needs a little piece of the gift I once had, the gift I revered, the gift that once defined me, the gift that was stolen from me. 5:15 a.m. Shafts of dawn's light cut through the jungle by the time I return home. Coated in a sheen of dirt and sweat, my limbs ache from tiredness, but a sense of happiness clings to me. A contentment that I won't find anywhere else. God knows I've tried. I enter through the rear door of my casita after removing my boots, but once I step inside my bedroom, that contentment I found vanishes in the blink of an eye. In its place is a suffocating, ominous presence that rapidly surrounds me. Bienvenido otra vez. Welcome back. Those 3 simple words, spoken in a muted tone, have icy fingertips skating down the length of my spine. In the dimly lit bedroom, Santiago is seated on the side of my bed. You're out awfully late. One dark brow rises, oozing with derision. I'm sure you were checking with the neighbors to see if they need any cleaning done, right? I lift my chin a notch. Why are you invading my personal space again? He straightens to his full, imposing height, lines of irritation bracketing his mouth. It appears you didn't learn a thing from earlier about not answering my questions. I heave out an aggrieved sigh. Sometimes I have trouble sleeping, so I go for a walk. In the jungle? He states this with obvious disbelief. With a bag? Being surrounded by nature soothes me. I bite back, and I like to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Such as? I hold his imposing gaze. I carry first aid supplies. He mashes his lips thin before extending an upturned palm and making a gimme gesture.
Hand it over.
Tension riddles the muscles in the back of my neck, but I slide my bag off and grip it in one hand. Here you go. I don't step closer to hand it to him. I hold it out with the expectation that he'll come to me. It's a juvenile standoff, and I have no business taunting this man. He stirs something within me, the urge to stand my ground even more, to get as far from the meek woman I once was. It's dangerous, I know it. I would be wise to play by his rules and do as he says. Even associating with him puts me in extreme danger. Yet I can't deny the sensation that sparks through me when his gaze turns squinty and he advances on me. I will my heartbeat to remain calm as he plucks the bag from my grip and unzips it, while his penetrating eyes pierce mine. When he drops his attention to the contents, my shoulders drop a small fraction in relief. It's short-lived, of course.
Planning to do some sewing in the dark?
Heavy suspicion lines his tone, coated in sarcasm that grows thicker as his eyes lift to mine.
Surely some pisote or puma got a sock they needed repaired, right?
Sewing calms me.
Yeah?
His brows rise,
like the nighttime jungle does. He grunts. I'm sure all those snakes and scorpions crawling around are extremely soothing.
It's peaceful and quiet, I counter, before lifting my chin a notch.
And no one's there to threaten me.
He makes a non-committal noise in the back of his throat before withdrawing the small containers of cayenne pepper, turmeric powder, and valerian root powder. Holding it up with furrowed brows, he stares at me.
Suppose you're gonna tell me you're out there sprinkling this to find your way back home?
I grind my teeth, refusing to respond. The asshole doesn't need to know why I carry those. That they're powerful at stopping bleeding, boosting the immune system, or helping with sleep, respectively. His expression grows piecier by the second. He shoves my bag at me so abruptly and unexpectedly, I scramble to grasp it. In my socked feet, I'm forced to tip my head to peer up at him when he advances closer. Aggravation paints his expression.
You're not building much credibility, Miss Arias.
Yeah? I fire back hotly. Well, here's a news flash. I don't normally lose sleep over what a murderous narco thinks of me. Our eyes clash, battling it out in a silent war. His proximity within the quiet confines of my bedroom has a sudden awareness sinking in. His scent surrounds me, just as it did when he found me in that bedroom the night of the murder. His nostrils flare in irritation that I'm not cowering as expected, and the start of a smirk plays at my lips. When he raises his hand near my face, however, that smirk disappears as my full-body jolt makes him freeze in place. That reaction is like ice water being thrown at me. It fills me with hate and resentment for a multitude of reasons, because there's no way to retract my flinch or my sudden white-knuckled grip on my bag. My cheekbones and left hand ignite with the memory of pain, a familiar male's hands delivering blow after blow. I suck in a breath and take a small step back. Santiago's brows converge as curiosity and a dawning awareness gloss over his features.
You got a leaf right here,
he murmurs this softly before plucking the offending object from my hair. When he holds it between us as though it's some kind of offering, I don't accept it. Instead, I internally will him to leave it the fuck alone. He's managed to open up a bloody wound that may never fully heal, and I can't stand the thought of this murderous criminal possessing the knowledge. Still holding the leaf by the stem, he watches me with an inscrutable expression.
You thought I was going to hit you.
There's no inflection in his phrasing, and I know he's seeking a response. But I don't offer one. I can't. My answer is lodged firmly in my throat. My silence aggravates him. This much is evident by the tensing of his jaw. He lowers his gaze to the leaf, his tone hushed, as if he's sharing a secret. I don't go around hitting people for no reason. Certainly not women. Thick silence hangs between us before his attention returns to me. And if I do, it's always justified. His voice drops even lower, possessing an almost intimate quality. Always, Lola. When he turns and strides out my bedroom door, pulling it closed behind him, I'm left rattled for more than 2 reasons. It isn't solely because I had another encounter with the infamous Santiago Hernandez in my home, nor is it because my past trauma reared its ugly head when he raised his hand to me. It's because he called me Lola. And my reaction to that wasn't entirely revulsion.
13. Santiago. Striding into her cramped living room, I clench and unclench my fists, vying to get my temper under control. I'm dying to know who the fuck beat on her, and why. Does Lola Arias press my goddamn buttons? Fuck yeah. Does she piss me off to no end and refuse to follow my rules? Without fail. Lacing my fingers together, I rest them on my head and stare at the rickety wooden table beside the small love seat. A single framed photo of her and her friend, Sabrina, looks like it was taken a while ago, judging by the tattoos on Lola's left arm. In this photograph, the ink on her upper arm is unfinished, still needing color. Even in this photo, it's like she's trying to downplay her features, like she doesn't want to draw attention to her face by using even the slightest bit of makeup and wearing anything that shows off any of her features. Her smile, though, is what holds my attention most. Here, Lola Arias is even more gorgeous with that smile transforming her face. She and her friend have their heads together, grinning at the camera like they're in on some secret joke. Lola's mouth holds a naturally pink hue, and while her smile is wide and happy, there's no mistaking the traces of shadows in her eyes. Tonight, I discover why. Somebody fucking beat on her. And I bet everything I own that's how she got those scars on her hand and on her face. I'm not a good man. I don't bother pretending I am. But I don't just go hitting on women for no reason. Have I killed women before? Absolutely. But it's 'cause they were shady, attempting to set me up to lose everything, trying to steal from me, or flat out trying to kill me. Every single one of my kills is justified. Just like I told Lola. Fuck. I exhaled the word under my breath, sightlessly staring at that photo. She's a liability, and I don't fucking trust her. And I sure as hell don't buy her story about sneaking out to trek through the jungle. But damn if I don't want to hunt down whoever hurt her and break every motherfucking bone in their body. I know what it's like to be hunted by ghosts from the past. The irreparable damage that you can never seem to undo. With one final glance at her closed bedroom door, I will my feet to move toward the front door. It feels as though the entire floor is covered with wet cement, urging me to remain in place, which is fucking ridiculous. I advance toward the door and tug it open with more force than necessary. When I pull it closed behind me, it takes considerable effort to stride toward the vehicle, to not turn back around. Once I'm inside, Gordo's smart enough to let silence linger, allowing me to gather my thoughts. He puts the SUV in gear and heads down the long, rocky drive and is almost to the road before I speak. We gotta dig deeper into her background. On it, boss. Even though Gordo's as competent as they come, his quick reply does little to soothe my frayed nerves from my encounter with her. I stare straight ahead, attempting to get my head right. 'Cause, fuck this shit. I refuse to allow a woman to make me reconsider the groundwork I've laid for my life, for my goddamn empire. It happened once, long ago, and although it was brief, I have yet to evict that lingering phantom sensation that I'm missing out. I'll never let that happen again. Never.
14. Lola. Tuesday, 7 a.m. When I head into Aron's office, a fraction of the tension has subsided. It's already rained heavily for a few hours, leaving everything and everyone in a state of lethargy. It's not yet rainy season, but Mother Nature is giving us a taste of what's to come today. The roads are a slippery mess of mud, which is why most of us wear our rubber boots. Sabrina and I gather the keys for our cleaning assignments and head outside, preparing to trek to the various homes. We're prepared as usual, with our ponchos rolled up inside our bags. It comes with the territory for those who don't own any means of transportation. We're a few feet from Aron's office when a black SUV pulls up, the all too familiar blacked-out windows hiding who's inside. My feet slow, and Sabrina follows suit, casting me a worried glance. The vehicle pulls directly in front of us, stopping Sabrina and me from continuing down the drive. When the rear passenger door flings open and the familiar masculine voice orders, "Get in, Miss Arias." Sabrina grabs me by the arm. Concern lines my friend's features, but I muster a smile. "It's okay. I'll see you in a bit." When her worry doesn't recede, I cover her hand that's still holding my arm and gently pry her fingers loose. "It's okay, Sabrina." My repeated words must sink in because she drops her hand at her side and retreats a step. "Miss Arias?" The asshole beckons again from within the SUV. "Get in." I stomp to the open door, my mouth parting to inform him that I have work to do, but he cuts me off. "Aron has been informed, and everything's been taken care of." A millisecond pause follows. "Now get in." Behind us, the door to Aron's business office flies open and he emerges. Calling Sabrina's name, he gestures for her to go back inside. She tosses another glance my way before heading toward our boss, who watches me with anxiety etched on his face. A strong hand reaches out, grasping my arm, and impatiently tugs me closer to the SUV. My gaze collides with Santiago's dark, steely one. "Get in." I jerk my arm from his grip, which has his expression growing positively arctic. A scowl descends over his handsome but harsh features. He slides over to grant me a seat when I grip the handle along the inside of the door to heft myself up and inside. Slamming the door gives me a short-lived satisfaction, so I pin him with a scathing look. "Why are you interrupting my workday?" Gordo's behind the wheel with henchman assistant riding in the passenger seat. He takes off, making quick work of the rough terrain. I brace a hand against the seat in front of me so I don't get jostled into the lap of the bastard beside me. Santiago appears unbothered by my caustic tone. "I currently need you more than Aron does." "Oh, really?" My response is sodden with doubt intertwined with heavy sarcasm. "So, you need your house cleaned?" He lifts his chin, his tone filled with challenging arrogance. "What if I do?" An exasperated breath rushes past my lips as I slump against the seat and stare out the window. I'm being stalked and kidnapped now. Super! A grunt is all I get in response as Gordo turns onto a road with a sign signifying it's private property. When we approach an imposingly large metal gate with a keypad beside it, Gordo punches in the code, and we wait for it to open. With ease, he navigates the SUV along the narrow, unpaved switchback road. The gravel path weaves through part of the jungle on one side, the mountains bordering another, while the Pacific coast is at our backs. When the massive, isolated white structure comes into view, my stomach wrenches itself in a painful knot. Barbed wire lines the circumference of the compound's concrete wall, serving as a border between the property and the surrounding jungle. Armed men are stationed every few meters, dressed in black from head to toe. As we pull up to what I assume is the entrance to the main section, the oversized wooden doors draw open, and someone emerges from inside. My lungs burn, reminding me that I've stopped breathing. I struggle to loosen my fingers from their punishing hold of the seat in front of me. "I'm sure you remember my nephew from the other day." Santiago offers this smoothly, as though we're due to meet a respectable human, instead of a cold-blooded murderer. Ice floods my veins at the presence of the younger man. He strolls out as if he expects every creature in the world to bow down to him and give thanks for his mere presence. His cocky smirk is etched in place, and his eyes aren't haunted with shadows of what he's done. Instead, he appears happy and carefree. Once we're parked, Gordo and Santiago exit the vehicle while I remain seated, stock still. It isn't entirely because I'm reticent to come face to face with the murder I witnessed. It's partly due to the cold trickle of premonition sliding down my spine, telling me this man is far more dangerous than I anticipated. I know better than to ignore a single gut instinct. I did it once, and it almost killed me. My door swings open to display Santiago haunting the now open space. His perusal of me causes defensiveness to course through me before he extends a hand toward me. "Let's go, Miss Arias."
15. Santiago. Her expression hardens at the sight of my nephew, but when I offer her my hand, I practically witness steel infusing her spine. She lifts her chin a notch, ignores my hand, and exits the vehicle. The fuck is she doing here? Andro's accusatory tone grates on my nerves. I pin him with my scathing glare, my tone ripe with warning. What did I tell you about questioning my decisions? My nephew scowls like a petulant child instead of the 20-year-old he is. Words emerging disjointed and forced from between gritted teeth. Rephrasing his response appears to pain him. Just wondering why she's here. To talk. His mouth parts, no doubt with the intention of probing further, but snaps closed once he thinks better of it. When I place my hand at the base of Miss Arias' spine to encourage her to move forward, she shrugs me off and sidesteps me. I grit my teeth, vying for a thread of patience with this woman, and gesture toward the open doors where Gordo waits for us. After you, Miss Arias. With her bag secured to her body, she strides ahead. Her hair's in its typical low ponytail, gently swaying with each determined step. Wearing a simple dark blue t-shirt and matching leggings that disappear into her black rubber boots. She shouldn't look this appealing. Andro trails me as I follow her inside. Once she draws to a stop in the expansive foyer, I brush past her and head down the hallway on her left. "Come with me." She grumbles something before muttering, "I'm going." I enter my office and round my large desk, pausing at the small fridge built into the bookshelves lining my office walls. I cast her a questioning glance. "Imperial?" She stands, paused at the threshold. Suspicion radiates off her as she inspects the interior space. "No thanks." I pull out a beer for myself and twist off the top before lowering myself into my leather desk chair. I don't say a word. I just watch and wait for her to finally decide to enter. From her perch in the doorway, her keen inspection sweeps over the multitude of spines in my shelved collection in a caress only a book lover would recognize. Her eyes widen for a moment before she schools her expression. She doesn't look my way when she poses the question. "You've read all those?" I take a long drink before answering, mostly to stifle the foreign-as-fuck eagerness rising inside me. Eagerness to give her an answer that earns her approval. Which is fucked up, because I don't need anybody's approval. I don't ask for it, and never will. Maybe I need to get laid. That's the only reason a random woman would be getting me all twisted like some pathetic fuckboy. Of course. Why else would I have 'em on my shelves? Her feet shift, but she still hovers in the doorway. She must be thinking the moment she fully steps foot in here, something bad's gonna happen to her. If I was planning that, I wouldn't bother inviting her in here. Not that she needs to know that. But aside from my bedroom, my office is my other sanctuary. No way do I want to get fucking blood splatter on my shit, especially not my books. I glance down at the one I've always got open and marked. Usually I just flip it open to whatever section I feel like and choose something good. Gordo likes to give me shit about it, but I've caught him reading it too. Some guys in this line of work think it's all muscle and intimidation that gets you places. But I know that's not always the case. I gotta have a head on my shoulders. Gotta be a critical thinker and simply be smarter than my opponents. At the end of the day, if I can outsmart somebody and avoid putting myself and my men in danger, that's a bigger victory in my mind. Acrimony, a rough and bitter manner. A smirk tugs at my mouth, 'cause I'd say that fits me most days. Have a seat, Miss Arias. I nod towards one of the chairs opposite my desk. Visibly hesitating, she casts a glance down the hallway at Gordo, I presume. When she does a double take, her entire body going stiff, my senses go on high alert. She sucks in a harsh breath and her eyes go wide, all the color draining from her face. If there's a fucking threat in my own goddamn home, I'm damn sure gonna take care of it. I act on instinct, not hesitating. My beer's down and my weapons in my hand as I launch myself over my desk, getting to the door in time to witness Andro come into view. With his gun pointed directly at her, the reason for her reaction falls into place. Andro, Gordo growls from behind my nephew. Put it down. My nephew doesn't give any indication he plans to listen. He's laser focused on his target. Her. She's not to be trusted. I'm telling you, Tio, she's bad news. He advances on her, arm outstretched, bringing his gun barely a foot away from her face. Before I can respond, she swiftly sidesteps him and grips both hands around his wrist, forcing the weapon's aim toward the floor. Rapid-fire bullets hit the baseboards and edge of the tile floor, spraying splinters in the air, forcing me to take a step back. Gordo's shouts mingle with my own above the ringing in my ears from the gunshots. With a determined grunt, Lola shoves her entire body against Andros, propelling him off balance before he slams into the wall. The force has the gun dropping from his grip, and she kicks it away, sending it skidding across the floor toward Gordo. When Andro pulls out a 4-inch blade, dread pulls in my gut. Andro! Frustration and anger bleed through in my shout. God damn it. The last thing I want or need is somebody dying in my fucking house. But I also know this would eliminate my current complication. Lola Arias. Even if she comes out on top, this is an ass-beating that's long overdue for my nephew. That's what has me standing back and watching shit go down. Waiting. The instant he lunges for Lola, she deflects his move by swinging her arm up, the base of her palm colliding with Andro's nose. He curses, reaching one hand up to touch his now bleeding nose. She uses it to her advantage, wrapping her hands around the blade. They wrestle for control of the knife, her grunted words pushed from between gritted teeth. Just let go before you get hurt, you fucking asshole. She's petite, but strong and determined. That's evident in the desperate way she fights back and rams her elbow into his ribs. She's undoubtedly feisty as hell. Andro appears to overpower her with a downward thrust of the knife, but after a flurry of motion, his painful groan sounds in the next moment. Lola launches herself away from him, opening up the view. Fuck. A dazed Andro stares down at his lower abdomen where a streak of blood stains his shirt, growing damper by the second. The knife falls from his limp fingers and bounces off the tile floor. Shit. I shove my gun in its holster as my nephew drops to his knees, his face turning more and more pale. Lola darts a frantic look my way. In the next instant, she drops down beside my nephew. The speed that Andro's shirt is becoming more saturated has Gordo and me collectively sucking in a sharp breath. 'Cause we know knife wounds, and this one's not good. Not good at all. Movements frantic, she tears off her bag, tossing it aside before pulling off her t-shirt to reveal her gray sports bra. When she presses her cotton shirt against Andro's wound, he lets out a pained grunt. She ignores him and barks out orders. We need to get him on a table and clean his wound before I stitch him up. Her head whips around to me and Gordo. Come on, now! And don't jostle him when you carry him to the table. Gordo and I exchange a look like, the fuck? Before I take a menacing step forward. You expect me to believe you're gonna stitch up his fucking stomach? She stares me straight in the eye without any hesitation. Yes, I do. I study her, scouring for any indication she's fucking with me. When I don't find any, I signal for my men to help us move Andro. In a matter of seconds, we haul my nephew down the hall to the large dining room table. Lola shoves the fancy centerpiece out of the way without a second thought, and we ease Andro onto the table. My other men stand by, their hands on their holstered weapons, unsure of what to do. She doesn't hesitate to order them around. I need paper towels, any towels you can find, and a syringe of lidocaine or whatever the hell you have on hand. Living this remote, we keep shit like lidocaine, morphine, and antibiotics on hand for emergencies. But hearing her bark out orders with all the confidence in the world is something else entirely. I need plenty of saline to clean this, or a bottle of goddamn vodka, whatever you find first. Scissors, latex gloves, and tweezers. When they stare at her in disbelief, her frantic tone sharpens. Now! They automatically look at me, and I nod, giving them permission to heed her orders. Get her the medical kit from the front closet. Lola Arias becomes more and more intriguing, it seems. Nowhere in her background did it mention that she had any medical experience. Yet the moment my men provide those requested supplies, she yells for someone to grab her sewing kit from her bag. She pulls on the latex gloves and makes quick work of cutting away Andro's shirt. When she gently touches the area around his wound, he howls in pain and attempts to backhand her, but I catch it in time. You've done enough. My words are muted but filled with an obvious reprimand. He wouldn't be in this situation if he'd kept his cool, if he'd shown that he was a man instead of a punk-ass kid. Body wrought with tension, Lola glances at the open med kit lying beside her before meeting my eyes. He'll need an injection of lidocaine. Don't let this fucking bitch touch me. Her lips flatten with irritation, but her tone is calm when she addresses Andro. Then you better brace yourself for intense pain. His protest is instant. The fuck? No way am I gonna let you. She cuts him off. You need this wound closed to prevent infection from setting in. When he sputters, she continues, talking right over him. I'd suggest you be as numb as possible. She gingerly places her hands along his abdominal area, and a concentrated crease between her brows mars her pretty features. I need better light over this area. So focused on her task, she barely offers a thank you when my men bring over 2 additional lamps. Lola silently cleans the area before prepping Andro for the injection. I need him to remain completely still. She announces this calmly before lifting her gaze to mine. But first, he needs lidocaine before I start suturing. Fuck! Andro groans, his words slightly slurred from the pain. His whining is a goddamn embarrassment. Don't let her do this. She fucking attacked me. Tio, you saw it. I ignore him and command Gordo and 2 of my strongest men to help me restrain him. Once we're in place, my eyes briefly meet Lola's before she draws in a deep breath. She administers the lidocaine with deft movements, and Andro's body relaxes a fraction. Without missing a beat, she grabs the bottles of saline and cleans the entire wound. The painful-looking streak of split flesh along the bottom of his abdomen just above his waistband. Carefully blotting the area with paper towels, she withdraws a small bottle of cayenne pepper from her things. My eyes track her movements as she sprinkles a liberal amount over the wound. I frown, and Gordo meets my eyes with another, "The fuck is she doing?" look. As if hearing our thoughts, Lola mutters without looking up. It stops excessive bleeding and helps the healing process. As an almost afterthought, she adds, and it doesn't contaminate the wound either. A moment later, Her voice stern and commanding, it cuts through the air with authority. Grab me the largest suture needle and thread in that medkit. When she sees what one of my men has pulled from the kit at her request, she stops in her tracks. A severe frown mars her beautiful face. That's the largest one? With her lips pursed at the sight of the suturing needle, she reaches for her sewing kit. Flipping one of the inner flaps back, she withdraws an extremely thin but large hooked needle and a tool I've seen our doc use to assist with suturing. Gordo and I exchange another look, 'cause we both know that needle sure as hell isn't for regular sewing. This one's specifically made for stitching up flesh. With fast precision, she threads the needle and uses the tool to feed the needle through Andro's skin with a sleek swoop. When my nephew howls in protest of their first stitch, "Get this fucking bitch away from me!" and starts thrashing, she grunts before commanding, "Hold him still." With a look of utter concentration, she braces a hand against his hip. Her movements are fluid and confident, her features a mask of fierce concentration. As she feeds the threaded needle through his skin, making one stitch after the next, there's a slight tremble in her left hand that's braced near the wound. Those slim, inked fingers flex randomly. When my nephew's body goes listless, my men start forward, intent on tearing her away from him. Before I can say a word, though, her searing look and words stop him in their tracks. "Don't touch me if you want him to live and not die of infection." Coolly returning her attention to her task, she mutters, "He's unconscious, not dead, you morons." Under her breath, barely audible, she hisses, "If I wanted the asshole dead, would I bother with any of this?" Her left hand remains splayed around the wound, and those tattooed butterflies decorating the top of her hand and their wings extended to her knuckles flex with each twitch of her fingers. It gives the impression they're craving to be involved in the process. Once she's finished and has sprinkled another application of cayenne pepper over the stitched flesh, she secures a bandage over top the wound. Her shoulders slump in what I assume is relief or exhaustion. It's hard to say which. Setting down her needle with more care than I would have anticipated, she releases a long breath. "He'll need to rest and be monitored for any signs of infection, just in case." I study her movements as she removes her gloves like I've seen our doc do countless times before. She's not new to this sort of thing. That much is clear. Gordo murmurs. "Doc's on his way." Our doctor, the one who takes care of our people without any record of shit going down. "Miss Arias." I address the unusually quiet woman across from me. "Gordo'll show you where you can clean up." As if suddenly realizing she's only in her sports bra and leggings, both now stained with blood, she peers down at herself. A little crease forms between her brows. Streaks of red decorate her bare skin above and below her bra, and her hands are discolored as well. She nods, wrapping her arms across her chest, and dutifully follows Gordo down the hall. I signal for my staff to clean up the mess on the dining room table and rest my back against the wall. My focus remains on the blood-stained cloths Lola used as they're being disposed of, while the medical supplies will be properly sterilized. "Don't toss that sewing kit." My words emerge in a short, clipped command, and my staff acknowledges it. When Gordo rejoins me, I mutter under my breath, "The fuck is a house cleaner doing with a sewing kit with needles for stitching up people? Something sure don't seem right." He cast a glance around us before lowering his voice to not be overheard. "She seemed off when I showed her to the bathroom, like she was in a daze." He slides me a look that resembles concern before adding, "Kept staring down at her hands." My sharp gaze cuts to him, and he holds up his palms in surrender, just saying what I saw. He falls quiet for a beat as we stare at the table my staff is making quick work of cleaning. She seemed to know what she was doing. A rumble climbs up my throat. Yeah, she sure as fuck did. I reach up to grip the tense muscles in the back of my neck. Didn't hesitate 1 second. Gordo dips his chin in a curt nod of agreement before I pose the question that's been nagging at me. You think he was really gonna shoot her? Safety was off. And he tried to gut her with that blade. Yeah. Gordo releases a heavy breath. Yeah, he did. He shakes his head. Andro's been getting worse. He had no right to do any of that. It's downright undermining you. I grunt. Kids become a fucking bloody hemorrhoid. My friend lets out a choked laugh. So true, boss. So damn true. A pause lingers. She knew he was gonna kill her, 'cause she fought him hard. He tosses another glance around us before centering his attention on me, his voice more muted. She seemed to know exactly where to apply pressure to get his hand to fold. But it ain't her fault he did that. She was fighting for her life. I scowl at him. You think I don't know that? Just saying. He lifts one massive shoulder in a shrug. Some of the guys might see it the wrong way. I know what he's saying. She's an outsider, and we protect our own at all costs. Which means Lola Arias quite possibly has a fucking target on her back. And in this case, I'm not the one who put it there. Then we'll just have to set him straight. Need you to make it known right now. My tone is firm, and there's no mistaking the flash of surprise on Gordo's face. Yeah? Yeah. A gleam of something enters his gaze, and it doesn't dim at my glare. You invited her into your office. I bristle but remain stoic. And? He raises a brow. You don't invite just anybody in there. I grit my teeth, my tone arctic. What's your point? I don't bother to phrase it as a question. I shouldn't have invited her into my office. The conference room is where I meet with outsiders, with those not on my direct payroll, who I haven't vetted thoroughly. But it felt like the right choice at the time to have Miss Arias enter my office. A better way to set her at ease and get her to confess whatever she might be hiding. What's my point? Oh, nothing. Just curious. He mashes his lips together as if he's suppressing a grin, and fuck if I don't want to backhand it off his damn face. First, you invited her into your office. Now you're telling me to set everybody straight on what happened between her and Andro. He shrugs. You always say we protect our own. This you doing that? I glare at him before turning to head to my office. No. Now fuck off. Of course that asshole's laughter trails after me.
16. Lola. With my hand planted on the edge of the vanity, I peer at my reflection in the enormous mirror mounted on the wall. Strands of hair have fallen loose around my face, likely from wrestling with that bastard before he managed to slice the hell out of himself. Until now, I've been operating almost robotically, on rote memory of sorts. But now that I've scrubbed myself as clean as possible, what just happened edges its way back into my mind. The scene of Andro pointing that gun at me flashes before my eyes. I knew when I witnessed a mixture of fear. Fear because I'm a loose end, just as Santiago said, and hatred etched on his face that he planned to pull that trigger. I'm not sure if his hatred is due to me being a female, or whether his DNA is ingrained with hatred. All I knew for certain was that he planned to kill me. Vivid images fleet through my mind, replaying how I fought him off, of the knife sinking into his flesh, of the relief that followed, only to have guilt rapidly chase at its heels. What kind of person does it make me that I felt relief that he was the one with the knife wound? Because it was either you or him. Straightening, I lift my hands, palms facing up, as I stare down at them. I've successfully done what was needed, and with my non-dominant hand, no less. But it wasn't easy. The entire time, my left hand twitched with a constant longing to join in. Shifting my focus from one of the most painful chapters of my past, I tug out my hair tie. I gather my hair in place and quickly resecure my ponytail. I wish I had a spare shirt to cover myself, but I don't. so I'll have to make do with what I'm wearing. My sports bra used to be gray, but now it's so blood-stained it appears more of a reddish-purple shade. My dark blue leggings venture closer to purple in certain spots where Andro's blood soaked in. As I glance down at myself, a weak, humorless laugh attempts to burst free. Half-dressed, blood-stained clothes, rubber boots. I'm a fucking mess. What I want the most right now is to go home, shower, and decompress. But I can't. Santiago brought me here for some reason. If I've come to know anything about the man, there's no way he'll let me leave without us having the talk. We never got to start. Aside from that, now I wonder if I'll get to leave at all. I just fought off his nephew, and am the reason the asshole practically filleted himself. So there are bound to be repercussions. Dragging in a deep breath, I straighten my shoulders and open the bathroom door, anticipating finding one of Santiago's men lurking nearby. Instead, I find myself going rigid at the person waiting for me. Hello. My greeting comes out hesitant because, out of everything I would have expected to encounter in Santiago Hernandez's compound, it wasn't the presence of a small child. A little girl, who can't be more than 5 or 6 years old, stares up at me with wide brown eyes. A smear of what looks like chocolate decorates her right cheek. Hair the color of midnight falls messily around her face and shoulders in tight ringlet curls. Barefoot and dressed in pink shorts, she wears a purple shirt with a unicorn on the front. She scans me in an almost methodical manner before casually asking, "Did you have to kill somebody?" "No, I had to help someone who was hurt." This poor child's nonchalance is horrifying. Killing people's bad. She blinks. "Unless they deserve it, 'cause they did really bad things." My mouth parts because holy shit. That's decidedly not the response I was expecting from her. "Did that person," she gestures to the blood staining my clothing, "die?" "No." "Is that a bad person's blood?" I hesitate, and she suggests in an unsettlingly calm way, "Was it Andro? 'Cause Daddy's been saying Andro's got shit for brains." Before I can respond, she wrinkles her cute little nose and continues with, "Andro's a jerk. He make fun of me because I don't want to talk." With a barely there pause for a breath, she rushes on with, "Are you a friend of my dad's?" Oh, dear God, please tell me her father isn't who I think it is. "Who's your dad?" Pride infused in her answer. She lifts her chin proudly and declares, "Santiago Hernandez." Oh, fuck. I'm rendered speechless. But thankfully, she doesn't register my lack of response. Of course, Santiago's kid is blasé about killing people. I'm not the least bit surprised. But, wait, is Santiago married? Maybe he's got a woman pregnant. Yes, that's more likely. Men like him don't tend to be monogamous unless it comes to their weapon of choice. "So is it," she surveys my blood-stained clothes once again, "a bad person's blood?" I clear my throat before bending my knees and bringing myself to her eye level. Let's just say that someone made a bad mistake today, and that's why his blood is on me. "My mom did lots of bad things." She holds up a hand and starts ticking off her fingers. "She did drugs, did gross things with smelly guys. She almost let some of them touch me in no places. And then she died 'cause she did too many drugs." That sounds... It takes a concentrated effort to keep the horror from showing on my face. Terrible. She drops her hands at her sides and shrugs as if she's unbothered by it. "I'm better off without her." A smile transforms her face as she tells me proudly, "'Cause of my daddy." I muster a weak smile because I wholly disagree. Wow. That's all I can say. With an earnest expression in place, she reaches for my left hand.
Cool tattoos. I love butterflies. My name's Alma. Wanna see my room?
She tugs me farther into the hallway. Before I can form a response, a woman comes racing toward us. Dressed like the other staff in black slacks and a plain white polo shirt, the woman appears harried, her features creased with worry.
Alma, I've been looking all over for you.
Stray hairs have come loose from the woman's neat bun as she hisses at the child.
You're not supposed to be over here.
The little girl doesn't respond to the woman, but maintains a death grip on my hand. So I attempt to explain. I'm sorry, but I just found her.
Alma.
All three of us freeze in place at the sound of the familiar masculine voice behind me.
I have business to discuss with Miss Arias.
Alma sags a moment before we turn to face him. Then the small girl gives him an innocent, beseeching look.
Nice try.
He squints at her.
Not gonna work.
She tips her head to the side, jutting out her bottom lip, and tugs on my hand. Expression ripe with suspicion, he cuts me a brief glance.
How'd you meet Alma?
She was waiting outside the bathroom when I opened the door. I glance at the little girl. Can you please tell your father that you are standing? I point to the exact area where I discovered her. Right here when I came out of the bathroom? She blinks up at me, remaining silent. Great. Just fucking great.
She doesn't speak.
It takes a moment for Santiago's words to sink in. I frown and face him. What? A muscle in his cheek flexes.
I said she doesn't speak.
But she... My attention veers to Alma, who peers up at me innocently, and my words die on my tongue.
She what?
A steely challenge coats his tone. God, this whole family is supremely fucked up. Never mind. Alma grunts and pulls on my hand again, attempting to lead me down the hall.
Where do you think you're going, young lady?
Santiago's stern tone doesn't do much to deter the girl. She keeps pulling me, and damn, she's strong for such a little thing. His eyes narrow to slits.
You want her to see your room?
At her excited nod, Santiago appears to wage an internal war, his hesitation visible. His gaze scores over me as if he's searching for an indication I've put this little girl up to this. Finally, he scrubs a hand down his face.
Fine. Do it now. But,
he flashes her a warning look,
no more than 5 minutes.
He peers past us at the other woman.
I expect you to keep better tabs on her.
Yes, sir, comes the woman's rapid reply. Now that she's been granted Santiago's permission, Alma nearly jerks my arm out of its socket, dragging me farther down the hall. She leads me to where it finally intersects with another long hallway, rushes to the right, and stops at the first door on the left. Hovering at the doorway, she points at my boots. I glance down at them. You need me to take them off? She nods. Okay, then. I slide them off, leaving me in my socked feet. It's probably the only part of me that's not splattered in blood. When she leads me inside her room, the other woman lingers in the doorway with an odd expression pasted on her face. If I didn't know any better, I would think it was shock. Regardless, I have no doubt she'll report everything said and done back to Santiago. Alma lets go of my hand and marches over to the door before slamming it closed in the woman's face. I blink in surprise, but the little girl seems unbothered when she reaches my side once again. Leading me around the pristine room, she proudly points everything out. Small and raspy, her voice is muted as she offers descriptions.
That's my bed. It's a princess bed. Isn't it beautiful? And that's my favorite unicorn blanket. That's where I put all my clothes that need to be folded, except I hate folding clothes, so I put some of them on hangers. That's my special carpet with the big butterfly in the center. See? My name's on it, too. Look at the colors in my room. It matches your butterfly's colors. Blue morphos are my favorite, too.
I watch her closely, wondering what Santiago meant when he said, "She doesn't speak," because clearly she does.
Look at my dollhouse. Isn't it amazing? Daddy said I should have only the best since I never had any dolls or a dollhouse.
Really? I can't hide the doubt in my tone, but thankfully she doesn't pick up on it. I can't imagine Santiago doing much of anything kind or sweet for anyone, let alone a small child. When she leads me to a shelf displaying some framed photos, I lean in for a closer look. In one, she poses beside Santiago.
That's from my birthday.
She scratches the side of her cheek, removing part of the chocolate stain.
It was the best birthday of my life.
When she turns toward me, her smile radiates palpable enthusiasm.
When's your birthday?
In June. Once the words spill out, I wish I could take them back. Anxiety and self-directed fury coil tightly in my stomach, and I rush to change the subject. When I notice a large crate filled with defiled teddy bears, I slide her a questioning glance. What's all this? A few bears have their heads ripped off, and some had their stuffing removed, while the majority are missing eyes and noses altogether. A sour expression washes over her adorable face.
Those are the stupid teddy bears Kana gives me.
She sticks out her tongue at the crate.
I hate him because I hate her. She only gives them to me because she likes my daddy.
Kana. I cycle the name through my mind until it dawns on me. Kana was mentioned in the conversation between Nando and Santiago at my house the other day. Evidently, she's no stranger to spreading her legs for them. A fiery surge of something foreign licks through my veins, and if I didn't know better, I'd say it was jealousy. But that's ridiculous because I can't stand Santiago. It's more likely to be a sensation of utter disgust that she's trying to use this sweet little girl to get closer to Santiago. When the bedroom door swings open to reveal the man himself, it spawns a tense, dark cloud over us. That cloud turns more severe, with his commanding voice. "Time's up, Miss Arias." Alma scowls in protest, but all he says is, "Alma." His expression speaks volumes, those eyes filled with warning, and the poor girl's shoulders sag with disappointment. Compelled to smooth over the letdown she's experiencing, I bend my knees to meet her gaze. "Thank you for showing me your room. You were right." I extend my left arm. "My butterfly's colors match your room perfectly." Her entire face brightens a moment before she throws her arms around me, almost sending me off balance as she hugs me tightly. I slide a cautious glance at Santiago, who remains in the doorway as I return the girl's hug. My eyes inadvertently fall closed, and an old yearning attempts to eke past my locked defenses. Once upon a time, I imagined having a family of my own, of having a daughter or son. But that dream was assassinated with all the others I once had. Alma's whisper in my ear is barely audible, and I strain to hear her.
"Come back again and we can play, okay?"
A tiny knot forms in my throat, and all I can offer is a hoarse, "Okay." How is it possible that this little girl has lived through such a traumatic time and still came out so loving and sweet? "Miss Arias." Santiago beckons me once again, and I drop my arms from Alma and straighten. Alma eases back, her hands at her sides. A tiny crease forms between her brows as she studies me, before she runs over to one of the shelves she has with little butterfly figurines on display. Rushing back to me, she thrusts a blue one into my hand and curls my fingers over it. My protest is immediate. "Oh, no, I can't take this. It's yours." With a furtive glance at the two adults at the door, she points at the butterfly in my hand and then to my chest, as if to say, It's yours now. The stubborn finality in her eyes has me offering a sincere thank you, before bending my knees to reach beneath my right sock. I unclasp the small anklet and hold it up between us. I'd like you to have this. It has tiny blue morphos on it too. Do you see it? Expression gleaming with wonder at the miniature charms on the chain, she nods. It should fit you perfectly if we double it. She extends her right wrist to me, and I carefully loop it around twice before securing the clasp. She stares down at it, as if I've given her the greatest gift in the world, instead of a little bracelet. I'm caught off guard when she leans in and plants a kiss on my cheek. Then she runs off to the far end of her room where her enormous dollhouse sits. The nanny enters but doesn't approach Alma. Instead, she tidies up a few books on the shelf. "Now, Miss Arias," Santiago commands, his tone frostier than ever. "Follow me." I avoid his gaze and straighten, not caring to witness his look of disapproval. It's not like I did anything wrong. I didn't seek out the girl and certainly didn't try to manipulate her in any way. Once I draw near the threshold, he moves back and gestures for me to step into the hallway. I grab my boots and follow him in my socked feet. Our short walk is wordless as he leads me to his office, and he closes the door this time, leaving us ensconced in silence. Carefully placing my boots at the foot of the chair, I lower myself into it, while he takes the large leather one behind his desk. The leather creaks when he shifts forward to rest his elbows on the expansive desk. Steepling his fingers, he surveys me critically. "You have any experience with children?" His random question makes me frown in confusion. I'm a cleaner, so no, definitely not. His eyes rake over my features as though he's searching for any shred of dishonesty. Reaching for the computer keyboard off to one side of a flat-screen monitor, his fingers fly over the keys before he turns the monitor my way. Another larger flat-screen monitor is mounted along the wall closest to his desk, depicting video surveillance in and around this entire place. My confusion grows as I observe what appears to be live video footage from his daughter's bedroom. The nanny attempts to engage Alma in both play and conversation, but the girl remains silent, not responding to the woman. I cast a cautious glance his way. I'm not sure what you're trying to show me. A deep, cavernous crease forms between his brows. He leans back in his seat, his attention resting solely on me. I'm showing you what usually happens with my daughter. He shoves up from his chair and folds his arms across his chest. She hasn't spoken to anybody for 2 years. What? Stunned, I whip my head around, gaping at the live feed. Disbelief courses through me that the little girl who chatted with me, or at me, non-stop, is the same one he's describing. You heard me, Miss Arias. Features reeking of suspicion, his tone is arctic as he splays his hands on his desk and leans forward. I want to know exactly what you did and said to her. My anger crests, and I dart up from my chair, my voice rising incrementally. I didn't do a damn thing but open that bathroom door and find your daughter waiting there. I slam my palms down on his desk and lean toward him, mimicking his pose. If you're so upset that she spoke to me, maybe you should hire someone who will not only keep up with her better, but also have some sort of connection with her. My words reverberate between us as our glares hold. With eerie languidness, he leans in and brings our faces even closer. The air thickens with an odd tension and heat, and I fight against the unsettling urge to move closer. That sounds like an interesting proposition. I tip my head at his confusing response. What are you talking about? I didn't propose anything. Close enough. His granite-hard expression belies the calm smoothness of his tone. I need somebody who can connect with my daughter, and for some unknown fucking reason, she took to you. I ease back, unwilling to break eye contact, because he's watching me similar to how a hungry lion might regard a lone gazelle. Adopting a bright smile, I announce cheerily, I already have a job, but I appreciate the offer. His jaw goes tight. Evidently, he doesn't appreciate hearing a refusal. It's not up for negotiation, Miss Arias. One corner of his mouth tips upward, as though he thinks fucking with my life is hilarious. And now you'll have 2 jobs. I already have 1 job. I don't bother to disguise the animosity in my tone. I don't need 2. His expression turns granite hard. Ice-cold prickles of unease dance along my skin as he circles the desk. A thick, intimidating air clings to him as he prowls closer, and my throat threatens to swell closed from fear. Too fucking bad. He draws to a stop in front of me, and I already talked to Aaron. Told him you'd be working solo from now on. What? I gape at him incredulously. How dare you fuck with my life? His hand darts out faster than I can react, grasping my ponytail in his fist. In his other hand, he holds a gun beneath my chin. Our eyes war, mine spewing so much hatred and wishes for his demise. It's a wonder he doesn't shrivel up on the spot. You're lucky you're still breathing, and that's all thanks to me. Sharp eyes drill into mine, his lips pressing thin. Yet you haven't once shown any gratitude. I grit my teeth so hard my molars ache, barely pushing the words out. Probably because you keep sticking a gun in my damn face. His gaze grows squinty, darkening with annoyance, and the muzzle of the gun digs into the tender area beneath my chin. You've got a lot of fucking balls to say that kind of shit to me. The final thread barely holding my patience intact snaps. You know what? Go ahead. I faced death before and managed to survive. So if you're that intent on killing me, just do it. Fuck him for taunting me like this. To continue dangling that thread over me. Anguish that still manages to edge its way in after all this time has my eyes burning with unshed tears. Wrapping my hands around his grip on the gun, I jab it deeper into my flesh. My voice is hoarse with anger and resentment. Just do it, you bastard! I pinch my eyes closed, willing him to pull that trigger quickly. Memories flash in my mind from my previous life, when every day was filled with threats. Every single moment was tainted by the knowledge that it could be my last. That one more broken bone, one more brutal hit, could mean the end. And at one point, I yearned for that final lethal blow. I thought the universe had finally taken pity on me. But perhaps this has all been a cruel joke, a ploy to make me complacent, to make me feel like I escaped and was granted a second chance. Ice drips from his every syllable. Open your goddamn eyes. Bracing myself for the inevitable, I pry them open, my gaze colliding with his hard, unyielding stare. His expression is impenetrable. Better look at me when I pull this trigger. Our eyes hold for a long beat, my shallow breaths echoing in the room. His arctic gaze bores into me as if attempting to penetrate through to decipher my thoughts. When he finally speaks, his voice is low and deceptively subdued. You're ready to die, huh? I don't bother to answer him. Instead, I internally beg for this to be over quickly. I send up a silent prayer to whatever higher being there might be to ease Sabrina's sadness once she hears the news. She's become my one friend in this life, and I'm grateful for the brief time I've had with her. From beneath my hold on him, Santiago's finger twitches on the trigger, and I mash my lips together to suppress any sound. I refuse to give him the pleasure or satisfaction of hearing me whimper in fear. I fucking refuse. Midnight black eyes stare back at me, while a muscle in his cheek flexes wildly. In the span of a heartbeat, I'm shoved back with enough force that I lose my balance and slam one hip against the edge of his desk. Pain blooms in that area, but I barely register the sensation. I'm too busy wondering what happened and why he changed his mind. He slides his gun into the holster at his back, never tearing his eyes off me. When his gaze drops briefly to my side, I realize I'm absently rubbing the sore spot on my hip. I immediately stop. His fingers flex, then curl into fists at his sides, as if he's battling internal conflict over his decision not to kill me. Listen closely, Miss Arias. When you're not working, you're gonna be tending to Alma, since she seems to like you far more than the nanny. This way, you'll be close, where I can keep track of you. His jaw tenses, his gaze turning so Arctic goosebumps rise over my skin. But don't for a second think you're not gonna be watched at all times while you're with her. One step out of line, one mistake with Alma, and I won't hesitate to end you. I purposely ignore his threats as I protest. But I don't know anything about children. Those dark brows lift a fraction. Just like you're a cleaner and don't know anything about stitching up a knife wound? Shit. At my silence, a faint, satisfied smirk tugs at his mouth. That's what I thought. He glances at the watch on his wrist. I've got to go. But Luis will show you where you'll be staying. I sputter. But I have a home, and all my things are there, and they'll be delivered here. He stalks toward the door and pulls it open. Gordo stands there, prepared to do his evil master's bidding. Get Miss Arias' shit sent here. I'm left dumbfounded when Santiago breezes out the door before he abruptly spins back around. His intense study of me is unnerving, while he delivers another threat. Don't make me regret not pulling that trigger. He and Gordo stride off, with feet that feel as though they're trapped in wet concrete. I forcibly move toward the door and cautiously peek down the hall, in the direction Santiago and Gordo disappeared in. What the fuck just happened? With Gordo at his side, Santiago stands at the end of the hallway, speaking quietly with a younger man who listens intently. As if sensing my perusal, they glance my way. I attempt a casual stance and lean my hip against the doorway, only to wince and immediately straighten. I forgot about that tender spot where a bruise has likely taken up residence after catching the desk's edge. Santiago turns and takes 2 steps, then spins back around and mutters something else to the man. The man nods and glances my way, yet again. Evidently confident his bidding will be carried out, Santiago strolls away with Gordo following him, his large form mostly blocking Santiago from view as they exit. The other man, Luis, I suppose, approaches where I linger at the doorway. I would guess he's in his early 30s, but is in physically impeccable condition. His massive biceps stretch the black polo he's wearing, while his black slacks mold to his tree trunk-like thighs. Wariness mingles with distrust in his features. Boss said to show you to your room. Right. With a resigned sigh, I glance down at myself. I don't suppose there's a chance this room will have any extra women's clothing, will it? I'll see what I can do. His reply is so curt it almost sounds robotic, and I bite back a snarky response. If I have to play nice so I can get out of these clothes that have that asshole's blood soaked into them, then so be it. Thank you. Surprise flickers in his eyes at my words, but he just tips his head in the opposite direction Santiago went in. Come with me.
17. Santiago. With all due respect, Gordo starts, and I know exactly what he's about to say before he says it. What the fuck are you doing with her? If it were anybody else questioning me, They'd already have some loose teeth and be gasping from a throat punch, at the very least. Gordo and I go way back, which is the only reason I'm giving him so much leniency. He mans the wheel with just the two of us in the SUV as we head down the highway. If I hadn't already planned this, to double-check on operations just over the border, I would have stuck around at the house. I would have shown Miss Arias where she'd be sleeping from now on and gone over all the rules. As it is, I know Luis will get the job done. He's not one to be swayed by any woman, no matter how ballsy or beautiful. He's been with me for quite a while, so I'm privy to his weaknesses. Hell, for that matter, I'm aware of all my men's weaknesses. If I have somebody working for me, I need to know their risk profile. My men, the ones who've been with me the longest, have the lowest risk profile. With good reason. Gordo continues, unmistakable impatience threaded in his voice. Look, I don't make it a habit of questioning your judgment. Then don't, comes my sharp reply. But, of course, he keeps going. But we both know she saw Andro shoot Rafa. She's got Nando sniffing around her, and she disappears to go walking through the fucking jungle at night. He tosses me a glance, his expression filled with disbelief. We know plenty of grown men who wouldn't set foot in the jungle once the sun sets. He's not wrong, on any of it, especially the latter. Growing up in these parts, there's a certain sense of respect for nature. We know there are great risks if we go stomping through the nighttime jungle. Wariness takes hold, and I grind my hands against my eyes. Jesus Christ, Gordo. See why I don't want a goddamn wife? An exasperated breath falls out of me, and I drop my hands from my eyes. I get enough shit from you alone. All he does is grunt, and I know he's waiting for me to address what he just said. I shift in my seat, my voice muted. I can't put my finger on it, but something's telling me I need her alive. A pause hangs between us. And after today, I sure as shit could use her. Gordo's voice is low, cautious. She really got Alma to talk? A simultaneous lance of pain and amazement courses through me. Yeah, can't wrap my mind around it either. My girl chose to speak today, and she chose to talk to this particular fucking woman. I watched the footage of their interaction in Alma's room, and it was a good thing I was sitting down for it. My girl hasn't said one goddamn word in years, but one look at Lola fucking Arias, and words just start pouring out of her. What is it about this woman? What is it about her that's not only intrigued the fuck out of me, but managed to draw my daughter from her self-imposed silence? I don't know what the hell it is, but I'm prepared to keep her underfoot until I figure out all the damn mysteries wrapped around that woman. Every last one of them.
18. Lola. So this is my new prison, I mutter under my breath as I set my boots down at the foot of the bed. Super. The room isn't bad. In fact, it's gorgeous, with teak floors and far larger than my entire casita. The adjoining bathroom is a dream, with an enormous shower on one side. It also has an oversized bathtub overlooking the dense jungle. I begrudge how much I yearn to try it out. I shouldn't want to indulge in anything this murderer provides me. Not one iota. Spinning around, I march back into the bedroom, where Luis waits. Your belongings are on their way here. He pauses, and boss said to get you an ice pack. I stop short. What? An ice pack. At my frown, he speaks slowly like he thinks I'm an idiot. Boss said you hurt yourself in his office. I blink in confusion. He must be referring to my hip, but why the hell would Santiago care? Before I can ponder this more, my stomach grumbles and my hands fly to cover it. Luis's focus drops to my bare midsection, a slight crease forming between his brows. I'll have the cook send you something to eat. Actually, I hedge. Can you show me where the kitchen is? I have some
food sensitivities, so it's easier for me to pinpoint what I can actually have. He visibly hesitates, squinting at me as if attempting to scan my brain for any suspicious intent. After a moment, his mouth flattens and he jerks his head toward the door, silently indicating for me to follow. He leads me on a maze-like journey to a kitchen that's like something out of a magazine. Luis glances at his watch.
Cook's on break right now.
I venture toward the enormous refrigerator. That's not a problem. I can whip something up really quick. When I pull open one heavy door, I'm faced with an abundance of options. My mouth drops open when my eyes land on jars of ghee and tallow, as well as packaged meat and chicken from the nearby free-range grass-fed farm. As I scan over the other shelves' contents, my excitement grows by the second. I start feeling my arms with the necessary ingredients before casting a glance over my shoulder. The same imposing man, Luis, waits with his arms crossed impatiently. I tend to be unable to cook for only one person, so there's always extra. Are you hungry? When he squints at me with a healthy dose of wariness, I roll my eyes and withdraw the remaining items. Never mind, I mutter. If I'm going to be stuck here, I might as well make sure I'm fed to my standards.
19. Santiago. By the time Gordo and I stride into the house, I'm well past the pissed-off stage. Fucking Hidalgo tried to screw with my newest contact. Luckily, we were a step ahead of him, but he's pissing me the hell off, which means my temper is beyond frayed. It gets even worse. Miguel and Diego's absence from the front end of the house is noticeable. When Luis isn't standing watch outside Miss Arias's bedroom, my fingers clench and unclench, longing to beat the shit out of somebody, or multiple somebodies. The subtle laughter and din of conversation carrying out from the kitchen makes my spine stiffen, and I grip my teeth so hard they begin to ache. When we near the doorway to the kitchen, the voices grow stronger, and there's no mistaking the familiar feminine one chatting easily with the other males. My cook, Javier, who never so much as smirks, is now drying dishes with a wide smile on his face as he listens to their conversation. He held a gun on you that many times? Miguel lets out a low whistle, shaking his head. Damn, I don't know anybody who's gotten lucky enough not to have him pulling the trigger the first time. Fucking Miguel, Diego, and Luis, 3 of my toughest men, who've never been swayed by a woman before, crowd around the kitchen island on bar stools where Lola sits. With her bare feet resting on one of the bar stool's rungs, her lips are curved in a proud smile. The playful glint in her eyes draws a strange sort of possessiveness from me. Then again, it worked in our favor, 'cause these gotta be the best chicken nachos I've ever had. This comes from Luis before he shovels in another mouthful. Same. Miguel groans as he pats his flat stomach. You gotta tell us your secret, 'cause that chicken was so fucking He breaks off when Diego nudges him, flashing him a sharp look. Miguel offers Lola an apologetic look before rephrasing. So damn tender and moist. Jesus Christ. Since when do my men censor their language? Diego nods. I can't figure out what herbs you used with it, but it's a perfect mix. A faint flush spreads across Lola's cheeks at his praise as Gordo and I look on in disbelief. Am I fucking paying you to sit on your asses and eat? At my question, the 3 men straighten so abruptly that the bar stools screech against the floor in protest. Their apologies come rapid fire. Sorry, boss. So sorry, boss. Miguel says this around a mouthful of food, and it only pisses me off more. Luis thinks quick on his feet, but it's all a bunch of bullshit, and we both know it. Sorry, boss. We were just watching over Miss Arias, making sure she, didn't venture somewhere she wasn't supposed to. I ignore the way Lola's entire demeanor has dimmed. Instead, I give a simple command. Get out. The 3 of them toss their napkins on their plates but hesitate to leave, casting longing glances back at their unfinished food. My vision turns red, and Gordo saves me by piping up. Get the fuck out now while you can still use your legs. They scramble out of the kitchen. When my glare lands on Javier, who's drying dishes, he's quick to set the towel and plate down before scrambling to exit. Gordo shakes his head before following in our cook's wake, leaving me and Lola alone. There's no denying the aroma filling the kitchen is delicious. I ignore it, though, in favor of locking eyes with the woman now glaring at me. You could have let them finish their food before chasing them off. A harsh sound rumbles up my throat. You think I'm running a social circle or something? I circle the large island, noting her body stiffening as I draw closer. My men have a job to do, and it isn't to screw around in my goddamn kitchen with you. She stares daggers at me, so I step farther into her space, crowding her. My gaze lands on her mouth and travels down her body. I wonder if she realizes how her nipples tighten beneath her sports bra when I stop in front of her. Her chest rises and falls with shallow breaths as she tips her head back to maintain my gaze. And you, sure as shit, shouldn't be parading around my fucking house, half-dressed and flirting with my men. Her scowl deepens, her nostrils flaring. I wasn't flirting with anyone, you asshole. Sure about that? I raise my hand and graze the front of her sports bra with the back of my knuckles, dragging it over one of her nipples. Her lips part, and her pupils dilate, telling me she's not so immune to me after all. Her nipples press against the fabric like they're begging for my touch. And damn if I'm not tempted. Tempted to yank down those straps and see 'em for myself. Sure seems like there's a part of you that wants my attention. Her breath catches in her throat, her entire frame freezing in place. She grits her teeth. Just because my body reacts to something doesn't mean I want attention or that I'm flirting. She lifts her chin, her glare boring into me. Is this another one of your threats? She sneers. You think by touching me, you'll intimidate me? Maybe it's a test to see if you've got what it takes to keep your mouth shut. Holding her eyes, I move to her other nipple, this time dragging my knuckle even slower. Fuck if I don't get hard at the way it catches on the hard tip. A mixture of confusion and heat crosses her features before her petite hand molds over my cock. I go still, raising a brow at her. The hell you doing? Our gazes hold, both of us stubborn as fuck and unwilling to back down. This woman's filled with a mass of contradictions. 1 minute, she exudes nothing but sweetness with Alma, and the next, she's challenging me like her life's not hanging in the balance. Defiance gleams in her pretty eyes while her taunt holds a touch of huskiness. I'm playing your game, checking to see if you can be trusted to keep your mouth shut, to see if you'll refrain from bragging about touching me. A fake smile stretches her lips. Because I certainly don't trust a man with a tiny ponytail. With a cool smirk, my voice is low and filled with challenge. You should know that my ponytail's the only thing I've got that's tiny. Irritation flashes in her eyes, but her response is to slowly stroke me. I glance down at my cock pressing against my black pants like it's threatening to bust free at any second. Those inked butterflies trailing down her arm and along her hand flicker with each subtle movement, and I don't make any move to stop her. Instead, I concentrate on rasping the pad of my thumb over her nipple. Her lips part a split second before she mashes her mouth shut, but it's too late. I know she's not immune to my touch. When I raise my other hand slowly, daring her to stop me, she doesn't. Our gazes remain locked as I tug the bottom elastic of her sports bra up to reveal her breasts. Fuck me. Whatever I might have imagined pales in comparison to reality. She's real. None of that fake silicone shit. And her nipples taunt me. Dark pink and begging for my mouth. A strangled sound erupts from her when I sweep my thumb over the stiff flesh. My words sound guttural to my own ears. Jesus, you're fucking sweet. For once, I don't think. I just lift her by her waist and set her on the cleared portion of the island. Before she can respond, I'm between her spread thighs and lowering my mouth to her bare tit. When I latch my lips around her nipple, she sucks in a sharp breath. I murmur against her. You gonna spill all sorts of secrets if I keep this up? I bat at her nipple with my tongue and revel in how she grasps at my biceps and arches into my touch. If I didn't know better, I'd say you like it when I do this. Not at all, she says on an exhale. In fact, I hate it. A startled grunt of a laugh escapes me, and I give her nipple a hard suck before releasing it abruptly. Don't sound too convincing to me. I raise my head, locking eyes with her. Damn if she doesn't intrigue the fuck out of me more and more. My attention settles on her left breast, my eyes sweeping over her gorgeous skin covered in ink. The wings of those blue butterflies mold along the outer curve of her perfect tit, bordering her areola. I lower my head to press a kiss to the tight peak of her nipple. Want me to stop? Absolutely. I almost laugh out loud this time. Something I never do. She probably doesn't realize her hand is back on my dick, and she's stroking me through my pants again. Fuck if I got the will to stop her. I wet a path around her dark areola with my tongue and murmur. Before you stop, just want to offer you a little something to hold on to. I unfasten my pants and shove them and my boxer briefs down far enough to guide her hand to grip my bare cock. A jolt shudders through me at her touch, wariness immediately chasing it. 'Cause I don't get like this with any woman touching my dick. It's all for an end purpose. But with Lola, goddamn if I'm not leaking at the tip already, jonesing for her to do more than leisurely stroke me like she is, wishing she'd jerk me off real good and firm. The fuck am I doing? Why am I drawn toward this woman? Before I can pull back and get my head on straight, her fingers tighten around my shaft and a groan climbs up my throat. Instantly, all thoughts of stopping are banished. Her words hold a feisty edge when she says, "Before we stop, maybe we should get this test out of the way." One little finger brushes the underside of my dick, dusting over my tight sack. Think so. I flick my tongue against her nipple, and she arches into my touch. Her hand glides up and down my cock in thorough strokes. Yeah. Her single breathless response spurs me on. I suck on her nipples, intent on making sure they stay wet and hard. I give her leggings a rough yank, making her shift on the island to let me tug them to her ankles. Nearly ripping them off her legs, I have to move my dick out of her reach, and she lets out a whimpered protest that has my balls drawing up even tighter. The sight of her sitting on my kitchen island in her tiny pair of black cotton panties has my cock jerking, 'cause that damn spot at the front tells me all I need to know. Returning between her spread thighs, I don't hesitate in sliding my fingers beneath the edge of her panties. The moment my fingertips graze over her wet pussy, my cock leaks even more. She lets out a little moan before her hand finds my dick once again, and she smooths her thumb over the pre-cum gathering at the tip. My forehead drops against hers, my breath turning harsh when I dip one finger inside her. Holy fuck, I grit out. She's so snug around my finger, snug and wet and so damn hot. That doesn't mean anything. Her jaw tightens. None of this does. I ignore her and glide my finger in and out of her. While my other hand toys with her nipple, I add another finger inside her pussy and can't resist taunting her. Still wanna stop? Definitely. With her forehead still against mine, she's soaking my fingers. I'm impatient as fuck for her to come all over them. When she tacks on, You should stop right away. In a breathless voice that bellies her words, satisfaction strums through my veins. Yeah? My voice shouldn't sound so rough with lust. That's not like me. It's got to be a fluke, just like when her tongue darts out to wet her lips. It gives me the urge to taste them. Give me a minute and I'll stop. Her hand works me so good, my eyes threaten to roll back in my head. But that mouth of hers, with those parted lips, makes me want shit I have no business wanting. When her nipples tighten even more and her breathing goes jagged, I know she's close. Instead of using my fucking brain, I operate on my baser instincts and capture her mouth with mine. She hesitates a split second before letting my tongue dive inside. God damn, does she taste good. It almost makes me wonder if this is what I've been missing out on by not kissing the women I fuck. Something tells me it's only this particular woman with an addictive mouth. It pisses me the hell off, but I can't be bothered enough to care right now. I cradle the back of her head, steering her so I can control the kiss, going deeper while I fuck her with my fingers. I hook 'em, finding that spot guaranteed to make her cream all over me, and she doesn't disappoint. My mouth muffles her little sounds as I work her through her orgasm. Her pussy clutches my fingers so tight, she damn near cuts off my circulation. Once she comes down from her high, I withdraw my fingers from her and slide one into my mouth. She watches me with heavy-lidded eyes and parted lips as I suck her juices off my finger. Then I use the other that's still coated in her cream and paint it over my cock. Her attention is riveted to the shiny path along my dick, and her breath catches. When I close my hand around hers, guiding her to stroke me, to use her cum as lube, she doesn't hesitate. In fact, she uses her other hand to tease my balls and toy with the sensitive spot at the base. Her touch alone has need pulsing through me. I press my cock against her hand, urging her on. Our kiss turns messy, morphing into heavy breathing in between wet kisses and tongue strokes. Fuck, 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 I pant against her mouth. Gonna get you messy in a minute. You ready for that? But she doesn't respond with anything aside from increasing the pace. Planting my hands on either side of her, I brace myself, 'cause my knees threaten to give out on me. I let her work my cock like a dream as she sends me over the edge. My vision turns spotty while I spill all over her hand and wrist, splattering her bare stomach. Our harsh breaths echo in the quiet kitchen, our damp foreheads resting against one another. Jesus Christ. Something's fucking wrong with me, 'cause my dick's still amped up and wanting to get inside her. The way she came for me, the way her pussy strangled my fingers. Fuck. I register the changes in her body in short increments. Her body stiffens, and she releases my cock before edging away from me. So? Eyes averted, her voice is muted as she rips off paper towels from the nearby dispenser and cleans herself. Think I passed your test? Her quiet words, spoken without an ounce of emotion, act like somebody's just pistol-whipped me. Son of a bitch. My answer is forced from between gritted teeth. For now. I straighten, methodically tucking myself back into my boxer briefs. While I fasten my pants, she jerks her sports bra down roughly, her chin lifting an obstinate notch. Think I passed your test? Her question taunts the fuck out of me, her cool expression at odds with her appearance. 'Cause she's sitting here, with black panties that have an even bigger damp spot on the front. Her ponytail's a mess from me, and there's a flush along her chest, those nipples still alert and begging for more. But she's doing me a favor by shutting this shit down. We've got no goddamn business screwing around like this. She's a colossal liability, and the last thing I need or want is to have my dick in a twist over someone like her. Without taking my eyes off her, I slowly reach down and grab her leggings and toss them to her. Her steely glare remains pinned on me while she tugs them back on. I retreat 2 steps and scrub a hand down my face. The fuck have I done?
20. Lola. What the hell have I done? Have I learned nothing from my past? To not get involved with assholes who think they own everyone and everything around them? Am I so starved for a man's touch that I lose my mind when the worst kind of one touches me? Self-recrimination floods me, and I'm tempted to slam my head against this stone countertop until I rediscover my common sense. I slide off the island and lock my still-quivering knees, waiting for the fluttering in my stomach to subside. Redoing my ponytail, I clear my throat and dart a glance at the man I had no business touching, let alone permitting him to touch me the way he did. There's a dangerously potent force between us, like some sort of magnetic pull that's drawn me to him, inciting a carnal need to touch him and have him touch me in return. What the hell is wrong with me? Sure, a part of me was just being obstinate at first, wanting to throw him off kilter like he's constantly trying to do to me, to see if I could beat him at his own game. But then it shifted. It turned into something far more dangerous. The weight of his scrutinizing stare is unnerving. I steel my spine and force a nonchalant tone. I think we can both agree that was a mistake. Edging away from him, I toss the sodden paper towels in the trash before stacking the plates the guys left behind, and that it won't happen again. Strong fingers cinch my upper arm when I turn to bring the plates to the sink, drawing me to a stop. I don't dare look at him, though. I'm still far too off balance. Even now, my mind races with the knowledge that he's touching me with the same fingers he had inside me. Those thick fingers made me orgasm harder than I have in what might very well be forever. Stop it! A beat of silence hangs between us before he speaks in a low, gravelly tone. Just so you know, it doesn't change shit between us, just 'cause I finger-fucked your... I cut him off with my nonchalant agreement. I agree, it changes nothing. How can you believe that? I quell the tiny disloyal voice in the recesses of my mind as I liberate myself from his hold. I march to the sink and set the dishes inside. His deep voice is cool, detached. Got an early day tomorrow, so you better get unpacked and rest up. I brace my hands on the edge of the sink, waiting for him to finish and leave me alone. Remember, after you're done cleaning for Aron, you'll be back here taking care of Alma. Fucking great. It's not that I don't like his daughter. She's adorable. But it's the fact that I've been forced into it. For how long? For as long as I say so, Miss Arias. I stare down at the stainless steel sink. I don't suppose I'll get paid for that, will I? His only response to that is a low, derisive grunt. I release a heavy breath. I'm not qualified to be a nanny. My quiet admission hovers between us before he responds with his own. Listen closely, Miss Arias, 'cause I'm only gonna say it once. I don't turn but remain standing at the sink as my spine feels as though it's infused with steel. The steely undertone in his words is unmistakable. You're my liability, and you'll do as I say. If I say you're qualified enough to be with my daughter, then so be it. His footsteps retreat, growing more distant as he leaves. Although I'm left alone in the expansive kitchen, the space feels as though it's shrunk exponentially, to a suffocating extent. The freedom I fought so hard for has vanished in the blink of an eye. All because I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Heaving out a sigh, I push away from the sink and survey my surroundings as I scramble to regain my mental footing. I can do this. I'll get through it. God knows I've been through worse and survived. It takes me a moment to realize I've been massaging my left hand. Dropping my hands at my sides, I straighten my shoulders and lift my chin. Fuck Santiago Hernandez. He'll discover I'm not easily manipulated. He'll see that I'm tougher than he thinks. What he doesn't know, what he'll never know, is I didn't gain that toughness by choice. It was never by choice. It was because it was the only way to survive.
21. Santiago. I mentally brace myself as I sink into my desk chair, my attention fixed on the monitor's feed, specifically on Lola's room. Freshly showered, her hair hangs in a damp curtain fallen past her shoulders. It contrasts with the white robe she's wrapped herself in, and I wonder if she's completely bare beneath it, if she has on a pair of those barely there panties like the ones she wore earlier. Fuck. Stay on track. She's currently taking out her frustration on her clothes, arranging them in each dresser drawer how she prefers. Slamming the last drawer closed, she flings herself back on the bed, arms and legs sprawled in a childlike fashion. Her robe rides higher, revealing more of her toned thighs. I adjust the volume in time to hear her muttering to herself. What the hell was I doing? Letting a freaking narco kiss me like that? She covers her face with her hands with a groan, and damn if a part of me doesn't find it adorable. I smother the smile that tries to form on my face with my hand and exhale slowly. Get your shit together, asshole. And jerking him off. Beneath her covered face, her muffled words emerge, followed by another pained groan. Why? Why? A sudden vibrating sound on her bedside table has her snapping upright. I lean toward the monitor, watching as she grabs her cell phone and answers it with a, "Hey." I'm torn between whether to continue listening to the one-sided conversation or tapping into it on my computer. Our tech guy took care of installing the tracking software on her cell, and when she says, "I'm fine, Sabrina, I promise," I relax a fraction. But still, it could be a cover. She could be talking to the fucking cop. The thought of her commiserating with Nando makes me feel antsy as fuck to punch something. I stretch my neck from side to side, trying to shove that feeling aside and concentrate on her conversation. A feminine voice rises on the other end, confirming it's Sabrina, but I'm unable to hear what she says to Lola. Whatever it is, it has Lola closing her eyes with a wince. I just need you to trust me. Please. I promise. I can handle myself. Curiosity has my fingers flying over my keyboard to pull up the audio of her call. Sabrina's quiet for a moment. Do you even know what that man's done? Sabrina, just listen for a minute, okay? Her friend interrupts, her tone panicked. He's like the complete opposite of a good guy. Everybody's heard of Santiago Hernandez. And I know you, Lola. Her voice softens. You're not the kind of woman who wants to get with a bad boy. Sabrina continues in a rush. If you need help, just say so. I'm sure we can get Nando to help, because God knows he's crazy about you. No. Lola's shoulders slump, and her voice loses most of its tension. Just, please don't worry about me. And please don't get Nando involved, because I'm fine. I promise, I don't need help. I'm just doing extra work. Right. Sabrina isn't buying it, it seems. Lola responds, her voice calm and composed. Look, I was offered an opportunity to make more money, and as you know, every little bit helps. I'm still working on getting back on my feet here. Suspicion clings to Sabrina's words. An opportunity? She lets out a harsh laugh, and Lola's spine stiffens. If the opportunity is to ride a dangerous criminal's dick, then... Don't. Lola's voice cuts through her friend's rant, caustic and sharp. You know me. I don't whore myself out for money. I never have and never will. Her tone grows cooler and distant. The fact that you think I would hurts. Sabrina exhales loudly. I'm sorry. She goes quiet for a beat. But I need to be honest with you. Wariness encases Lola's voice, and it's also etched on her features. Okay, I don't believe you. Silence trails Sabrina's admission. I've known you for almost 5 years now. You've never come right out and said what you ran away from before you came here. But I've basically pieced it together. That's why I'm worried you're falling back into a similar situation. Maybe even worse. Resignation bleeds into her tone. But it's obvious you're not planning to tell me the truth. Remorse washes over Lola's face. Sabrina, just remember, Lo, if you need me, I'm here for you. Lola's face crumples, and she lowers her chin to her chest, her voice filled with emotion. Thank you. Pressing her lips together firmly, as if trapping more revealing words, she murmurs, Likewise. A forced laugh comes from Sabrina. As much as I appreciate that, I'm not the one at the beck and call of a cartel leader. Before Lola can respond, Sabrina lets out a tired sigh, inflecting her voice with a trace of humor. Well, I better get going. This gallo pinto won't make itself. Talk to you later. Bye. Lola drops the phone on her bed, her movements listless. Even though I'm not in the room with her, I swear I can sense her sadness permeating the air through the screen. The smallest trace of sympathy stirs from deep inside me, but before it can take hold, a knock sounds at Lola's door. Every muscle in my body goes on high alert. Lola slides off the bed, and I rise from my chair, eyes trained on the monitor. It's better not fucking be one of my men knocking on her door. I'm about to switch to get the feed from that hallway when she opens the door. I'm not sure which of us is more surprised. Lola's startled greeting matches how I feel when I notice my daughter standing outside the room, without the nanny. Again. Fuck. I sink back into my chair. I'd be proud if circumstances were different. Her talent for losing the people tasked with following her would be commendable. Plus, somehow, she figured out which room Lola's in. If only Andro showed as much potential as this little girl. Hello again. Lola glances past her, peering down either side of the hall. Why do I get the feeling you're not supposed to be alone? Alma holds up a piece of paper, and I lean closer in an attempt to see what's on it, but I can't tell from this angle. Lola accepts it, and her voice immediately softens. Is this a picture of you and me? Alma nods with a shy smile before ducking around Lola and slipping inside the room. Lola shakes her head and mutters under her breath. Sure, just come right on in and get your father more upset with me. Heaving out a breath, she shuts the door and leans back against it. Her expression turns amused as she watches my daughter climb on the bed and starts jumping on it. Alma's dark curls float in the air with each bounce. Your bed's better for jumping than mine. It's like someone stabbed me directly in the chest. Hearing her little voice, so happy and carefree. Christ, I absently rub along my ribcage. Hesitation blankets Lola for a moment before she appears to shrug it off. Climbing up on the bed to join Alma, she gives a little bounce. Huh, not bad. Alma giggles, and what she does next has a searing heat blooming in my chest. She reaches for Lola's hand and grasps it while the two of them bounce up and down on the bed. The tension in Lola's features subsides bit by bit the longer she and my daughter bounce. What's worse is how my daughter chatters on with her as if they're close friends instead of only meeting earlier today. We should do this tomorrow too. My daughter announces this mid-bounce. But I've got to lose my nanny again. Lola's mouth parts, then snaps shut before she opens it again. Tomorrow, after I finish my first job, your father said I would fill in as your nanny. Alma stops jumping, eyes going wide, her mouth falling open. For real? For real. Resignation coats her words, but intermixed in her tone is a hint of affection. So, I guess we'll be hanging out more often. Alma drops to her butt before flinging herself back against the mattress. Yay! When Lola's mouth forms a smile, heat ignites in the center of my chest again. but it's a different sensation somehow. She lowers herself to lie back beside Alma, and they stare up at the vaulted ceiling in silence. Lola's question is muted and tentative. Can I ask you a question? Okay. Lola turns her head to look at my daughter. Why don't you normally talk? I don't know. Lola studies her, and a beat passes before she whispers. I just want to say, I know what it's like to not have anyone to talk to. Alma shifts to peer at her. Really? Lola nods. Really? Alma averts her attention to the ceiling before she finally speaks again. I don't like talking to the others because they treat me like I'm dumb, like I don't know anything. Lola covers their joined hands with her other. Oh, sweetie, I'm sure that's not the case. Alma shrugs. I just want somebody to be my mom, like the kind that bounces on beds with me, and colors with me, and bakes with me. Heavy silence hangs before she asks tentatively, Will you be my mom? Lola swallows audibly. In order to be your mom, that would mean I'd be married to your father, and that's... She grimaces before continuing. That's not going to happen. At my daughter's crestfallen expression, Lola rushes on with, But while I'm around, I'll be more than happy to do those things with you. Alma beams. Really? Really? Cool. Alma juts upright and scoots off the bed. I'm gonna go find my coloring stuff 'cause I have this cool butterfly coloring book for us. She darts over to the door. Be right back. In typical Alma fashion, she tugs open the door and rushes out, careening down the hall. An amused Lola shakes her head while my mind reels from what I've just overheard. My daughter feels like we think she's dumb. And it took a stranger, someone who's wrapped in layers of secrets, to get it out of her. God damn it. I rake a hand over my face, my scruff rasping against my palm. She wants a mom. Out of everything she could ask me for, that's the one thing I can't give her. The one thing I have no intention of giving her. It's not me being selfish, but 'cause nobody on this earth is good enough. And yet, she chose Lola Arias, a woman who knows how to stitch up a knife wound, one who can clean well enough to eliminate any trace of blood or bodily remains, a woman who disappears into the jungle at odd hours without a good explanation, a woman who got my daughter to voluntarily speak for the first time in 2 years. I sink back in my desk chair, mentally cycling through my thoughts. Lola Arias has done the unthinkable and bewitched my daughter. Not only that, but I'd be lying if I said she hasn't sunk her claws into me even the slightest bit. Which means I need to keep my guard up more than ever.
22. Lola. Even though my new bed is the most comfortable thing I've ever laid in, it took me ages to fall asleep. Past survival instinct had me on alert. Sleeping with awareness is crucial to survival. I'd learned that long ago, because at one point in my life I never knew when he would attack, and a person is far more vulnerable when caught in the throes of sleep. Of course, I've become a bit lax in my vigilance over the past 2 years. The sense of safety this village provided me with has lulled me into it. Now I'm paying for my decreased awareness and for my lack of restful sleep since Santiago Hernandez entered my life. I'm exhausted and more sluggish than usual, which is why I don't immediately register the presence of others in the bedroom. A gag is shoved in my mouth and quickly taped in place before a rough burlap hood is slung over my head. I struggle, but multiple sets of hands firmly restrain my wrists and ankles before they're all cinched by zip ties. Then I'm carried out like a fucking animal, led to slaughter. Pure, unadulterated fear threatens to suffocate me, and I do everything I can to fight their hold, but it's to no avail. When I'm roughly deposited onto a cold metal chair, I immediately launch myself off of it and attempt to crawl away. Using my bound wrists in front of me for support while sliding my knees along the tile floor isn't an easy feat, But I'm determined. My bound ankles don't offer enough slack for movement, though, and someone promptly fists my hair and gives it a painful yank. "Stay in the goddamn chair!" The commanding grunt comes from behind me. A burning sensation flares in my scalp from where his pull on my hair increases as I'm dragged backward. He lets out a dark sound of satisfaction once I'm shoved back in the metal chair, the cool surface chilling my bare legs. Someone uses a thick restraint around my waist, securing me to the chair's back, and my fear escalates even further. Panic threatens to drag me under when I fail at drawing in much-needed oxygen to my lungs. It's in this moment of terror that a familiar little voice screams from the back of my mind. "I'll survive this. I know I can. I've done this before, and I can do it again. Just focus on surviving." When the sharp edge of a knife presses against the side of my neck, beneath the rough burlap hood, I repeat the mantra and force my heartbeat to slow. It takes monumental effort to remain stock still. When they lift the hood slightly to rip off the gag, I suck in a breath my lungs desperately need before the hood drops back into place, keeping my vision obscured. "What is your name?" The slightest pause lingers. "Your real name." "Lola Arias is my real name." The knife digs into my skin, but I don't react. My mind has already gone to that special dark place it used to know all too well, where I block out the pain and operate almost robotically. I'm not lying about my name. It is my real name. Nowadays. "Are you a doctor?" "No." My response lacks any hesitation, and I know it conveys truthfulness. "A nurse?" "No." A grunt of irritation follows my answer. When the knife's pressure disappears, I brace for whatever's coming next. I know this game all too well. "What's your real name?" The man hurls the question at me once again. I answer just as I had a moment before. "Lola Arias." "How'd you know what to do for Andro's wound?" This particular question comes from a male voice I recognize. "Santiago." I shake my head to dislodge the hood from where it clings against my face so I can breathe more easily. "I don't—" "Better give a real fucking answer." The warning in Santiago's voice is bone-chilling. "How'd you know what to do for Andro?" The hood is yanked off my head, and my eyes are instantly ambushed by a near-blinding beam of bright light directed at my face. I squint, unable to focus, but decipher a dark, shadowed figure in front of me. At my failure to provide a rapid response, a familiar hand grips my throat. Santiago's hold is firm but not tight enough to restrict my airway. "How'd you know?" He doesn't phrase this as a question, but as a demand. "I trained on survival in the jungle." The warmth of his hand isn't enough to stave off the icy chill brought on by his tone. "We were trained on everything that could possibly happen." "And you learned from some jungle survivalist exactly how to stitch serious knife wounds?" Doubt saturates his words. "Accidents happen. Our goal was to always be prepared." He's not convinced. That single syllable communicates this. "I wanted to be a vet." I squint against the light, assaulting my retinas while attempting to focus on Santiago. "But I didn't have the money to go to school, so I mentored at the vet clinic and took the survival course." "Yeah?" Disbelief coats his response. "What's the number one animal that attacks household pets here?" "Pisotes." "How many dogs did you save from pisote attacks?" "Barely a handful. Most of them died from their injuries because they were so extensive." He may think that was a trick question, but it's not. Everyone knows how vicious pisotes can be. They're notorious for leaving household pets on the brink of death. "You acted like you knew what you were doing with my nephew." He loosens his grip on my throat, his thumb sweeping along my skin. "You ever remove bullets from people?" "Twice." My voice is raspy. "Only twice." Because the other times sure as hell weren't on people. To me, they weren't even remotely human. I would have let them die if I'd been given the choice. When he releases his hold on me, no one speaks, while taut silence suspends between us. And those 2 times. Santiago's voice is low and lethally sharp. Gonna tell me they were hunting and something went wrong? No. My answer is curt. Because I'm not falling for his shit. We all know that hunting is illegal in Costa Rica. He's treating me like an imbecile. One was an accident at a private shooting range. The other was an attempted robbery at gunpoint. The thing about reinventing yourself is adapting the truth, staying as close to it as possible to avoid tripping yourself up in lies and avoid anyone else doing it to you. The bad part is, certain twists start to feel like they're no longer a modification, but actual unadulterated truths. Even worse is when you start believing your own lies. Yeah? Interest laces Santiago's voice. They both survive? Yes. He hums under his breath. Good to hear. He leans in closer, his hot breath dusting along my ear. By the way, I despise the shiver that dances over my skin, my body betraying me with its reaction to his proximity. Doc said you did a stand-up job on Andro. You impressed him. Unease radiates through me because I don't give a shit about impressing anyone here. They can rot in hell for all I care, especially a doctor who willingly caters to them. Doc says he wants to meet you. Santiago's taunt has goosebumps rising on my skin. Jaw-tight, I grit out the words. I'm pretty busy these days with cleaning and being a part-time nanny, but thanks for the offer. A dark, nefarious-sounding chuckle skates over my skin. He moves, cutting into the bright light searing my vision. I blink a few times to focus on his face, looming before me. His penetrating dark stare holds me captive, while his strong fingers grip my chin. Ah, Miss Arias. You forgot your place. You don't get a say. Fuck. Giving me the impression he's privy to my inner thoughts, he lets out another chuckle. An instant later, the lights turn off, and we're left in the pitch-black room. By the time my eyes adjust, Santiago is filing out of the room, leaving me alone, still restrained. Hovering at the threshold, he doesn't bother to turn around. Sleep well, Miss Arias. The door slams shut, and the click of the lock serves as the final sound that greets my ears until morning.
23. Santiago. You believe her? I don't immediately answer Gordo. My eyes remain locked on the monitor feed from our interrogation room as I rock back in my desk chair. I can't pinpoint how I can tell, but I'd bet money Lola Arias is formulating a plan of some sort as we speak. My beer sits on the coaster, condensation clinging to the glass bottle. Running a finger through the moisture, I take my time answering. Yes and no. With his attention on the monitor feed, his expression turns more speculative. It's what has me posing my question. You believe her? Sitting with one ankle crossed over his knee, he drums his fingers along the arm of his chair. He dangles his beer bottle from his other hand. I believe her. He lifts the beer to his lips and takes a drink. I narrow my eyes 'cause I hear what he didn't say. But, lowering his beer, he grimaces. I still say she's hiding something. Brows pinched together, his eyes cut to mine. You said she flinched that one time, thinking you were gonna hit her. Yeah? Tipping his bottle, he gestures to where Lola remains on the feed. The men were impressed as hell by her too. Sure as hell don't know any other woman who'd hold up like she did though. That she did. Hell, she even impressed me, yet again. She proved to have a spine of steel. He holds my gaze for a moment before adding, and I'd bet money somebody abused her. Yeah, so would I. At the muted sound of shuffling and slight grunting noises, We turn back to the monitor. Lola's attempting to maneuver her body against the restraint banded beneath her breasts and keeping her tethered to the chair. Face contorted in pain, she slumps her body and works one shoulder beneath the restraint band. I wince at how painful it looks, and when Gordo mutters, "Jesus," beneath his breath, it's clear he's reacting similarly. Sweat clings at her hairline, her exertion evident as she struggles to squeeze her body past the band. She grits her teeth against what I'm sure is seriously chafing, but manages to slip free. With her zip-tied hands in front of her, she rests her elbows on her thighs, breathing heavily and granting herself a moment of reprieve. Then she straightens and starts manipulating the zip ties at her wrists. Gordo and I simultaneously lean in toward the monitor. No fucking way. Disbelief courses through me as I witness her reposition the locking bar in the middle of her wrists. She grits her teeth as the plastic abrades her skin. Bringing her wrist near her face, she uses her teeth like pliers to grab onto the end of the zip tie and pulls on it, cinching them even tighter around her wrists. When she extends her elbows away from her body, much like a chicken, Gordo breathes out, "Holy shit. Ain't no way she's gonna..." His words cut off the instant she slams her wrist against her abdomen, and the zip tie breaks free. She grimaces and tenderly inspects her wrists as we watch in stunned silence. "Think they taught that in jungle survival?" Gordo mumbles dryly. I don't answer. Anyone can pull up a how-to video on the internet, but to carry it out successfully is another thing entirely. Now, I'm even more interested in what Lola will do next. With more agility than I'd expect, she shuffles over on bound ankles to the door. After trying the handle and finding it locked from the outside, she shuffles back to the metal chair. Dragging it over to the far side of the wall that would grant her full vantage point of anyone entering the room, she slides the chair against the corner wall. She expels a loud breath before lowering herself to the floor beside the chair. Even in the dark room, her eyes land on the small camera mounted in the far corner. With a hand gripping one leg of the chair, she slumps against the wall, tipping her head back along the hard surface. Attention still trained on the camera, she raises her hand and briefly holds up her middle finger. My lips inadvertently tip upward, 'cause Lola Arias proves to be more intriguing by the second. Dropping her hand at her side a moment later, she closes her eyes and goes incredibly still. If the faintest rise and fall of her chest didn't indicate her breathing, I'd wonder if she was dead. Who the fuck is this woman? Gordo voices the question echoing in my mind. He's called away moments later, leaving me alone in my silent office. The answer to his question continues to evade me while I watch Lola Arias sleep sitting upright. It still taunts me once I finally slide into bed for the night. Who the fuck is Lola Arias? I don't know, but I'm damn sure gonna find out.
24. Lola. The click of the door's lock jerks me awake. Within a split second, I have the metal chair gripped in my hands. My muscles are in that in-between state of tense and fluid, fear and awareness intertwined with the readiness to attack. I'm prepared to use this chair as a weapon, if necessary. When the door draws open, allowing light to stream in, I blink rapidly in an attempt to focus. Gordo turns sideways to allow his broad shoulders entry to the room, while his asshole boss enters behind him. They stop in front of me. Gordo stands stiffly, his hands at his sides. Impeccable as always, Santiago's dressed in tailored slacks and the button-down shirt beneath a suit jacket. Accompanied by a noxious air of suspicion, his sheer masculinity evokes delicate tremors that roll down my spine. Visceral resentment of my reaction to his mere presence lances through me, and I firmly put my defenses in place. He slides his hands in his pockets, adopting a casual stance, but it doesn't fool me. His next words reinforce this. "Thinking of using that chair on me?"
The slightest hint of amusement laces his words. Maybe. A muscle flickers in his cheek before his gaze lowers to my ankles. Didn't get out of those, huh? His lack of surprise at finding me in this spot and with my hands free tells me he's been privy to my every move. Just as I thought when I'd spotted that camera last night. I'm honestly shocked he let me sleep this long. I figured I'd be woken up for at least another round of interrogation. Because he didn't, suspicion ravages through me. Santiago withdraws a hand from his pocket, producing a pocket knife. Flicking out the blade, he approaches, and my body goes rigid, preparing for fight-or-flight mode. That all-too-perceptive gaze narrows on me. He lowers himself to be at eye level, holding my gaze the entire time. Figure you want out of those zip ties. He says this in a low, almost soothing tone, as if he's speaking to a spooked wild animal. Who is this man? Whenever I think I have him figured out, he throws me for a loop yet again. I regard him warily, because I'd be stupid to trust someone like him. But I dip my chin in a nod of affirmation. With a quick, practiced move, he uses the knife to slice through the zip ties, releasing my ankles from their bindings. I'm already massaging the sore skin by the time the thick plastic hits the floor. Santiago's inscrutable gaze rests heavily on me as he straightens and pockets his knife. When he offers me a hand, I ignore it and scramble to my feet. His jaw tightens in irritation, but he doesn't address my dismissal of his offer of help. We got some business to take care of, so we're gonna drop you off at work and won't be around until you're done. My body aches and I'm exhausted, but the idea of not having someone continuously watching my every move today has my shoulders relaxing a fraction with relief. His brows draw together, the crease between them turning cavernous. Don't get any idea of doing something stupid. I stare back at him, hoping my eyes tell him to go fuck himself. I assume I'm successful, judging by his deepening scowl, and those dark eyes flashing with irritation. His fierce, pissy expression grows more prominent as he grits out, "And that includes staying the fuck away from the cop." I ignore his remark and gesture to the doorway. Am I allowed out of my prison cell now? Because I'd rather not be late for work. With a curt tip of his head, he offers me his silent permission. But when I attempt to step past him, he moves in front of me lightning quick. My eyes clash with dark, menacing ones. Remember, stay away from the cop. He delivers this in a lethally sharp tone. I offer him a saccharine smile. Only if you promise to stay away from me. When I try to edge past him, his fingers snare my wrist, and the bite of pain stops me in my tracks. Looming even closer, he brings his face a hair's breadth away from mine. His tone is hushed and barely audible. Pretty fucking stupid of you to mouth off to me right now. As opposed to any other time? When his grip tightens, I can't suppress the wince that follows. His brow creases, and narrowed eyes drop to his hold on me. Loosening his grip, he studies the angry-looking red band of skin along my wrist. His unnerving gaze locks with mine. It hurts? I lift my chin a notch, refusing to show more weakness. Nothing a little castor oil and cayenne pepper won't fix. His survey feels intrusive, and I quell the urge to fidget. He reaches for my other wrist, inspecting it similarly. His thumbs trace a path parallel to the abraded skin from the zip ties, and my nerve endings tingle. Surely this isn't his tiny attempt at showing remorse for how I've been treated. My breath catches when his thumbs make another sweeping path along my skin, carefully avoiding my injury. Mouth suddenly parched. I wet my lips. Santiago's attention zeroes in on my mouth, those eyes flaring with something I can't quite pinpoint. Whatever it is, it evokes another unusual and wholly unwanted response from me. Growing increasingly aware of his proximity, My mind flashes back to what happened in the kitchen. How he touched me. How he allowed me to touch him. I swallow hard past the lump of arousal threatening to overtake me. For whatever reason, this bizarrely compelling attraction renders me powerless to stop it. There's something about this man that beckons my body, and every carnal urge I possess. My breath hitches when he takes a step closer, his thumb still stroking my wrist. I need to lock this down, to protect myself from this, from him. But mental exhaustion is making it impossible to defend myself against whatever this is. He leans into my space, and I squeeze my eyes shut. His nose dusts lightly against mine, and goosebumps rise on my exposed skin, making my nipples pebble. His minty breath skitters against my lips, and my mouth parts as a deep, traitorous part of me yearns for... Ahem. Gordo's throat clearing causes us to abruptly straighten, my eyes flaring open. Santiago releases my wrists as if my skin's made of molten lava and retreats a step. With the odd moment shattered, he spins around and strides for the door. As he crosses the threshold, he tosses over his shoulder, "Be sure to brush your teeth, Miss Arias," before disappearing from sight. Hands curling into fists at my sides, I'm tempted to hurl that metal chair across this room. Gordo's mouth twitches before he offers a discreet shake of his head. "Trust me, it'll only cause you more trouble." Lifting his chin in the direction of the open doorway, he says, "Best if you get ready for work and stick to throwing the chair at him in your mind." I inhale a deep breath before exhaling slowly and loudly. My begrudging "fine" provokes another barely there twitch of his lips. As I slip past him, I tack on stubbornly, "But just this once. No guarantee for next time." A grunt of a chuckle trails me. "Be disappointed if you said otherwise, Miss Arias."
25. Santiago. When Gordo voices the question after we've dropped Lola at work, I'm prepared. I've been expecting it. Gonna explain what happened this morning? Nothing happened. My tone is curt and screams leave it the fuck alone. Uh-huh. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Let it go. We drive in silence for a few minutes before he starts up again. "Just saying. Seemed like you two had a moment going on there." I focus on the passing scenery to avoid his smug expression. "Seemed like if I hadn't interrupted, you might have done something a little, I don't know." A brief pause follows. "Out of character, maybe." A grunt of irritation rumbles up my throat. "Sounds like you're trying to be my mother when I'm a grown fucking man." He scowls. "Don't fucking compare me to her. She should have been in prison from the start." Sliding me a glance a moment later, his tone turns lighter. "And I'm just saying, felt like I had to step in and save you from doing something else you might regret." I blame my defensiveness. That's why it takes me a second to catch it. The something else he slid in there. He hums under his breath when I don't respond. "Not gonna comment on that, huh?" Humor is threaded in his tone. "And here I did you a solid the other day and stopped anybody from going in the kitchen till you were done. Fuck. I should have known better." Of course, Gordo doesn't know when to shut up. "Sounded like you two had fun. If I didn't know better, from what I overheard, I'd think you kissed her." He makes a derisive sound. "But we all know you don't kiss the women you fuck around with, so that's just silly talk." I cut him a sharp look, 'cause who the fuck is he right now? With a chest measuring 50 inches wide, he's got to turn sideways to get through most doorways. But here he is, saying, "silly talk?" "Change the subject, Eduardo," I grit out. "Oh," he coos this like the fearless fucker he is. "Look at you using my first name like I'm in trouble." He stares straight ahead, navigating the vehicle along the road. But it's that goddamn smug smirk that has my hands twitching with the impulse to knock it off his face. Evidently detecting it, he pipes up with, "Better not hurt the driver. Too dangerous of a road." He sounds far too fucking amused, which pisses me off even more. Don't want to end up down a ravine. My tone is dark, ripe with warning. I'm currently weighing the pros and cons. Of course he fucking chuckles. Of fucking course. Once his laughter dies, quiet follows before he changes the line of conversation. "I know it's not my place to tell you what to do. Got that much right. But I gotta say it, boss." I blow out a long, aggrieved breath. "What is it?" His hesitation makes my attention veer his way, wariness rippling through me. "I think maybe we're going about things the wrong way. At least part of it." His expression morphs into one of intense concentration. "I think she needs somebody in her corner. Think she needs to feel safe." When I part my lips to protest, he holds up a hand to stop me. Not saying we should outright trust her, but it's clear she went through some serious shit in the past. She's only been here for the last 5 years, and that's not long. And who the fuck knows how long she was abused before that? I'm just saying, she hasn't done anything to compromise us. Hasn't said a word to anybody, least of all Nando, and we both know he'd give his left nut for a chance with her. He cast me a pointed look. And Alma took to her right away, and you know she can sniff out a piece of shit like nobody can. A faint smile tugs at my lips, 'cause he's right. My girl can discern between authentic people and fucking trash. It may be one of the only good things to come from her shitty upbringing. That Alma feels safe enough, comfortable enough, to talk to her. That's a big fucking deal. What are you actually trying to say? I already know I'm not gonna like what he's got to say, but I also know he'll have a solid point. That it might be smarter to lay off a bit. Let her feel like a guest instead of a prisoner. He lifts a shoulder in a partial shrug. Sure, we'll still keep tabs on her and take her to and from work. But it'd be good to loosen up on everything else. Let her come and go like she would at her own place. I scrape a hand over my hair as I consider his suggestion. Gordo quietly adds, "Show her she doesn't have to be in constant fight or flight mode. Let her relax around us." Basically, you're saying to give the rope some slack. And if she hangs herself, then we'll know for sure. I drum my fingers against my pant leg. Could be risky. It could. But I can't get that image out of my mind. She was desperate as fuck to get her hands free. The way she slept holding on to that chair leg. He shakes his head slowly. She's been there before. Been fucking tortured to the point where she got used to it, and it forced her to think. He snaps his fingers, quick in the moment, to use whatever she had available as a weapon. Treat her like a guest instead of a prisoner. I test the words out slowly. Once she lets down her guard, we'll be more likely to see through any of her bullshit. Exactly. I mull this over even as I pull out my cell and send a quick message to Diego. Need you to see that Miss Arias gets castor oil and cayenne pepper for her wrists ASAP today. Within a matter of seconds he responds, "Got it, boss." I stare out the windshield, absently toying with my phone. I'm having Diego do that 'cause of what Gordo just said. Not 'cause seeing Lola in pain bothered me. I think Gordo's onto something. His points are valid. Fucking liar. You've got a soft spot for her already. That voice in my head needs to shut the hell up. Gordo saves me from my conflicted inner thoughts when he tosses me another look. I think you gotta prepare yourself for the chance of being surprised, though. Surprised by what? By her. How so? I don't pose it as a question, my tone dull and doubtful. He lifts a shoulder in a half shrug. Just got a feeling she'll end up surprising us in a big way. At that moment, my phone rings and Hector's number flashes on the screen. My mind switches into work mode once I answer, but the rest of the day, Gordo's remark echoes in my brain. Just got a feeling she'll end up surprising us in a big way. If he's right, Lola Arias had better hope like hell whatever big surprise she has in store is gonna be a good one.
26. Lola. Gordo collects me from my last cleaning assignment, and the moment I slide into the back seat, I instantly pick up on a much different vibe. "How was your day?" I squint at him suspiciously as he easily navigates the rough, bumpy road. Are we pretending to be friends now? There's no way in hell he can miss my sarcasm. His mouth quirks up. I'd rather be friends than enemies with somebody who knows how to get out of zip ties. Turning my focus on the thick, green, dense jungle alongside the road, I mutter without thinking. Gotta do what you gotta do to survive. His response is quick, but without judgment. Surprisingly enough. That's what I thought. When he continues, his conversational tone is misleading. When I was younger, there was this kid in my school. He lived in a different neighborhood, in a run-down place everybody made fun of. Gordo stops at the one-way bridge, yielding to the cars with the right-of-way. He'd be wearing wrinkled clothes and would inhale the school lunch like it was gonna be his last meal. Sometimes he'd have visible bruises. More often than not, though, he looked so damn tired, his eyes had permanent dark circles beneath them. I study Gordo's profile as his mouth flattens, his hands tensing their grip on the steering wheel. His parents were addicts. They were fucking scum, too, if you want to know the truth. He expels a slow breath, disgust dripping from every word. His parents got his sister addicted, and she followed in their footsteps. They'd beat on him. They'd sell off everything they fucking had for their next fix. Even tried to sell him once, too. Horror floods me at the idea of a small, helpless child in that position. My tone is gentle. Let me guess. That kid was you. Nope. His immediate response surprises me. His eyes briefly lock with mine in the rearview mirror before returning to the road. That kid was Santiago. Shock reverberates through me. What? As if privy to my thoughts, Gordo nods. Yeah, he had to grow up fast and learn to be a fighter early on. He didn't have anybody to protect him, only had himself to rely on. I know the feeling. The words spill out on their own, so quiet I expect them to be swallowed by the sound of the air conditioning pumping through the vents. That's what I thought. I eye him warily. Why are you telling me this? He shrugs as the vehicle climbs the steep drive to Santiago's compound. Sometimes people got a lot more in common than they think, and maybe you gotta give a little to get something in return. You do realize how suspicious this all seems. I fix him with a dubious stare. After being interrogated last night. Yeah, well, he huffs out a breath. We talked and agreed that you haven't been treated in the best way. You think so? His eyes spark with amusement at my cynicism-laced remark. You're gonna be treated like a guest from now on. You can come and go as you normally would in your own place. His announcement hangs between us as he parks in front of Santiago's home. Turning in his seat, Gordo pins me with a hard expression that I'm sure has most people shitting themselves. But know that if you fuck it up, you won't like the consequences. Once I offer a curt nod, he appears satisfied, his shoulders releasing some of their tension as we exit the vehicle. Gesturing for me to precede him in entering Santiago's home, I take one step, then stop and spin around to face him. With a trace of concern etched on his features, his gaze narrows. What? Won't he be... I wave a hand dismissively. Upset, knowing you told me all that? Nah. Leaning closer, he lowers his voice, and it holds more than a hint of smug amusement. 'cause I didn't tell you anything that's a secret." I study him for a second before wagging my finger at him. "This whole good cop act is a waste, because I don't have anything to hide." He adopts a wounded look. "That hurts my feelings. I thought we were becoming friends." His mouth curves into a hopeful grin. "We could be logo." A surprised huff falls from my lips. "You've got to be kidding me." I brush past him, shaking my head. "Gorlo?" he calls after me. He doesn't bother to disguise his amusement. "Come on now, what about Gorlo?" When a faint smile tugs at my lips, I scold myself and increase my pace, because I'd be stupid to think Santiago's second-in-command is being nice to me without an agenda. Once I enter my bedroom and close the door behind me, I lean against it and expel a relieved breath. Slipping off my shoes, I toss my bag on the bed and head for the bathroom to shower. The instant I step toward the vanity, however, I stop dead in my tracks. Sitting on the counter is a large bottle of castor oil, the highest quality in the market, and a container of cayenne pepper. Beside the two items is a small note. Hesitance cloaks my movement as I pick it up. "For your wrists." That's it. That's all that's written. There's no signature, but I know exactly who it's from. The memory of our earlier conversation replays in my mind. "It hurts?" "Nothing a little castor oil and cayenne pepper won't fix." I take one last look at the written words before squeezing my eyes shut and crumbling the note in my fist. I can't afford to lower my defenses toward him. I just can't. It's what has me taking my phone into the bathroom and closing the door behind me. Once I retrieve the small object from where it's been safely hidden, affixed to the false bottom of a rounded lip balm container, a sense of comfort washes over me. It's been long enough. After last night, I'm taking back some of the control Santiago's ripped away from me. After I remove and replace the SIM card from my phone, I wait for it to reboot, my thoughts whirling as a plan forms. Then, I send off a text. "I can come to you this evening." When those 3 dots begin dancing, my shoulders slump in relief. "I'll be here." As quickly as I did it a moment ago, I switch the SIM cards back and return the one to its hiding place. Tonight will give me what I need. I'll not only prove to myself that I have what it takes to evade an arrogant, domineering criminal, but I'll be seizing the opportunity to help someone in need. I'll be proving that the tiniest thread of that long-lost part of me, the one that was all but eviscerated, still manages to live on. Sabrina's text messages tonight serve as the tiny light at the end of this nightmare of a tunnel. "You know you can come clean right now." "About?" "The photos of that man on the internet. Good God. He may be a criminal, but he's a thirst trap for sure. I don't blame you for letting yourself be whisked away. But in all seriousness, I worry about you, Lo." "It's not like that. And I know, but you don't need to worry." "Then what's it like?" "We've already been over this. I've said all I can say." "Fine, but can I ask one favor?" "What?" "Promise me you'll be careful." "I promise." That's one promise I can carry out. I'm being as careful as I possibly can. 27. Lola. Later that night. I'm a horrible person. Even so, I still carry out the plan I've been preparing for. Alma whispers in the dark, giving my hand a squeeze. "Thanks for snuggling with me, and for painting my nails so pretty." "Anytime, love." My heart twists while my guilt grows tenfold. I adore spending time with this sweet child, I do. It doesn't mean I won't hesitate to take advantage of this situation when I need to, however. I've tested the range of the mounted surveillance cameras throughout the compound under the guise of exploring my new prison. I believe I've pinpointed the discrepancies in the angles of range for most of them. Tonight, I'll discover whether or not it will all be successful. You can come and go as you normally would. Corto's words echo in my mind. While that's a step in the right direction, it's still not freedom. Once Alma's breathing evens out, I press a light kiss to her forehead and roll over, edging toward the other side of the white four-poster bed, enormous in contrast of such a little girl. I've brought my small bag with the 3 different colors of nail polish I own, under the guise of painting her nails tonight. If I wasn't already certain I was going to hell, I would be after this. Using one of Alma's pillows to make it look like I'm still burrowed beneath the covers, I ease off the bed. This far side of her room is what I believe is the main blind spot of the camera. Now, I swing my bag strap across my chest, securing it over my body. Drawing in a deep breath, I prepare myself for my next moves. It also helps that I've nudged the camera's positions a few centimeters while I've been in her room. When she went to the bathroom, I used her stick unicorn riding toy, that's approximately 3 feet long, to make the adjustments. She prefers to sleep with her windows open, her gauzy curtains tousled with the breeze. Multiple ceiling fans work in lieu of air conditioning, since Alma informed me it was because
I never had fancy air conditioning before, so I'm saving my daddy money on electricity.
Bless her sweet soul. She's concerned about the high cost of electricity when her father makes millions upon millions. I pull myself up and over the sill and wait a moment to see if my movement has been detected. When nothing happens, I gingerly plant my bare feet in the grassy section alongside the compound. Bordering the steep jungle ravine, beams from the security spotlights leave this fraction of space mostly untouched, likely because it's unnecessary. If someone attempted to breach the premises from here, they'd have to climb up the steep ravine. There aren't many that determined or willing to risk falling to do so. You'd have to have a death wish or be supremely stupid. I suppose I'm a little of both, because I'm used to traversing the jungle with the barest of supplies and attire. The cicadas accompany the usual evening sounds, spilling out from the dark, dense jungle, while I carefully replace the window screen before venturing toward the outer railing of the steep ravine. At this higher elevation, the breeze dances around my legs bared by my cotton shorts, delivering a cooler reprieve from the usual heat and humidity. Allowing a brief moment for my eyes to fully adjust to the darkness, I brace my hands on the railing and stare into the pitch-black night. This is it. This will be the actual test. I swing one leg over the railing, then the other, planting my bare feet on the cool metal surface. Then I find my footing, one careful step down onto each large rock, held in place by concrete. One incorrect move means I fall roughly 17 feet. If I don't die on impact, I'll become prey and die in other ways. The jungle will accept me as a sacrifice. Focus. I clear my mind of nothing but the nighttime sounds and each descending movement I make. It feels like it takes a century before I arrive at the bottom, but I know it's nowhere near that long in reality. Sinking my feet into the lush ground, I exhale a heavy breath and withdraw my small flashlight from the zippered pouch on my bag. With a simple click, I now have a red beam of light illuminating my path ahead. Red light is better for seeing at night and enabling peripheral vision, and I need as many advantages as possible. One more deep, fortifying breath later, I enter the thick of the jungle. You literally look like you just came out of the jungle, young lady. Surveying me as I step inside his house, Esteban's eyes crinkle at the edges. Sorry. Glancing down at my bare legs and feet, which are now smudged with dirt and mud, I grimace. I had to take the long route to get here. He grabs a large, clean rag from the stack near his pantry and holds it beneath the faucet, wetting it. His easy saunter over to me tells me his gout has subsided, and the wound on his leg no longer bothers him. When he hands me the damp cloth, I accept it with a thank you and clean myself as best I can. You're the only person I know who chooses to venture through the nighttime jungle. He tisks fatherly-like, eyes sparkling with affectionate humor. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were a little crazy, but I know you have a kinship with nature." A weak laugh falls from my lips. A little crazy? I surpassed that benchmark long ago. As far as having a kinship with nature, I don't know if that's entirely true. The jungle's darkness calls to me. It's where all my lies and truths collide, leaving me in a unique solitude with creatures who mostly view me as a foe. Once I drape the rag over the edge of his laundry basket, I return to find him waiting for me in his usual wooden chair. It's one he handmade years ago. He rolls up his pant leg for me to inspect his foot, and the healing gash on his leg. I bend my knees to get a closer look at his lower leg and foot. His big toe is no longer swollen, and when I gently prod and manipulate it, he doesn't hiss in pain. A patch of fresh pink skin decorates the top of his shin, and it's a wonderful sign. There aren't any indications of infection either. My eyes lift to meet his. "Everything looks great, Esteban. I'm pleased with how it's healed." He winks at me. "All better thanks to you, young lady." His expression softens. "Don't want to think what might have happened if we hadn't crossed paths that day." Esteban may be in his early 70s, but he still works like a man in his 20s, using his machete to cut back the jungle overgrowth from interfering with village roads. He injured himself while working and was limping home, his leg wrapped in a makeshift tourniquet, when we crossed paths. I'd been on my way to the store when I spotted him. He didn't have to let me help him. I was a stranger to him then. But he gave me a chance. For that, I will always be grateful. Like me, he's very much a loner, lives alone, and doesn't let people get too close. I suppose kindred spirits tend to find one another wherever they go. It's my turn to wink at him. Call it fate. I straighten and slide my hands in my pockets. Let me know if anything changes. He lowers his pant leg. Of course. When he hesitates, I bristle, knowing what he's about to say next. Rumor has it you're not at home much these days. It's complicated. That's all I can say without giving anything away and opening myself up to intrusive questions. He chuckles. I'd gathered that much. Sobering, his features take on a thoughtful expression. If I were to believe those rumors that you were living with Santiago Hernandez, I'd be concerned. A pause lingers as he surveys me with curiosity. In fact, I'd be downright confused, since you've shown to have a good head on your shoulders. I hate that I can't just be open with him, but disclosing anything could put him at risk. It's why I changed the subject with a glance at the clock mounted on his wall. I need to go. He doesn't bother to hide his worry, but he nods. Be careful on your way back. I will. He rises from his chair and walks me to the back door I entered through. When I hover, hesitating at the threshold, he gives my shoulder a gentle pat. I'll be fine, young lady. I promise to let you know if anything changes. I nod with a small smile before descending the few steps of his small porch. When my feet sink into the grass, his voice carries over to me softly. Be careful. It doesn't take long before I arrive at the far property line for my casita. I put away my flashlight because I don't need it. I could traverse this area of the jungle with my eyes closed. My spine relaxes once I approach the large ojoche tree, which serves as an unofficial demarcation of where the jungle begins, a few meters away from the casita. Carefully, I place my hands along the trunk on the southern side. When my fingertips encounter the slight indentation disguised by thick fern-like vines, I breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Nothing's been disrupted. It's safe. As soundlessly as I arrived, I descend back into the jungle, blending with the shadows. I'm not looking forward to climbing back up that wall, but it's the only way back in now. If I show up at the front, I'll have to answer too many questions. Any knowledge Santiago would gain would be used as leverage against me. Not only that, but I refuse to give away my newfound intel on how to escape and re-enter. I learned many devastatingly painful lessons from my past, but the one that stands out above all others is one I've achieved tonight. Always have an emergency exit strategy. 28. Lola. I really need to do more push-ups and pull-ups. Fire. It feels as though the muscles in my arms have erupted into flames. Beads of sweat line my hairline, and my left hand aches so badly I'm fantasizing about cutting it off at the wrist. The nighttime breeze has picked up, chilling the dampness that has my tank top clinging to the middle of my lower back. I'm tempted to weep with relief once I pull myself back over the top of the railing. Leaning against it, I stare down into the dark abyss I just ascended from. I did it. I really did it. A potent dose of pride unfurls inside me, because this serves as proof that I'm not the weak, fragile woman I once was, the one who was beaten into submission for far too long. When another strong breeze blows past me, a shiver rolls down my spine, and I reach into my bag for my thin zip-up hoodie. I slide it on beneath my bag strap, and the warmth it provides relieves my chilled skin. I pull the zipper up just beneath my breasts. Wiping the bottoms of my feet on the thick grass, I attempt to eliminate as much of the dirt and mud that may be clinging to me. At least enough so I won't end up tracking anything inside and leaving a trail. I can't afford to give Santiago any reason to question me. As I inhale a deep lungful of cool air, a faint smile graces my lips at the hint of natural floral sweetness it holds. I allow the tranquility of the evening to envelop me, and it takes a moment before I sense an additional presence. The instant I do, my muscles lock in place. The faint but familiar scent that catches on the breeze has me relaxing mere seconds before deep purring reaches my ears. Slowly, I turn to find two glowing eyes, and a jolt of surprise courses through me. My whispered words seem to echo in the quiet stillness. ¿Cómo estás, belleza? How are you, beauty? Her approach is tentative before she rubs her nose against my outer thigh. I stroke behind her ears. Did you come all this way to check on me? I murmur quietly. You're such a sweet soul. She purrs even louder when I stroke along the back of her neck. You're the only friend I have these days who isn't upset or disappointed with me in some way. Sabrina doesn't understand what's happening, and I can't tell her so. At my dejected sigh, she peers up at me with a soulful gaze that sometimes seems otherworldly, as though she understands what it's like to be an outcast. And now, here I am. My voice is barely audible, the light breeze carrying most of it away. Sadness clings to my words, along with defeat that I'm too proud to admit to. I thought I was free. My pitiful excuse for a laugh sounds hollow. But all I got was a minor reprieve. Throat growing tight with residual fear and exhaustion, bitterness infuses my words. I've traded in one prison for another. Because even though I've been successful at evading Santiago's security measures tonight, even though he's granted me the ability to come and go as I please, it offers little consolation. No one should be dictating my freedoms except for me. My life shouldn't be like this. I never did anything to deserve this fate, least of all twice. As if privy to my melancholy thoughts, Belleza rasps her rough tongue along the top of my hand. The gesture is so sweet and comforting. My chest aches as I struggle against the urge to cry and scream my frustration into the jungle. In the next instant, her entire body turns rigid, her ears perking up. Her purrs morph, growing louder and possessing a sense of warning. Her breathing picks up pace as she edges forward in a protective stance. I turn, searching for whatever spooked her, and my eyes settle on the shadowed figure standing a few yards away. I'm grateful for the shroud of darkness cast over me because there's no doubt he'd spot my dirty feet in a heartbeat. As it is, Belleza naturally blends in with the night shadows. Plotting your escape, Miss Arias? A faint trace of amusement clings to his question. More like trying to get some peace without anyone bothering me. A brief pause lingers, his voice shrouded with suspicion. You always try to get some peace wearing your bag? Shit. My mind scrambles in search of a decent excuse before I fire back hotly. After the way you've uprooted my life and didn't deliver my belongings right away, I'm feeling more than a little unsettled about leaving my stuff behind. His displeasure at my answer is tangible, radiating off him in thick waves. Try again. I brought my bag to Alma's room because I had nail polish for her to choose from. We painted nails. That's so. Doubt drenches each word before his voice shifts, becoming more alert. He steps forward, casting himself in a shaft of light. The instant he comes into view, my breath leaches from my lungs. Clad in only a pair of tailored black pants that mold his muscular thighs, his bare torso puts his tattoos on full display. The skull adorning his throat extends downward as part of a skeletal body in a robe. One bony hand holds a dagger, while the other brandishes a skull dripping with blood. Etched in bold black ink, the figure spans his entire chest and ends at his waistband. My traitorous fingertips twitch, longing to trace over the artwork. His arms are covered in various tattooed designs of blood, dripping from knives, skulls, and guns molded over the cuts and curves of his muscles. Though I estimate his age to be somewhere from early to mid-40s, his body doesn't indicate it in the least. It's clear he puts in the work to keep himself in prime condition, which is necessary for a man in his line of work, I suppose. You talking to somebody out here? His demanding tone jerks my attention off his body, but I'm not granted a chance to respond. Belleza's purrs grow even louder as she steps forward and into a shaft of light. Santiago draws his weapon, and I move in front of her protectively, holding up a hand to stop him. Don't shoot! She's not a threat! Expression incredulous, his eyes flash with aggravation. That's a fucking black puma right beside you! I settle a hand on Belleza's back and smooth her silky fur, in what I hope is a comforting stroke. Maintaining a calm tone, I repeat, she's not a threat, Santiago. Focusing on the large cat, I feel her muscles relax the tiniest fraction at my whispered words. He won't hurt you, sweetie. I won't let him. His tone is commanding and steely. Move out of the way. I coo softly to the cat while I answer him. No, I'm not going to do that because you're going to put your gun away. Casting Santiago a pointed look, I tack on firmly. Trust me. Just put the gun away. He visibly hesitates, and I know I'm asking a lot of him. Like her, he's also territorial and proud. Once he finally lowers his weapon, a rush of an exhale falls past my lips. See? I whisper to her. I won't let anyone hurt you. She raises her head to peer up at me with her luminescent eyes before giving my hand a lick. Then she bounds away, over the railing, and disappears into the night. Ensconced in taut silence, I turn to face him fully. His expression causes me to falter, however, because his face is a mask of fury. Gun now holstered, his hands clench and unclench at his sides. The fuck you think you're doing? His tone holds a lethally dark undertone, each word slicing like a steel barb. Messing with a wild animal like that. You're overreacting. I was never in danger. I'm overreacting? He looks like he's a second away from being well past the apoplectic stage. You think I'm overreacting when there was a wild fucking animal directly beside you? It could have killed you. I told you to trust me. I heave out an aggrieved breath. Now, if you don't mind, it's my bedtime. I stride forward, hating that I'm forced to walk past him to get by. Of course, he's not going to let me escape that easily. At the last second, he blocks my exit. His nearness threatens me in so many ways. Something inside me must be broken. I'm convinced. That's the only excuse for my reaction to a man like him. To feel electrified from the inside out, to feel alive. It's something I haven't experienced in years. I immediately stop my train of thought and shove it deep into one of the many vaults I keep locked away. To want a man, to crave both him and his touch, has been foreign to me. It's also decidedly idiotic. As if that's not enough, he's immersed me in danger. I can't afford to let myself get swept away on the basis of my libido. His trademark masculine scent taunts my senses. Traces of light bathe his face, sweeping over the sharp cut of his cheekbones and the curve of his lips. A hint of wonder laces his raspy voice. So, Lola, Arias has a way with wild animals, too. His gaze sweeps over my features. You find that piece you were looking for? With a chin lift, he gestures to where the panther disappeared. She help you find it? Briefly. I tip my chin up, a fraction higher, pointedly holding his gaze. But now it's suddenly vanished. The edges of his mouth tip up the slightest bit. That's so. I dart a glance past him. Now, if you'll be so kind as to let me past. He closes the distance, bringing our bodies even closer. Did you get what I left you? Voice uncharacteristically soft, his eyes drop to my wrists now hidden by the sleeves of my hoodie. My lungs grow tight at what I swear is a hint of concern in his tone. Yes. I smother the urge to lower my defenses at his seemingly thoughtful gesture and follow up, my words emerging stilted and almost robotic. Thank you. A touch of amusement graces his lips an instant before it disappears. His thumb and forefinger reach for my hoodie zipper, and my breath suspends in my lungs. With his hands so close to my breasts, my nipples tighten. When my body begins arching into him, I lock my muscles in place to stop it. Even in the dim surroundings, his eyes gleam with awareness of my reaction. But he thankfully doesn't say a word. You going straight to bed? Confusion at his question has me frowning, my response emerging slowly. Yes. Good. His attention drops to where he still grips my zipper. Lips pressing thin, he slowly pulls the metal to the top. The slight graze of his knuckles along the inside of my breast has me mashing my lips together to stifle my gasp. Releasing it, he abruptly steps back and clears his throat. His command is rough and no nonsense. Can't have you walking around tempting everybody. Wordlessly, he surveys the area behind me before turning around and striding away. A breeze sweeps by as if to punctuate his exit, tousling my hair while his words echo in my mind. If he thinks I'm tempting everybody, does that include him? Stop it! I hiss under my breath. Exhaling a ragged breath, I shove my hands in my hoodie's pockets and make my way back inside. I shouldn't care what he thinks of me. I shouldn't react the way I do when he's near me. Knowing he may not be completely impervious to me either provides a fraction of solace. The wise thing to do is to use it to my advantage. I simply need to ensure I don't get swept up in my own ruse. Sudden awareness of someone entering my room causes my eyes to snap open in the middle of the night. It takes a split second for me to realize there's no threat. This is confirmed a moment later when the person slides beneath the covers and curls up beside me. Turmoil coils deep in my gut, a mix of affection and resignation, but a small smile plays at my lips all the same. My voice is thick with sleep. What are you doing up this late? Alma's voice is small and subdued.
I had a nightmare.
When she snuggles closer, I shift to draw my arm around her. I know all about nightmares.
You do?
She whispers. Unfortunately. Uh-huh.
What do you do when you get 'em?
She hugs me tighter.
'Cause my eyes don't want to go back to sleep after mine.
Sometimes I remind myself that I've survived a ton of scary things, that I'm tough and nothing can hurt me anymore. That I refuse for anything to hurt me ever again. Alma goes quiet for so long that I wonder if she's somehow fallen asleep already, until her dainty voice drifts to my ears.
Can I stay here with you?
Oh, sweet girl, your father's going to hate me even more. But there's no way I can turn her away. Of course. I hurriedly tack on, but just for tonight.
Kay.
Her voice has already taken on a languid quality. As she snuggles even closer.
Night, Lola.
Good night, Alma. A beat of silence lingers before she murmurs.
We're gonna have a tea party tomorrow, okay?
A thin veil of amusement flutters over me, because she's so similar to her father. The only difference is she phrases demands like a question. Okay, I answer softly. She lets out a hum of approval before mumbling.
Wish my daddy could come too, but he's too busy.
It doesn't take long for her body to relax against mine as she falls asleep. Her words suspend in my mind, inciting a deep ache inside my heart. If she knew what kind of man her father was, she'd probably be grateful he's not including her more in his world. When her entire body jerks abruptly and she whimpers, I wrap my arm tighter around her and run a soothing hand over her back. Shh. You're safe, sweetheart. I've got you. I continue the gentle sweeping touch over her back until she settles, her breaths even and calmer now. I press a light kiss to the top of her head and close my eyes, allowing my own body to relax and for sleep to pull me back under. It isn't until I'm nearly lost to sleep that I recall the damn camera in my room.
29. Santiago. It's late as hell. For everybody except me. Well, me and the men on shift standing watch. The thing nobody tells you about being at the top and having an empire is how fucking exhausting it is. There's no such thing as downtime. Something always needs my attention. It's one of the many reasons I never wanted a family. Nobody needs to be dragged into this kind of life, into the madness, into the danger. But I made an exception for Alma. She's been the only exception. I don't count Andro because I didn't get a choice in the matter. He's blood, although lately I wish he weren't. Alma, my girl, saw something in Lola Arias that made her feel safe. It's a big fucking deal, and after tonight, I gotta admit there's something to be said about the woman living in my home. Small children and animals can recognize threats that many adults might overlook. It's instinctive. Alma took to Lola instantly, and so did a wild fucking cat. A motherfucking black panther, no less. That animal let her pet in, acting like it was some goddamn domesticated house cat. But as soon as I stepped forward, it was ready to attack. It edged a step in front of her before Lola put herself between it and my gun. The two of them, animal and human, were prepared to take a blow for the other. Who the hell is Lola Arias? This question plagues me non-stop. She's the woman who enchanted my daughter in a way I didn't think was possible. And now, I find out she enchants wild animals that live in the motherfucking jungle? On top of that, the way she looked at me when she thanked me for the castor oil and cayenne pepper was... Fuck. Whatever it was, it had my insides twisting into knots. It made me want to give her something else just to see her look at me with less disdain for once. My scruff rasps against my palm as I rake a hand over my face and stare into the dark jungle. I sure as hell don't believe in a higher being, but I do believe that the universe can fuck with you, that there's always a reason for something happening. Lola Arias was in the wrong place at the wrong damn time, but maybe Alma needed somebody to unlock that part of her, to get her to open up and talk to another female. I know Lola's got secrets. Hell, we all do. I've got a shit ton I'm taking to my grave. But maybe I got to give a little more than I'm used to for the sake of my kid. Not saying I like the idea, but With the way Alma lights up around Lola, I feel like I got to do it. Plus, my gut isn't screaming at me, and that shit never steers me wrong. With that decided, I venture inside and into Andro's room. As I stand beside his bed, where he's just now rousing, his eyes flutter open. He blinks a few times before his gaze settles on me. Tio? His voice is more of a croak, but I don't offer him any water. I just stand with my hands in my pockets and stare down at him. When the fuck you gonna learn? He tries to shift and winces. I'm sorry. My words are ground out from between clenched teeth. Not as sorry as you would have been if you'd have killed her. He studiously avoids my eyes. Gingerly placing his hand over his bandaged wound, a crease forms between his brows. Fuck, he groans. Doc should have given me more pain meds. I told him not to. Andro's eyes snap to mine, his features lined with both confusion and irritation. But I don't give a shit. Wanted you alert enough to remember our talk. He shifts again, immediately going pale from the pain the movement causes. What do you want to talk about? Bracing a hand on the headboard, I loom over him, watching as fear enters his expression. You're gonna stay the fuck away from Lola Arias. You hear me? You're not gonna say a fucking word to her or about her. His brows descend in confusion. But she's a fucking cleaner. This proves that he's been sheltered and spoiled by this life. Looking down on somebody for their job is bullshit. Lola Arias is a hard worker, and people with jobs requiring manual labor deserve motherfucking respect. But it's more than that. After what I just witnessed on that surveillance footage, I'm smart enough to know when to tread carefully. 'Cause my girl went to Lola tonight. Not to me, but to Lola. That shit speaks volumes. And not once, not one fucking second did that woman try to get information from my girl. Instead, she comforted her. She let Alma curl up beside her in bed and treated her like a mother would a daughter. Woken up abruptly, Lola Arias treated my daughter with respect and affection that couldn't be faked. Which means, if something happens to Lola, if Lola gets hurt in any way, my daughter will be hurt. That's something I don't fucking mess around with. Ever. My tone is dark and cutting. Hear me now, Andro. You're not gonna lay a goddamn hand on her, and certainly not gonna fucking try to kill her. I ease back, but never drop my glare. Understood. His mouth flattens, and I'm sure he's wishing he had the balls to say every motherfucking thought that's flashing across his face. He's always been an open book, easy as fuck to read, which is why he'll never make it in this business. He's got tells a mile long and can't bluff to save his own ass. When he doesn't respond, I lean closer and gently rest my other hand over his bandage. He grits his teeth against the pain, unable to stifle his weak-ass whimper. All you got to know is, she's gonna be sticking around here 'cause I got plans for her. When his mouth parts, evidently still thinking he's allowed to question my decisions, I cut him off. She's of use to me, and that means nobody fucking touches her unless they're ready to die. Understood. His face scrunches in disbelief. You're protecting that Andro sucks in a pained breath when I apply a bit more pressure over his bandage. My tone is lethally sharp. I said, understood. Yeah. Body rigid and nostrils flaring, sweat beads along his forehead and upper lip as he forces out his response. Understood. Good. I leave my hand there for a few seconds longer before removing the pressure, and he groans in relief. Glad we got that out of the way. I turn, heading for the door when he croaks out. Can I have something for the pain? I cross the threshold and toss over my shoulder. I'll see what I can do, before pulling the door closed behind me. He can simmer for a while on that. Withholding pain meds from him will get my point across loud and clear. Lola Arias isn't to be fucked with.
30. Lola. I wake up before my alarm, with 2 small feet tucked in between my ribs. But that isn't what has my heart skipping a beat. It's the delicate hand holding mine, even in her sleep. As gently as possible, I liberate my hand from Alma's death grip and ease off the bed. I stretch before rubbing my sore ribs. Grabbing my phone off the nightstand, I shut off my scheduled alarm so it doesn't wake her. Gathering my clothes for the day, I pad into the bathroom and shut the door quietly behind me. Once I'm showered and dressed for work, I emerge from the bathroom to find Alma sprawled in starfish fashion, but now hugging my pillow. She seems so tiny and vulnerable in the king-size bed, and I hesitate before padding toward her. Gently smoothing back her hair from her face, I place a light kiss to her temple. Then I straighten, grab my bag from the dresser, and shove my phone inside before looping the strap over my head and across my chest. Turning to leave, I jerk in alarm, my hand flying to my chest at the person looming in the doorway of my bedroom. I didn't even hear him open the damn door. Santiago tips his head to the side, gesturing for me to step out and follow him. As quietly as possible, I pull the bedroom door closed behind me. The eerily empty hallway gives me the impression we're in our own little bubble. Those dark eyes study me with an intensity. How are the wrists? They're much better. Begrudgingly, I tack on, "Thank you again." He lowers his chin in acknowledgement. Then his voice turns low and gravelly. "You sleep okay?" I eye him warily, wondering if this is another one of his tests, a trick question of sorts. Well, enough, considering. His mouth tenses briefly. "Even with a guest?" My brain isn't ready for an interrogation this early, least of all without coffee. I expel a loud sigh. "If you're planning to interrogate me, can we do it after I've had coffee and—" I gingerly rub along my right side, massaged away the permanent imprint of someone's feet in my ribs. Something indecipherable flashes in his eyes. Could have sent her back to her room. An impatient groan spills past my lips, and I lean a shoulder against the wall, covering my yawn with my hand. Again, I'll need coffee first. His eyes bore into me for a beat. "Let's get you coffee, then." He gestures for me to step beside him, and we walk toward the kitchen. Once we enter, we're greeted by Javier bustling about. When the cook notices me, his smile is instantaneous. "Lola, good morning." The instant Santiago pointedly clears his throat, Javier's smile drops, his tone taking on a more detached air. Perdón. Good morning, Miss Arias." "Good morning, Javier." I flash Santiago a squinty-eyed glare, but he ignores me as we take our seats at the table. Javier rushes over with 2 cups of coffee, placing each carefully in front of us. Then he's off to tend to whatever he has on the stove. I cradle the mug and close my eyes, inhaling the delicious aroma before taking a cautious sip of the steaming brew. Once I open my eyes, they clash with his. Caution saturates my tone. "What?" He holds my gaze for another moment, then takes a sip of his coffee before responding. "Why didn't you send her back to her room?" I blink, still sifting through the sleepy cobwebs in my brain, attempting to follow his line of questioning. Lifting one shoulder, I murmur, "She had a nightmare," before taking another sip of coffee. Javier appears beside us, delivering our breakfast plates. With a muted announcement, he sets my breakfast in front of me. Huevos revueltos, gallo pinto, plátanos, un croissant, y tocineta. Buen provecho. Before setting a plate of scrambled eggs and chorizo in front of Santiago. Javier returns to the far side of the kitchen, and I don't hesitate to dig into the food. Not only does it smell delicious, but gallo pinto is one of my favorite dishes. Everything is perfectly prepared, and I savor the meal. It's not every day I get to indulge in bacon or croissants, since they're well outside my budget. I'm about 4 bites in before I register Santiago's attention resting on me and realize he hasn't yet touched his food. Leaning back in his chair, with those tattooed fingers wrapped around his coffee cup, he takes a sip while eyeing me over the rim. His slate-gray button-down shirt is undone at his throat, revealing black-inked designs that disappear beneath the fabric. That large skull over his Adam's apple stares back at me with its hollowed eye sockets. She had a nightmare. He repeats this slowly. You still could have sent her back to her room. I lower my fork, mustering patience. I could have, but I didn't. She just had a nightmare and needed a moment. Which turned into all night. I think we all know what it's like to have a nightmare. As a child. I tack on the last 3 words hastily because I know better than to dangle anything in front of him that he might use against me. His eyes narrow a fraction, and I internally scold myself because this man is astute as hell. I shovel in a few more bites, eager to fill my stomach enough to excuse myself. Gordo tell you what's up? I wash down my food with a final sip of coffee and sit back. He mentioned something about me being treated like a... I hook my fingers in air quotes. A guest. One dark brow lifts a fraction. Don't sound like you believe it. I widen my eyes and blink innocently. After the wonderful hospitality you've shown me, why on earth would I think that? His features turn to granite. There's that mouth of yours again. I offer a fake smile. Gordo seems to like it. Fury descends over his features. His demanding words are devoid of inflection as an inquiry, holding more of a threat. The fuck kind of business does Gordo have with your mouth? He was only trying to come up with BFF names. And failing miserably, I might add. BFF names. He repeats this slowly, as if it's something foreign to him. Knowing him, it probably is. You know, best friends forever names. And at his blank expression, I explain. He suggested we combine our names into a shortened version, like Gorlol and Logo, for example. A huff of laughter escapes me at Gordo's ridiculousness. He definitely needs to work on better ones. That's so. A trace of interest crosses his face, but it disappears so quickly I wonder if I imagined it. That's so. A quick glance at the wall clock indicates I'm running short on time, so I rise from my seat. Well, I need to get going. He follows suit, straightening to his tall form, and I swallow hard. The way his button-down shirt fits across his broad chest and his black pants mold to his firm, muscled legs taunts me, because I know firsthand what that clothing disguises. I'm grateful when an older man strides in, dressed in gray slacks and a white button-down shirt. Good morning. Mostly bald, aside from the closely shaven gray hair on the sides, he flashes a broad smile. Addressing Santiago, he dips his chin in a nod. Sir? To me, he offers his hand. You must be the woman I heard so much about. I'm Dr. Cristiano Trejos. Nice to meet you, Dr. Trejos. I shake his hand, but cast a wary glance at Santiago before continuing. And that depends on what you heard. The man lets out a hearty laugh. I can see why he wanted us to meet. Quick on your feet in a medical emergency, and beautiful and funny too. Heat floods my cheeks, and when I dart to look at Santiago, a prominent vein bulges alongside his temple, while he glares at the doctor. Each subsequent word is ground out from between his clenched teeth. I wanted you to meet and go over your assessment of Miss Arria's work on Andro. Santiago's tone evicts the light-hearted quality from the older man's demeanor, and the doctor's features turn sober. Ah, yes. I was impressed with your handiwork. Your sutures were precise and clean. And his dark gray brows veered together. Your use of cayenne pepper surprised me. Once I consulted with a few colleagues who'd worked alongside some indigenous healers, however, I learned this is often used in emergencies and for healing. He dips his chin in a nod of reverence. Well done, Miss Arias. Well done. I shift uncomfortably. Thank you. Do you mind if I ask where you studied previously? The intensity of Santiago's scrutiny acts like a 1,000-pound weight atop my shoulders. I've only volunteered at a vet clinic and did some training in survival medicine. Surprise flickers across the man's features, trailed by a hint of suspicion before rapidly disappearing. Even more impressive. His eyes cut briefly to Santiago. I've been looking for someone to take my place once I finally retire. What did I say about retirement talk? Santiago intertwines a thread of affection with an unmistakable threat, like only he can. Doc shakes his head with a chuckle. I'm not immortal, you know? Don't remind me. Santiago clasps the other man's shoulder. Now, why don't you tell Miss Arias what else you found intriguing about her work on Andro? Alarm bells sound in my head at Santiago's choice of words. When the doctor's attention rests on me, however, his expression remains placid, almost too calm. I noticed you chose a running subcuticular suture. It's impressive. His eyes narrow with suspicion, his tone cautious. Especially when Santiago mentioned how quickly you performed the suture. Oh, shit. My brain scrambles for the best way to handle this. I decide to deploy some truth in my response. One of the vets gave me a book on all the different types of sutures. With what I hope is a shy smile, I add, being the nerd I am, I studied it in depth. Ah, I see. He nods slowly, a polite smile gracing his lips, but his eyes give me the impression he doesn't miss much. Well, it's impressive all the same. Thank you. When he turns his sharp gaze to Santiago, relief barrels through me. I'll check back on Andro again before I leave. Santiago dips his chin. Let me know if there are any concerns. I will. The men shake hands before the older man addresses me a final time. It was lovely to meet you, Miss Arias. Likewise. The doctor excuses himself, and once his footsteps fade, I rush to escape Santiago's presence. Before I can dart away, strong fingers encircle my wrist. Though he's careful not to touch my still healing skin, his touch is nevertheless unnerving. The calloused pad of his thumb lingers over my pulse points. When I cast a pointed glance at his hold and raise my brows, he ignores my gesture. I've got to attend the dinner tonight. A long pause trails his admission, and when he says nothing more, I muster a polite, "Have fun with that." Turning, I attempt to leave, but he doesn't relinquish his hold. Javier turns off the stove and rushes from the kitchen, studiously avoiding looking in our direction. Left alone, a thick, taut silence blankets us. Santiago's voice drops an octave from behind me, curling around me in an odd caress. I'm supposed to say I'd like you to accompany me. A harsh sound climbs up my throat, and I whir around to face him. But you're not planning to say that, are you? Even with our bodies a breath away from touching, he refuses to relinquish hold of my wrist. This close, I'm granted a view of those tiny stern lines between his brows. The fine threading of silver at his temples seems to gleam beneath the kitchen lights, while his eyes canvass my face. My attention drops to his lips, and my traitorous mind recalls how they suctioned around my nipple, how that dark scruff framing his mouth rasped against my skin, and how it felt when he kissed me. I'd never experienced a kiss like that before, the devouring, possessive kind. When he reaches up to trace his thumb along my bottom lip, I suck in a startled breath. His voice is a coarse rasp. Can't figure out if your mouth is more trouble than it's worth. He makes another slow sweep along my lip. but it makes me want to do some. He hesitates, piquing my curiosity. Bad things. A muscle flickers in his cheek. Stupid shit. Don't ask, don't ask, don't ask. Like what? Damn it. His mouth flattens, and he doesn't immediately answer. Makes me want to find out if you taste as good as you did the other day. All breath is evicted from my lungs, inciting a searing burn when he continues in a husky murmur. Makes me want to do something too damn stupid for words, like ask you to dinner. His expression tightens with distaste, like I'm some fucking teenager. His obvious aversion shocks a genuine laugh from me, and his eyes flash with interest. He tips his head to the side, his gaze scouring over my features. Touch bordering on reverent, he slides a hand along my cheek, cradling it. The edge of his thumb lingers at the corner of my mouth. It sends a jolt through me, and my skin tingles, yearning for more of his touch. It's inexplicable, this inferno that blazes to life inside me with his mere proximity. When he touches me, that fire is all-encompassing, searing through me with an intoxicating heat, unlike any other. Witnessing him struggle with this invisible tether drawing us together fuels my need to stoke that fire even more. It makes me want to push him, to tempt him. Desire tightens my stomach, my craving for his touch so potent. Maybe you should do stupid shit, just once, as an experiment. I clear my throat, attempting to evade and evict the haze of arousal from my voice. Firming my tone, I continue. And see what happens when you ask instead of demand. A pronounced crease forms between his brows, as though he's attempting to solve a complicated puzzle. Ask. The way he repeats that single word, as though it's foreign to him, elicits another little laugh from me. His attention instantly zeroes in on my mouth, his gaze turning heated. His jaw works as his eyes hold mine captive, voice barely an audible rumble. Come to dinner with me. When I part my lips to tell him that wasn't a question, it causes his thumb to dip inside and graze my teeth. My tongue rasps against the calloused pad of his thumb, and his nostrils flare before he mutters a guttural, "Please." I struggle to catch my breath, my chest rising and falling with labored movements. Why? A micro-expression of surprise and confusion crosses his features. Why? He repeats this slowly. Why? I drag in a much-needed breath. Why me? His gaze scrapes over me, as though he's attempting to delve beneath the surface of all my layers of defenses. Fuck if I know. Spoken with more than a modicum of pissed-off revulsion, his response has my muscles returning to their tense state as I pull back. He winds my ponytail around his fist, fingers tightening to hold me in place. Bringing his face closer, the tips of our noses brush against one another. His breath washes against my lips as he hisses, "'Cause you're under my goddamn skin already. That's why." Irrational hurt flares within me at his answer, and I attempt to draw back to spear him with my glare, but he holds firm. His low murmur is hoarse, with underlying heat. I know you're feeling the same thing, and you gotta know it pisses me off, too. A faint trace of a smirk touches his lips for a split second. Knowing I'm not in this alone is the only consolation I get. All oxygen suspends in my chest as our eyes remain locked, our mouths so close, his scruff gently scrapes against my skin. So, what's it gonna be? His voice is a deep, intimate rumble. Gonna come to dinner with me? I will, but Only if you attend the tea party Alma planned for later today. Taut, like a rubber band stretched to its max, his silence reigns over us. I take advantage of it and continue. It would mean the world to her if you did. She feels like your work is more important to you than she is. He edges back, gaze spearing mine. She said that. Basically. Scowling at him, I add. And don't pretend you didn't hear any of that, because we both know you have your creepy surveillance everywhere. Those fingers still threaded in my hair flex. If I do, you'll come to dinner with me? I hesitate, knowing I'm voluntarily edging farther inside the devil's lair. Yes. I'm doing this for Alma, because she deserves a father who makes time for her. One who makes her feel like she doesn't have to compete against his work to get his attention. Santiago studies me for a long moment before giving a slow nod. Deal. His attention drops to my mouth. But we gotta finalize it. Before I can make sense of his remark, his mouth collides with mine in a kiss that steals my breath, along with the last shred of control I've been holding on to. It spurs to life that unsettling, fluttery sensation in the pit of my stomach. When his tongue delves inside, tasting me in a way that makes my panties grow damp, a surge of obstinance drives me to try and push him to lose control. With both hands clutching the front of his shirt, I rise to my toes and fit my mouth more securely to his to deepen the kiss. His groan vibrates against my lips for a millisecond before he fists my hair even tighter. Cupping my ass in his other hand, he hauls me even closer, our bodies flush against one another. His hard length pressed against me is a clear indication of just how affected he is by the kiss, by me. Our tongues glide against one another, and I match him stroke for stroke. I barely register when I'm lifted, and my ass is planted on the kitchen island a moment later. I'm in a haze, lost to the dangerous enchantment this man possesses. He fits himself between my thighs, his fingers now threaded in my hair, and undoubtedly messing up my ponytail. Fueled by a burning desperation to yank him closer, I fist his shirt tighter, arching into him. He uses his hold on my hair to tilt my head exactly how he wants, ensuring he's not simply kissing me, but acting as a marauder of my mouth. Ahem. A man clears his throat somewhere behind him, and we shudder to a stop. A deep growl of disapproval rumbles from Santiago's chest. His hand slides from my hair to linger at my hip. With our mouths a breath apart, my chest heaves, and it's a small consolation to see the labored rise and fall of his own. His heated gaze threatens to singe me to my core. Gordo calls out, his voice steady but with an urgent undertone. Sorry to interrupt, boss, but something important's come up. I drag my eyes from Santiago to discover Gordo, standing in the wide kitchen entrance, with his back to us. Thankfully. Be right there. Santiago's response is coated with arousal. The edges of his lips tug upward before he lowers his voice to a ragged whisper. Gonna have to let me go first. It takes a moment to realize my legs have somehow wrapped themselves around the back of his thighs, and my hands still firmly grip his shirt. Fiery hot embarrassment heats my cheeks, and I abruptly release him. He straightens, easing away from me. His gaze ensnares mine as he adjusts himself with a slight grimace. After all this, it's gonna be hard not to think about you when I'm supposed to be working. The words slip out before I realize it. That's not all that's hard. Surprise lights up his features, and that mouth that makes me feel too many dangerous things curves upward. The slightest hint of a genuine grin has a sensation of butterflies erupting low in my stomach. Those tiny lines fanning from the outer edges of his eyes become more prominent. See you later, Miss Arias. I lift my chin a notch before reminding him. At the tea party. At the tea party first. He lowers his head, his lips glossing over mine as he whispers, Then you're mine for the night. I only agreed to dinner. Eyes gleaming at the hint of a challenge, smug determination crosses his features. I got a feeling I can persuade you. Without another word, he strides from the kitchen and he and Gordo disappear down the hall. Regardless of what just transpired, or what may happen in days to come, I can't forget that Santiago and I are enemies. One of the most valuable lessons I ever learned was to never underestimate my enemy, because my very life depends on it.
31. Santiago. Hidalgo's getting more ballsy, or reckless. Not sure which. Scowl etched on his face as we stride down the hall. Gordo fills me in on what's transpired. It took every sweet-talking word I've got to smooth things over with our contacts down in Ambato. Hidalgo tried to fuck with one of our Ecuador warehouses. Thankfully, I've got good men, many who willingly defaulted from Hidalgo's ranks, in place there. But we still lost some inventory to the fire he had some asshole start, which pisses me the hell off. His man's already dead, and was delivered to Hidalgo in pieces. No doubt he'll receive that message, and dismiss it. He's always been a petulant fucker. We just got to keep our heads on a swivel, prepared for anything he might try. I cut him a glance. How much of the special stuff was damaged? I'm referring to the particular strain of marijuana we produce that's become our golden ticket to raking in the profits. The high off it is potent as hell, but its flowers are more medicinally beneficial than any other kind. A small portion, but nothing major. Good. When he pauses, I tense. I've got a feeling he's gonna switch up the conversation and who he's gonna mention. I'm proven right when he says, "You sure you know what you're doing? 'Cause I gotta say, I'm usually in step with you, but you've lost me in this charade." I ignored him, but I should know better than to think he'll let this go. Bringing her to dinner tonight's a big risk, and you know it. I know what he's saying. If she overhears something and runs her mouth, it won't be good for anybody. But my instinct's telling me she's a safe bet. The woman who rouses a wild animal's protective instinct and gets a young girl to speak after 2 whole years of silence. There's something there. Instead of addressing Gordo's concern, I tell him, "Need to get out of that last meeting we've got today." At his questioning glance, I clarify, "Got plans with Alma." Huh. A pause. Just Alma? Or Alma and Miss Arias? I'm spared from answering when we reach the foyer and Luis heads towards us. "Boss, you got a minute to talk?" Gordo says, "I'll get the car pulled up," before striding off, so I step aside with Luis. "What's up?" My phone pings rapidly with incoming messages, and I withdraw it from my pocket. I've got to make sure no last-minute changes or other emergencies have occurred. Luis hesitates, glancing around before lowering his voice. I've never witnessed him being anything other than 100% confident, until now. I know you gave the command that we're supposed to treat Lola like a guest now." I start typing a quick response to one of our contacts while I wait for Luis to fucking ask his question. "So, I wondered if it'd be okay if I, asked her out sometime." My thumb freezes over the keypad. I slowly drag my eyes from my phone to rest on Luis. Every single molecule in my body violently riots against the idea of Luis and Lola dating, of them doing any fucking thing together. You wanna date Miss Arias. I restate this, not as a question, while purposely avoiding using her first name so casually like he did. He dips his chin in a nod. "Yeah, boss." Almost boyishly, he shifts from one foot to the other, then drags a hand over his short hair. "I think we connected the other day." I stare at him for so long, his gaze darts from mine beneath the pressure before he forces it back. My brows rise a notch. "You connected?" With a shrug, he flashes a borderline shy smile. She's got a great sense of humor. And man, those nachos she made were top-notch, too. He thinks they connected? Swear to fucking God. If they connected in any way similar to how we just did in my kitchen a minute ago, I'll send a bullet through his brain. He must sense the shift in my mood, 'cause he straightens his shoulders, his body not nearly as relaxed as it was initially. Miss Arias is off limits. The possessive quality in my voice is evident even to me, and I balk at it before hurriedly adding, for now, at least until she's been properly vetted, there's still a few things that need to be cleared up. A flicker of confusion crosses his features before he masks it. He nods. Got it, boss. I step past him to where Gordo's now waiting at the door. His mouth is twitching, and I know he overheard every fucking word. He at least waits until we are alone in the vehicle to mention it. Luis and Lola, huh? I don't respond. They'd be good together. Both seem pretty chill. He'd probably never toss her on a kitchen counter and accost her sexually. Gordo, I growl, but he just fucking keeps going. He's enjoying this way too much. Luis would probably find out her favorite breakfast foods and have the cook make them for her. He slaps a hand against the steering wheel. Oh wait, somebody already did that. Yeah, so I made Javier cook her gallo pinto for breakfast along with tocineta and croissants. It's all part of the plan to get her to feel more comfortable, so she'll divulge secrets. Hold on. Gordo pretends to think hard. I think that was you who did that, boss. I grind my teeth, refusing to rise to the bait. But I can only take so much. This becomes evident when he continues his taunts. Anyway, like I was saying, Luis and Lola would make a cute couple. Plus, their names go together well. I'm gonna have a mouthful of dust if he doesn't stop making me grind my goddamn teeth like this. Both start with the letter L. Luis and Lola. Lola and Luis. I can see it now. People start hashtagging Lolu. Fuck off. Gordo finally shuts up, and I concentrate on my phone. But as I rattle off text responses, there's no mistaking his chuckle.
32. Lola. Once I emerge from my last house for the day and slide inside the back seat of the SUV, I'm surprised to find Luis behind the wheel. Oh, hi, Luis. He turns around in his seat to grin at me. How was your day? Exhausting, but good. I let out a weary laugh. I'm ready for a shower since I have a special tea party to attend. His smile widens and he faces the front. With Alma, I assume? Exactly. He pulls out of the driveway and we fall into easy conversation. She really likes you. A smile graces my lips as I stare out my window. The feeling's mutual. After a moment's pause, I tentatively pose my question. Alma doesn't speak to anyone? Nah. He shakes his head, slowing to a stop at the corner before he makes the left turn. Not since the day we brought her back home with us. Was Santiago involved with her mother? I'm asking because I'm curious to know more about Alma, not because I want more information on Santiago. That's what I tell myself, at least. No. Luis's answer is immediate. We found her when we tracked down a traitor. Huh? So Santiago just took in a random little girl? I pose the question hesitantly as my mind struggles for a clarification. Or did he discover he had a child when he tracked down the traitor? Alma's not his biological daughter, but nobody treats her differently. His voice turns muted. Think we all felt the need to do something that day to help her. He frowns, his jaw taut. She was so fucking skinny you could count her damn ribs. I absently rub the ache that's bloomed in the center of my chest. And Santiago's kept her ever since? How long has it been? 2 years. Stunned, I muse under my breath. So she hasn't spoken in 2 years? Nope. He says this offhandedly. Rumor has it she was abused for talking, so she got used to not talking at all. That day we found her was the only time anybody's ever heard her speak, and even then we could tell she was scared too. Holy shit. I'm left reeling with the revelation that Alma chose to speak to me, that she continues to choose me. I'm unsure what I've done to warrant the privilege, but I vow to do my best to honor it. As long as I'm here, the little voice in the back of my mind whispers this reminder. When Luis suddenly clears his throat, nervousness emanates from him. I know we, don't know each other well, but I'd like to get to know you better. He hurriedly tacks on, at some point. I blink, attempting to digest his words. But when he continues with, but boss said you're off limits for now. A boyish smile tugs at his mouth. And I probably shouldn't be telling you that, but I want to be honest. I'm off limits? Santiago's declared me off limits? That asshole. I can't say exactly what compels my need for additional confirmation, but I lean forward in my seat. He said I was off limits? He nods as he navigates the SUV along the private road leading to Santiago's compound. Yep. Told me so this morning. As if he's suddenly second-guessing himself, his shoulders stiffen. Concern crosses his features and bleeds into his voice. But please don't tell anybody I told you. I promise to keep this between us. The lack of hesitance in my response has him visibly relaxing. Adopting a casual tone, I pose my question carefully. You mentioned he said I'm off limits right now. What does that mean? He casts me a quick glance before redirecting his attention to the narrow road. Between us, he said he wasn't finished vetting you yet. That a few things need to be cleared up. Interesting. So he's still vetting me. Or does he just not want me getting close to another man? Evidently, he still views me as a threat. I muse. He lets out a derisive grunt. It's clear that if you were gonna talk, you'd have done so from the start. So is this common for him to do this sort of thing? For him to keep somebody at the house and under his watch? He shakes his head. Nah, not at all. In fact, he frowns thoughtfully. I've never known him to do something like this before. A smile forms on his handsome face. Then again, we don't normally run into beautiful women like you. I'm granted a reprieve from responding when he pulls up at the house and Diego promptly opens my door. Good afternoon, Miss Arias. Diego studiously avoids meeting my gaze for so long, and that alone is a glaring indicator he's been reprimanded for lowering his guard with me in the kitchen the other day. How's your day been so far, Diego? I shouldn't instigate anything, but damn it, these men have been kind to me. They'd spoken to me like I was an average person instead of a prisoner or suspect. His eyes dart to mine ever so briefly. Fine, thank you. His lips press thin, as though he is attempting to suppress a response a split second before he offers in a stilted tone. How's your day been, Miss Arias? The formal way he pushes out the question has a tiny laugh falling from my lips. Leaning toward him, I lower my voice to a conspiratorial whisper. It's been okay, but it would be even better if you'd pull that stick out of your ass and talk to me like a real human. Now emerged from the vehicle, Luis has stopped beside us. At my remark, he coughs into his fist, clearly attempting to disguise his laugh. But I don't allow my focus to veer from Diego, who glances around nervously, his eyes flitting to the mounted cameras nearby. Finally, he mutters, Sorry, Miss Arias, but boss gave the three of us strict orders about interacting with you. Wait a minute. He gave the three of you orders? He gives a curt nod. Yeah. Eyes narrowing, I prod further, even though I know what his answer will be. When was this? That day we had nachos? Just as I thought. Diego zeroes in on Luis and lowers his voice. Better watch yourself. Boss didn't seem too happy with whatever you talked to him about earlier before he left. Luis pales and Diego's expression turns pained as he tells him, just saying, never been on the receiving end of his wrath and don't want to be. His eyes cut briefly to me before he levels a pointed look at his friend. Don't want to see you receiving it either. I bear the silent part he's not voicing, however. Don't want to see you receiving it either, especially not for her. With an inward groan, I wave a dismissive hand and head toward the front door. No worries, gentlemen. I won't be getting you into trouble with your boss. Silence trails me as I turn my back on them and head toward the door. I know I'm being petulant, but deep down, I'd hope they might be the exceptions. That they might be willing to go against the rules and be my friends. And no, it wasn't an entirely altruistic wish. I'd be lying if I said it was, because my primary motivation was to befriend them so I could covertly solicit information from them. But it was also because the idea of living in this compound without a solitary friend is too damn lonely. As I stride inside and toward my bedroom, my mind is in turmoil with what I've just discovered about Santiago and Alma. A plan already forming. My irritation abruptly dissolves when I enter my room and discover a little construction paper card sitting on my nightstand. Handwritten in crayon, the message on the front says, To Lola, accompanied by a beautiful butterfly similar to my tattoos. When I read the message inside, my throat threatens to swell shut with emotion.
Thank you for letting me stay with you last night. You were the best snuggler ever. I'm a really smart girl, but I had to use a dictionary to help me spell some words. Did you know there are 2 G's in snuggler? I love you. Love, Alma. XOXO.
I hold the card against my chest, memorizing this moment. Oh, sweet Alma. With extreme care, I set the card on my nightstand beside the butterfly figurine she gave me when we first met. When small bare feet advance quickly across the tile floor, I'm anticipating the arms that wrap around my waist from behind a moment later, hugging me tightly. My eyes fall closed as I allow myself to bask in the moment, to soak in the blatant affection she offers. Curiously, patting the petite arm cinched at my waist, I playfully tease. Who on earth is hugging me from behind? A giggle sounds before her little voice emerges.
It's me, Lola.
Oh, so it's Javier hugging me. She giggles again.
No, silly, it's Alma.
What? I detach her arms from my waist. I must see this for myself. I gently tug her around to face me. Her wide, carefree smile acts like a swift kick in the gut, while simultaneously sending a contented warmth so deep that it seeps into the marrow of my bones. I bend to be at eye level with her. Her riotous black curls are all over the place, a few falling past her brows. I smooth them back even though it's futile. I love my card, Alma. She beams with happiness. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Her voice still possesses a raspy quality, likely from not being used for so long. When she reaches up and cautiously smooths my bangs back from my face, similar to how I just touched her, my heart gives a little flip. It's now that I notice a slight orange tint around her mouth. Did you have orange soda?
No.
She giggles and puts her index finger over her lips, indicating it's a secret.
Uncle Gordo was sneaky and gave me some cheese crackers because they're my favorite.
Uncle Gordo sneaks her cheese crackers. Before I can give it more thought, she vibrates with excitement, bouncing on her feet.
Guess what?
What?
My dad said he's gonna come to our tea party.
That's awesome! I hesitate before cautiously adding, if you'd rather just have a tea party with your daddy, that's fine. I'd understand. Her expression morphs in an instant, going from happy to panicked.
No, Lola. I want you both there.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. Planting a quick kiss on her forehead, I straighten. I need to shower, so I'll meet you in a few minutes for the tea party, okay? She nods enthusiastically.
Okay.
As quickly as she arrived, she disappears, pulling my door closed behind her. My shoulders deflate, as if my body realizes with Alma's departure, the room's now devoid of life. But I can't dwell on that. There's no time. I have to fortify my defenses since I'll be attending a tea party with Santiago Hernandez himself. After what happened in the kitchen, it's wise to protect myself against him and his innate sensuality. Not only that, but I still need to eliminate whatever suspicions he has about me. I can do this. I whisper this in an attempt to bolster my confidence. I faced more intimidating circumstances and made it out alive. Certainly, I can do the same once again.
33. Santiago. The happiness etched on my daughter's face is unmatched by anything I've ever experienced. She set up the tea party along the side of the house a few meters away from her bedroom windows. This is the best section of the yard because it's mostly shaded. Not only that, but it's the safest place outdoors for her since it's bordered by jungle and overlooking a steep ravine. If somebody's gonna breach this place, they're gonna come at us from the other, easier angles. Nobody in their right mind's gonna brave the jungle at night and try to climb 17 feet along a rock-walled ravine. And now that I know for sure a Black Panther's nearby, I wouldn't fucking try it myself. We're seated on the large blanket beneath a shaded section. Alma pours the tea into our cups with such care, that furrow between her brow pronounced. Javier delivered 3 slices of torta chilena and served them with an exaggerated bow to Alma, eliciting a giggle. I keep hoping my girl will talk, but so far nothing. I'm jealous as hell that she talks to Lola and not me, but I get it. Lola's got a way about her that has a person lowering their defenses. Fuck. Look at how she won over my men in no time at all. Never before have they ever shown a sign of weakness, and certainly not over a woman. Alma holds up her teacup with a smile, and Lola seems to have the ability to read my girl's mind. You want us to make a toast? Alma nods and peers at me expectantly. Unease and an unfamiliar hint of nervousness have me scrubbing a hand along my jaw. You want me to make the toast? She nods again, and Lola's eyes gleam with amusement. I shift slightly before extending my teacup. 2 tea parties with my favorite girl. Alma's expression grows troubled. Her eyes dart to Lola before widening on me, as if prompting me to rephrase my toast. Tipping my head to the side, I offer slowly, 2 tea parties with my... I cut a quick glance at Lola, who radiates a mix of amusement and discomfort while she avoids meeting my gaze. Favorite girls. Alma's face lights up, and she gently clinks her cup to mine before doing the same with Lola's. Lola's eyes remain averted as my cup carefully connects with hers, and we all take a drink. When the silence grows thicker, Lola rushes to fill it, informing me of what I already witnessed. Alma gave me the most beautiful card today. When she fixes a smile on my daughter, I tug at the collar of my button-down. There's a quality about Lola's smile that causes a tightening noose-like sensation around my neck. It has me wondering all sorts of things I have no business entertaining, like what it would take to get her to smile that way, and how it would feel if she directed that smile at me. Do I have to make her a homemade card to get that kind of smile? Shit. The idea is beyond laughable. And fucking pathetic. Alma drew butterflies on the card. Lola continues, oblivious to my inner thoughts, and beams with pride at my daughter. And they looked exactly like the ones on my arm. Adopting a hurt expression, I tease. I didn't get a card, Alma. My daughter's expression drops. Lola tenses beside me, but Alma ducks her chin shyly before reaching behind her. When she holds out a folded card, similar looking to the one she gave Lola, I go still. You made one for me? I offer gently. Setting down my teacup, I accept the card from her. She nods slowly before lowering her eyes to the blanket. I'm not expecting a verbal response, so she shocks me when she whispers, "I didn't think you'd like it, 'cause boys don't like stuff like this." Emotion tightens my chest and my mouth goes bone dry, 'cause my girl spoke to me, for the first time in far too long. I turn my attention to the card, inspecting it carefully. On the front, she's written, "Ami Papi," and drawn some guns beneath it. I'm not sure what to make of the fact that Lola got butterflies on hers, and I got some guns, but I guess it fits. When I open it and read what's on the inside, though, every muscle in my body goes rigid. My throat feels like some asshole's trying to choke me out. I love you more than the whole wide world because you saved me. You probably wanted a boy instead of a girl, so I'm sorry. But can you please marry Lola so she can be my mom? I'll do anything. I love you, Daddy. Love, Alma. XOXO. My eyes lift to meet Alma's wary gaze, and I close the card before Lola can see what it says. Daddy. She's never called me that before, least of all on paper. If I'm being honest, I never considered it. Never thought of myself as a dad, but more of a caretaker. But now, that single word Alma neatly wrote has my throat growing impossibly tight. I clear my throat and lean toward Alma, lowering my voice. This is the best card I've ever received. Her dark eyes crease at the edges with a smile, but when my expression goes stern, they widen with worry. But you got to know that I never wanted a boy. I scowl in distaste. I've got too many boys running around here as it is. Relief fills her brown eyes, urging me to continue. And I only like tea parties when they're with you. She launches herself at me, barely granting me time to prepare for it. Her small limbs curl around me, and for such a little thing, she threatens to squeeze all the breath out of me. For some unexplained reason, my eyes collide with Lola's. The affection swimming in the depths of her gaze, combined with the faint smile tugging at her lips, makes me feel like the time I first made a name for myself. When I started being known as somebody to both fear and respect. I've got a big fucking problem on my hands, 'cause she shouldn't have the power to make me feel this way with a mere look. Alma leans back, grabs the card, and points at a specific line. But can you please marry Lola so she can be my mom? A surprised laugh falls out of me, and Lola's expression turns curious with a hint of something else I'm unable to decipher. Placing my lips near my daughter's ear, I whisper quietly enough not to be overheard. Can't make any promises, sweetheart. Alma's been whisked away to complete the rest of her scheduled private tutoring, and Lola's about to rush off now that our tea party's convened. I snag her wrist before she can escape. She freezes, her attention falling to where my fingers cinch her. Her dark bangs shift with her "what the fuck" expression. In such a hurry to get away from me, Miss Arias? I don't know why the hell it burns that she's always running off, trying to evade me. I know I've given her more reasons to flee than stay, but fuck. Her reaction has my damn ego taking a colossal hit. At her pointed look at where I'm still holding her, I release her slowly. She crosses her arms and lifts her chin in a stubborn way I've already become familiar with. Is there something you need? Where you off to? She adopts a nonchalant tone heavily laced with sarcasm. Oh, I figured I'd get pampered at the spa while I wait for my nanny job to start once Alma's done with her tutor. This woman's got a mouth like no other, and fuck if I don't like it. Not that I'll admit it. Yeah? I step closer. What you need pampering for? Tipping her head to the side, she assesses me in a way that tells me I'm not gonna like whatever comes out of her mouth next. For when I ask someone out on a date. Fierce possessiveness turns my tone dark and threatening. When you what? As calm as can be, she repeats herself, enunciating each word. When I ask someone out on a date. I fold my arms across my chest, mimicking her pose. And just who the fuck are you planning to ask? She holds my gaze for a beat. Luis. The hell? My hands drop to my sides, and I'm tempted as fuck to punch the side of the house with my bare fist. My tone is flat. You're planning to ask out Luis? Yes. She unfolds her arms and smooths a hand down her hair. Is my hair okay? Because I want to look my... In an instant, I'm in her face, looming over her. The fuck you wanna ask out Luis for? Her words emerge slowly, as if I don't have a fully functioning brain. Because he's nice to me. Nice. The word tastes rancid on my tongue. So, I haven't been nice to you by letting you live after what you witnessed? Her expression turns to fury. That right there is exactly what I mean. You think you're being nice to me by letting me live, but I'm supposed to think that everything else that goes along with it, you terrorizing me at every damn turn, is nice too? She lets out a disgruntled huff and shoves both hands against my chest. You're insane. I band an arm around her waist, and when she struggles to get free, I walk her backward until she's trapped between me and the high railing. Her eyes threaten to set me on fire with her anger, and I revel in it. She doesn't cower to me. I'm drawn to her, drawn to this woman who's filled with so much emotion and liveliness. She's smart as hell, and braver than most men I've come across. For a split second, I imagine having someone like her by my side, someone strong-willed and brave, and who won't be easily swayed by fear. Let me go. She attempts to break free of my hold, interrupting my stray thoughts. Brown eyes flame me to the bone. Her lips are parted, and I give in to the craving to claim her. Fisting her hair in a captive grip, I fit my mouth to hers. If I believed in witchcraft or voodoo shit, I'd be convinced she practices it. 'Cause every fucking time I put my mouth on this woman, I'm an addict who needs even more. It's never been like this before, and sure as shit, never with Kaina. I use my hold on her to tilt her head, to take the kiss deeper, and she matches me with each stroke of our tongues. When her palms slip beneath my untucked shirt to flatten against my chest, my cock grows harder. 'Cause she's sure as hell not pushing me away. Not only that, but this isn't some sweet kiss. It isn't even a hot, passionate one. It's a goddamn battle, each of us trying to best the other, trying to throw the other further off kilter. She gives as much as she gets, and fuck if I don't love every second of it. With her trapped against the railing and my legs between hers, I reach beneath the hem of her cotton sundress. When I slide my palm up her smooth thigh, her little moan is caught by my mouth, and lust whips through my veins. Her fingers curl, her blunt fingernails digging into my pecs. Those little sounds she makes in the back of her throat have my cock throbbing. I tuck my fingers beneath the edge of her panties, and she arches into my touch, pulling a groan from me. Christ almighty. She's like fucking kryptonite. Dipping my finger inside her, I encounter nothing but searing wetness. She rolls her hips, attempting to push my finger deeper inside. I break the kiss to trail my mouth along her cheek until I reach the junction where her ear meets her jaw. Placing a kiss there, I smile when she shivers. My voice is a low rumble while I work my finger in and out of her. See? You don't wanna date Luis. Obstinance colors her tone even while her voice is breathless. Maybe I prefer a man without a tiny ponytail. A grunt of disbelief rumbles up my throat. That's so. There's no fucking way my hair's a turnoff for her, and we both fucking know it. Uh-huh. I like men who are more clean-cut. I almost laugh, 'cause none of my men could be considered clean-cut. She doesn't realize Luis is covered with more tattoos than me, and that's saying a lot. You know, her voice is choppy, making it clear she's aroused, but she doesn't back down. A part of me isn't the least bit surprised. I'd be disappointed if she did. I like men who don't have girly hair. I raise my teeth along her neck, over her pulse, and leisurely pump my finger in and out of her. And here I thought you liked my girly hair. She coats me with more wetness. At least one part of you likes me. Maybe I'm wet because I've been thinking of Luis. Red flashes in my vision. Yeah? Yeah. Damn, she's a fucking firecracker. Sure. I add another finger inside her and revel in her sharp intake of breath. Capturing her earlobe between my teeth, I give it a hard suck before releasing it. What if I said I was gonna get on my knees right now and eat your sweet pussy? She clenches around my fingers in a way that has my dick throbbing harder, giving me all the answer I need. There's no mistaking the smug satisfaction in my voice. Yeah, that's what I thought. That doesn't mean anything, she protests breathlessly. No, I use the pad of my thumb to toy with her clit. So, I should stop? Yes. Her immediate response, combined with how her hands tighten their grip on me, nearly makes me laugh. She's so damn stubborn. All right then. I pull back a fraction to peer down at her, and fuck. Those gorgeous, heavy-lidded eyes peer up at me, that hint of stubbornness still prominent through the haze of arousal. Her parted lips are damp from our kiss, and I know without a shadow of a doubt I'd fucking kill any man who dared to touch her like this. It's like taking a bullet to the chest. It hits me that hard. I'm not just pissing a circle around her 'cause she's a shiny new toy I want for myself. It isn't me testing her loyalty, vetting her honesty. It's 'cause Lola Arias is the first woman I've encountered who could potentially fit into my world. Hell, she's already shown she fits in my daughter's world. I may not trust her implicitly, but one thing's certain. She's the first woman in over a decade who I've wanted to make mine.
34. Lola. He leans back, his searing gaze on me. His fingers have stilled inside me while his thumb moves in exaggeratedly slow strokes over my clit. I'm held captive by his dark, lust-filled eyes. So when an indecipherable emotion crosses his features, my stomach tightens. The barest hint of a smug smirk tugs at his lips that hold the power to render me mindless. Guess you want me to stop. I glare at him. You're an asshole. He leans closer, the tiniest trace of amusement clinging to his words. And I think you like it. I mash my lips together to suppress my gasp when his thumb presses down on my clit, electrifying all my nerve endings. The flare of heat in his gaze tells me he noticed my reaction. When he rasps his thumb over my clit again, my nipples harden even more. You don't want me to stop, do you? He captures my lower lip between his teeth, giving it a little tug that I feel all the way to my core. Approval lights his eyes when I coat him with more wetness. Releasing my lip, he soothes it with his tongue. Nah, he murmurs. Don't think you do. I practically growl in frustration. Just finish what you've started already. He grins against my mouth, planting a slow, soft kiss to each corner, as though he has all the time in the world. Think you're in the position to be making demands? With my palms splayed against the hard wall of his chest, it's impossible to ignore the rigid and puckered skin from old wounds, disguised by his ink. Skimming my hands along his heated flesh, I mold my fingers over where he prods against the front of his pants. challenge alight in his eyes, he moves his 2 fingers inside me, curling them to stroke that particular spot that has my toes curling. Need burns a fiery path through me, and I rock into his touch. Hot possessiveness takes hold of his expression. You're something else, you know that. Stubborn, regal. He punctuates this with a nip of my lips, his tone hushed. Powerful, strong. Powerful, strong. The male pride infused in his voice increases my arousal, because no one's ever considered me powerful or strong before. I've always been viewed as less than, a subservient being, disposable, a weakness. On its own accord, my body melts into his, and he immediately registers my acquiescence. Yeah, you don't want me to stop. He captures my mouth for a deep kiss, his tongue delving inside just as his fingers do the same inside me. I stroke him over his pants, and he surges against my palm, pulsing and prodding through the fabric. He's hard as steel, and I imagine what he'd feel like inside me. He works me to a frenzy, his thumb tormenting my clit, while his fingers thrust in and out of me. I glide my hand over his hard cock, wishing I were touching his bare flesh, wishing I could make him come undone, like I did before. When he removes my hand from him and guides it to my breast, his voice is a barely audible rasp against my lips. Touch those gorgeous tits for me. He delivers another wet kiss before groaning against my mouth, when I circle my hard nipple through the fabric of my sundress. That's it. He speeds up his thrusting fingers and circling thumb. My free hand clutches at his bicep, my nails digging into the fabric like daggers, but he doesn't appear to care. So close to the brink, I let out a keening cry, and he takes my mouth with his, swallowing the sound. Breaking the kiss briefly, he mutters against my lips. Want you to come so hard you strangle my fingers. He claims my mouth again in a searing kiss, while his finger fucks me and works my clit, sending me over the edge. My pussy contracts around him, hips rocking as my body quakes through my release. He tears his lips from mine, burying his face in my neck with a groan. That's it. Show me how you'd ride my cock. Fuck yeah. My lips part, and my moan gets trapped in my throat when he drops open-mouthed kisses along the side of my neck before raking his teeth over it. Once the shudders subside and the haze of lust dissipates, I realize I'm still clutching him. His husky, so fucking perfect, reaches my ears, and an onslaught of pride ripples through me. The delicate kiss he plants on my collarbone is at such extreme odds with the crass bully of a man I've come to know him as. I wonder if he's toying with me, if this is all a ploy, because he's made it all too clear he doesn't trust me, and I've fallen prey to him yet again. What is wrong with me? Muscles turning to wrought iron, I shove my dress back down, avoiding his eyes to grant myself a moment to recover, to gather my wits, because he is quickly becoming an issue for me. He retreats a step, but the oppressive weight of his attention rests heavily on me. When I attempt to sidestep him and escape, his arm darts out in front of me to stop me. When I raise my eyes, they immediately clash with his. Running away again, huh? His lips flatten into a punishing line. Just gonna get yours and leave me hanging? I pin him with a haughty glare. I didn't realize you were keeping score. You should know better. His smirk is nothing short of menacing. Than to think I wouldn't be. Capturing my hand, he places my palm over the hard ridge of his cock. This right here's keeping score. With my other hand, I pat his shoulder, my tone pure condescension. You should know better than to think I care. He leans in, lowering his voice. While we're on the topic, you should know better than to think I'll let you out of here without leaving my mark. As if my skin registers his words, the abraded areas along my neck that have suffered from his scruff flare with heat. I yank my wrist from his grip, and our gazes, filled with challenge, hold for a suspended moment. It's a silent spar ring match in its own right. If you think I'm letting you ask Luis anything besides the fucking time. Without averting his eyes, he slowly shakes his head. You're wrong. I smile up at him prettily. You might be the boss of these men, but that doesn't extend to me. An edge of challenge colors his expression. Wanna bet? Heaving out a dramatic sigh, I duck beneath his arm. This conversation is boring. I give a little wave without looking back, tossing out a casual, see you later. Before I turn the corner, of course, he gets in the last word. An unmistakable threat is engraved in his voice. Oh, I guarantee I'll see you later, Miss Arias. 35. Lola. I run the wide-toothed comb through Alma's damp hair, gently working through the tangles now that she's bathed.
What are you wearing to dinner with my dad?
I glance at the bathroom mirror, our eyes meeting briefly. I'm not sure. Lifting a shoulder in a shrug, I continue detangling her hair. I have a few dresses I can choose from.
Are they fancy?
I pause mid-combing. Not really. Why?
'Cause when my dad has a business dinner, he always dresses real fancy.
Well, shit. Did he say it was a business dinner? I suppose it's a moot point since my budget doesn't exactly allot for fancy cocktail dresses. Once I've finished with her hair, she turns and hugs me.
Thanks, Lola.
Anytime, sweetheart. Releasing me, she takes my hand and leads me into her bedroom. We both stop short at the person waiting for us. A stunning strapless red dress encases the woman's body, the hem barely reaching mid-thigh, paired with matching crimson heels. Her makeup is flawless, and her hair falls in a perfectly straight, gleaming curtain of black. I'm barefoot in my leggings and loose-fitting shirt over top a basic sports bra, so this woman's entire appearance makes me feel positively frumpy in comparison. In one hand is a slim clutch, while her other holds a small teddy bear. Alma scowls and points at the woman's shoes with a grunt, but the woman ignores the reaction and advances instead. Her sugary, sweet voice makes my skin crawl. Alma, I've missed you. She tugs the girl in for the briefest, most pathetic excuse for a hug, her eyes spearing me with daggers before refocusing on Alma. Look, I brought you another teddy bear. She offers it to Alma, who defiantly ignores it. Alma squeezes my hand tighter and plasters herself against my side, shying away from the woman. We remain entrenched in awkward silence before the woman's mouth tightens. I'll just set it on your bed. Once she does so, her attention settles on me, her perfect brows rising. And who are you? The nanny. Her eyes narrow at my curt, monotone response. The nanny. She surveys me from head to toe. She must not classify me as a threat, because her attention returns to Alma. Her voice reverts to a nauseatingly saccharine quality. It was lovely to see you again, Alma. Alma stands in resolute silence as the woman strides from the room, her heels clicking like a ticking time bomb. Once the sound of the woman's retreat drifts farther away, Alma rushes to close her bedroom door. Leading me to her bed, she grabs the teddy bear the woman left and hurls it clear across the room. It lands softly in the far corner. So, that's the woman who brings you all these teddy bears you deface? With a huff, Alma climbs into bed.
That's Kana.
That's the infamous Kana? Interesting. I pull the sheet over Alma, press a kiss to her forehead, and wish her sweet dreams. When I straighten, she smiles so sweetly that my chest tightens.
Have fun at dinner with my dad.
She gives my hand a quick squeeze.
Maybe he'll ask you to marry him so you can be my mom.
My eyes go wide. I don't think that's going to happen, sweetheart.
It will.
She flashes me a confident grin.
He just needs to make you fall in love with him.
I successfully stifle my snort laugh at the ridiculous notion to avoid hurting her feelings. We'll see. Good night, Alma.
Night, Lola.
Once I leave her room, I pad down the hall to my bedroom. The moment I cross the threshold, I realize someone's invaded my privacy. The proof lies on my bed. I lean back against my closed door while my attention remains riveted to the gorgeous dress draped across my bed and the open shoebox beside it. I place a hand over my stomach, attempting to assuage the sensation that a swarm of butterflies has taken up residence. In a deep shade of blue that matches my butterfly tattoos, the dress is made of satiny material I have no doubt will fit me perfectly. Hesitance blankets my movements as I edge closer to the bed, my fingers tingling with the urge to touch the fabric. A part of me wants to resist, knowing there's a good chance he's watching, but I give in. The instant my fingertips skim over the smooth, satiny fabric, a tiny moan bubbles up my throat. I know without even looking that there's an expensive label sewn on the inside. A flash of memory flickers through my mind of the last time I wore something gorgeous in this same color. Although a designer label hadn't been affixed to the inside, it was painstakingly hand-sewn for me. That was the last night I truly lived before hell descended upon me. 36. Lola. My hands cradle my midsection, the memories causing my stomach to lurch sickly. I inhale deeply, then exhale, willing my nerves to settle, and force my mind back to the present. Nothing good comes from dwelling on the past. Taking heed of it and using it as a continuous lesson? Absolutely. But letting it continue to drag me down? Hell no. Though I've come far, I can also admit that I've reverted in some ways. I'm still walking a fine line to preserve my life, to prove myself, to Santiago. The main difference is that I don't recoil when he touches me, nor has he willingly hurt me. Has he intimidated me? Without a doubt. But he's never drawn blood from me. It's sad that it's something to be commended, but such is my life. I can't help but wonder if the universe is messing with me, though. The dinner, the man, the dress. It wouldn't be so bad if it were any other day. But it's not. My stomach roils more violently, and I know there's nothing I can do to stifle it, because today is the day I was born. It's also the day I died. Pinching my eyes closed, I drag in a deep breath, forcing myself to refocus on the dress and heels lying on my bed. I almost missed the note tucked alongside the sleek black heels, but when I withdraw it, my heart stutters at the undeniably masculine scrawl. Dinner's at 8. Wear the dress or don't wear the dress. Your choice. Panties are optional. Panties are optional? Only Santiago Hernandez would have the audacity to write that. Tossing the card on my bed, I pad into my bathroom and shut the door. I step in the shower and allow the water to spill over me, silently pleading for it to wash away every ounce of my stress. Once I step out and wrap a towel around me, I face the vanity mirror and the dawning realization hits me. A part of the note illustrated the tiniest difference between Santiago and him. Wear the dress or don't wear the dress. Your choice. Your choice. Those two simple words ricochet inside my mind. Your choice. I was never granted that before, not until I made my final escape. Yet now, Central America's most notorious cartel leader is giving me one. 37. Lola. A battle churns deep within me on whether to wear something of my own versus that dress. The fact that Santiago gave me a choice just matters. Somehow I know the man wouldn't look down on me if I wore my own much simpler, cheaper clothing. After a deep, fortifying breath, I reach for the dress. The fabric molds to my curves like a lover's hands, the hem flirting with the top of my knees and a slit along one side. With a slim diagonal strap over one shoulder, my other shoulder remains bare. I wonder if he planned it like this, to have my exposed shoulder be the one covered in inked butterflies. Cut in a straight line, the bodice doesn't bear even the tops of my breasts, and is a much more conservative choice than I would have expected from him. However, when it comes to the back, it's increasingly more revealing. The entire length of my spine is on display, which means my tattoos are in plain sight. The only saving grace is that my hair will conceal the part near my nape. While this dress exposes more of my body than I'm accustomed to, it's inarguably gorgeous. Since I don't use much makeup, I'm ready in no time at all after I dry my hair. Once I slip the heels on, I wobble and brace a hand against the wall to steady myself. A deprecating grunt falls from my lips, because I may very well embarrass us both tonight. I'm sure Santiago didn't consider that before demanding that I accompany him. The knock on the door sends ripples of unease and nervousness through me. I smooth a hand down the front of my dress and exhale slowly before opening my bedroom door. All oxygen evaporates from my lungs at the sight before me. Holy shit! Alma wasn't kidding when she said Santiago dresses fancy for dinner. Hovering at the threshold, he wears a three-piece suit that's so well-tailored it molds to his body like a second skin. Hair combed back and cinched in the usual abbreviated ponytail, the first few buttons of his shirt remain undone, revealing the menacing skull tattoo etched over his throat. He canvasses me from head to toe in what feels more like a caress than a perusal. Once our eyes meet, his hold the gleam of approval intertwined with heated lust. Darkly inked hands remained braced on either side of the door jamb as his tall, muscled form haunts my doorway. The man is undeniably attractive, and knowing he puts forth little to no effort makes it even more frustrating. It's what spurs me to try and get under his skin. Tipping my head to study him, I wrinkle my nose. And here, I thought maybe a fancy business dinner would give me a break from the girly hair. A knowing smirk tugs at his lips as he surveys me similarly. And here I thought maybe inviting you to a fancy business dinner meant you'd be nicer to me. He leans in closer, his clean masculine scent filling the air. Lowering his voice, he murmurs, "Thought for sure all those orgasms I gave you would have counted towards something too." Heat suffuses my body as flashbacks of the pleasure he's given me flicker before my eyes. Desperate to keep my wits about me, I clear my throat and smooth a hand down my dress. "Are you ready?" First, I gotta know. One edge of his lips tips up the smallest fraction. "You wearing panties tonight?" I squint at him. "Let's pretend you're a gentleman for once, and that you don't ask me such things." When I attempt to duck beneath his left arm, he moves it to block my escape. A trace of amusement lingers in his dark eyes. "You and I both know nobody's gonna mistake me for a gentleman." I hitch my chin a notch higher, trying not to reveal how his proximity threatens to unravel me. That his clean, masculine scent beneath the hint of cologne is as pleasant as it is. "Ready?" "I suppose." I gesture toward my heels. "I should probably warn you there's a possibility I'll fall in these things." "Then let me help." He offers me his upturned palm. At my shocked expression, he averts his gaze and scrubs his other hand over his face. "Just this once, since you need it, maybe I can pretend to be a gentleman." His response is uncharacteristically muted, giving me the impression he's embarrassed. But that can't be. Santiago Hernandez? Embarrassed? The mere idea is so preposterous, it's laughable. Even so, when his eyes cut to mine with a trace of hesitance, I find myself placing my hand in his. And I wish I could explain it, wish I could refute it. But the instant I do, it's as though I'm shrouded in a thick blanket of security. Holding my hand tight, he doesn't rush my pace as I acclimate to walking in the heels. He leads me in the opposite direction of the dining room, and to a wing of his enormous home that I haven't yet had the opportunity to explore fully. The instant we set foot in this particular area, it actually feels different. An ominous tension lingers as we near double doors guarded by two men clad in bulletproof vests. It's not exactly a comforting sight. Wordlessly, the men open the doors to reveal an enormous table that resembles something that would be found in a business conference room rather than someone's home. Even worse than the intimidating size of the table are the guests seated around it, chatting amongst themselves. Painful memories rear their ugly head, and my scars ignite in searing pain. When Santiago steps forward, my feet refuse to move. His questioning glance sparks an unwelcome vulnerability inside me. He turns to face me, thankfully blocking me from the view of his guests. Capturing my other hand, he tugs me closer. "Talk to me." His barely there rumble is commanding, but the fact that he's lowered his voice to not be overheard speaks volumes. I study him for a beat before confessing in a whisper hiss. "There's a good chance I'll embarrass you because I'm not used to attending dinners or things like this." It's the truth. I haven't attended dinners of this caliber in years now. Back then, I always came away with painful physical punishment because I never said or did the right thing. His brow furrows. "How you think you're gonna embarrass me?" I scramble for a believable response that has truth threaded in it. "Because I'm just a cleaner. I don't do anything fancy." I tip my head in the direction of the room. "Like this." He stays quiet, as though digesting my words, while his dark eyes remain locked on me. Then his voice lowers to something fierce and formidable. "Listen to me. Those people in there," he tips his head in a discreet gesture, "regard you exactly how your body language tells them to. You go in there believing you're just a cleaner, and beneath them, and they're gonna look at you like that." He lets his words linger between us. "But you're not just a cleaner. Never been just anything. You're Lola fucking Arias. Beautiful, brave, smart as hell." Releasing one of my hands, he tucks my hair behind my ear. "That's what you are. And that's what you're gonna show 'em when you walk in there." My throat threatens to swell shut, while my eyes widen with shock. He's under no obligation to lie to boost my ego. I'm nothing to him but a liability, as he's reminded me time and again. But in this moment, he's offering me a gift. Perhaps it's some sort of peace offering. I don't know what he's up to, and although he appears genuine, I know better than to think he doesn't have ulterior motives. He's on one side, a criminal, a known killer, and I'm on the other. I don't break the law. I live a quiet life, and I certainly don't make a habit of killing people. But right now, I'll allow his kind, empowering words to soothe that old wounded part of me that's remained raw and overexposed for years. "You with me?" His husky voice possesses more than a trace of concern. When I give a curt nod, relief edges into his features. The hand holding mine gives a little barely there squeeze, and a split second later, we enter the dining area. Conversation draws to a halt, and I use all my concentration to put one foot in front of the other. Santiago guides me toward the head of the table, where two elegant place settings await us. He pulls out my chair and claims his place after I'm seated. His commanding air is palpable as he tugs his cloth napkin from his place setting and drapes it over his lap. My fingers feel clumsy when I do the same, but thankfully, I succeed without knocking anything over. Addressing the guests with a dip of his chin, he says, "Appreciate your attendance. Gonna eat first, then talk business. Like usual. My riotous nerves have me avoiding casting glances at the other guests. Evidently, I'm not spared from awkwardness, because the bottom of my stomach drops out when a female voice pipes up with, "Who's your guest, Santi?" I should have known better when she showed up in Alma's room dressed as she was. My eyes dart to the end of the table where Kaina's seated. A cursory glance tells me she's the only other woman here, and I can't help but wonder if Santiago invited her. The thought sends irrational jealousy pulsing through me, which I dutifully ignore. "This is Miss Arias." Santiago leans back in his chair, arms propped on the armrests. "Lola Arias." Kaina's gaze narrows on me, and I brace myself for her response. "Isn't she Alma's nanny?" Pure distaste drips from the last word, and my spine turns to steel. Without thinking first, my mouth fires off. "Yes, and we all know you're his fuck buddy. Now that we've got that out of the way, can we eat? I'm starving." I brace for Santiago's wrath, knowing I should have kept my mouth shut, but his unexpected chuckle has me braving a glance his way. A hint of pride colors his features as he regards me with that scrutinizing gaze. Without breaking eye contact, he announces, "I agree with what you said, except for one thing." When he continues with, "Kaina's no longer my fuck buddy." The room is blanketed with a dangerous undercurrent. The meaning and blatant possessiveness in his statement are crystal clear. When I cast a brief look at the other male guests, their expressions range from shock to amusement to an imposing sort of inspection. The latter comes from a man whose attention is riveted on me, unease causing my body to turn to stone. Santiago lifts his hand in a signal for the waitstaff hovering nearby. "Let's enjoy what Javier prepared for us tonight." A large fraction of the tense atmosphere subsides, while murmurs and hums of approval sound when plates filled with food are placed in front of everyone. Some waitstaff fill water glasses, while others fill wine glasses. Once they retreat, Santiago lifts his wine glass in a toast and murmurs, "Buen provecho." Everyone echoes the sentiment before beginning to eat. A wave of déjà vu slams into me, threatening to pull me astray as I stare down at my plate. Salmon, topped with what appears to be a mango salsa, sits on a bit of jasmine rice, with a roasted assortment of vegetables beside it. My left hand twitches, recalling how it was once dominant and would reach for the elegant silverware during dinners like this. I curl my fingers into a tight fist in my lap and force it to stay there. Santiago leans close to speak in a hushed tone. "Don't like salmon." "It's fine." I have to think fast to excuse my hesitation, so I politely muster, "I was just saying a quick blessing beforehand." His shrewd gaze spears me, the barest trace of humor clinging to his words. "Hope you prayed for my girly hair." With an uncharacteristically playful wink, he adds softly, "Maybe pray for my soul, too, huh?" I roll my eyes and lean toward him, my response equally as muted. "We both know it'll take a hell of a lot more than prayers to help you." Lines of amusement fan from the outer edges of his eyes, and it arouses satisfaction within me. I don't realize my mouth has curved into a smile until his eyes drop to my lips. My breath catches in my throat, and I avert my attention to my meal, doing my best to ignore that strange sensation. Casual conversation flows while everyone eats, but I concentrate on each bite, savoring the delicious flavors that hit my tongue. The man seated at the far end of the table near Kaina has been quiet until now, assessing coal-black eyes cut to me, drifting from my face and along my upper body that's not hidden by the table. "It's not every day somebody new accompanies you, Santi." The man's survey of me feels invasive and scrapes over my skin, but I force myself not to react. When his focus cuts to Santiago, I'm bombarded by relief. But it's short-lived because the man continues with, Surely you can understand the curiosity that comes with that? He sips his wine. So, how did you two meet? Shit. As casually as possible, I use my fork to gather the small remainder of rice. Panic acts like a serrated blade, slicing through me, and I attempt to suppress it. How will Santiago answer that? If he tells the truth, word will spread, and a giant spotlight will shine on me. That would increase my risk 1,000,000 times over, and it's exactly what I can't afford. The weight of Santiago's attention compels me to look at him. A faint smirk briefly toys at his lips as he answers the man. Lola and I met through an acquaintance. Abruptly, that smirk drops off his face. Santiago leans back in his chair, his steely gaze resting on the other man. Now, Marcelo, I gotta admit, it's not like you to take an interest in who I bring to dinner. Marcelo's expression remains placid. It's only because I've never seen you with someone like Miss Arias before. His shrewd gaze scrapes over me, and when it lingers on my hands, I glance down only to have all oxygen leached from my lungs. My left hand rests on the table beside the unused knife, my fingers tracing the base of my wine glass. As casually as possible, I remove my hand from the table, returning it to my lap. When my eyes clash with Marcelo's, my stomach churns at his narrowed gaze. I startle at the weight of Santiago's heavy palm settling over top my left hand in my lap. My head whips around, and I peer at him, only to discover he's staring coolly at Marcelo. His thumb sweeps over my scarred flesh, and it sends a shiver racing down my spine. As discreetly as possible, I draw away from his touch. Someone like Miss Arias, Santiago repeats slowly, each word possessing a lethal warning. Meanin' what exactly? I meant it as a compliment. She seems much less high maintenance. Marcelo raises his wine glass in a toast, his gaze boring into me in an unnerving challenge. It's clear to see she's unfamiliar with our world. He reverts his attention to Santiago. The two appear to have some sort of silent exchange before they're interrupted by the waitstaff clearing our dinner plates to deliver our dessert. A thick slice of maracuya pie sits neatly on each plate, and my heart gives a little lurch in my chest. My abuelita used to gather maracuya, passion fruit, to make pie. As talented as Javier is, I know it won't surpass my abuelita's. I pick up my spoon just as loud male voices sound on the other side of the dining room's closed doors. Santiago's entire body immediately stiffens beside me when the doors fling open to reveal a shirtless, disheveled Andro. He's barefoot and clad in a pair of low-slung slacks and an unbuttoned shirt, a wide bandage wrapped around his lower torso. He scans the seated guests, and the instant his attention lands on me, a sneer curls at his mouth. "The fuck is she doing here?" Sweat beads along his forehead and upper lip, gleaming in the room's lighting. "Andro." Santiago greets his nephew with extreme calmness. "You should be resting." An unhinged wildness takes hold of Andro's features, while his focus remains locked on me. "I said, the fuck is she doing here?" Santiago slams a fist on the table, violently rattling the dishes. Eyes flaming with anger, his features are granite hard, matching his tone. "Those pain meds must be affecting you. Otherwise, you'd know better than to question me." Tension heightens within the room, growing more suffocating when Andro advances toward us. The closer he gets, the louder every fiber in my body screams at me to run. But a heavy calloused palm settles on my bare thigh, keeping me in place. Santiago's fingers flex lightly, but when I cut him a questioning look, his attention rests solely on his nephew. With the little squeeze, he releases me, and I don't know what to make of the gesture. Is it a warning to keep my mouth shut? Is it to comfort me? I'm not granted time to draw a conclusion. The hairs along the back of my neck stand on end when Andro hovers behind my chair. "The hell happened to you?" One of the male guests narrows his eyes on Andro. "You get shot?" Andro's dark laugh acts like glass shards being raked over my skin. "Nah, but I was attacked and got fucking cut open. Wanna know who did it? Andro. Santiago thunders in warning. He rises to his tall, imposing form, his face a mask of barely restrained fury. That's enough. Andro's hand slammed down on the back of my chair. This fucking whore right here attacked me! In the blink of an eye, Santiago has his gun aimed at his nephew. His jaw is so rigid, I fear it might shatter at any moment. Forcing my breathing to remain steady, I discreetly turn my dessert spoon around to watch Andro's distorted form in its reflection. What, you gonna shoot me in the stomach after she cut me open? Andro scoffs. My own fucking family's turning against me! One of the men dressed in a blue button-down shirt volunteers. Nothing good's gonna come from this, Andro. Before the younger man can respond, Santiago's deep voice reverberates with authority. You cut yourself, and everybody here knows it. His gaze lifts past my shoulder. Gordo, get him out of here now! In the next moment, everything happens in a blur. When Andro grabs a fistful of my hair, I abruptly turn in my seat, ignoring the tear-inducing agony of my hair pooling at my scalp. My movement catches him off guard, and I jab my spoon against his bandaged wound. I'm released from his hold as he howls in pain, doubling over to clutch at his wound. I scramble from my seat only to be yanked behind Santiago's imposing body. With one hand on my hip, he maintains his weapon's aim on his nephew. Gordo grabs a whimpering Andro by the scruff of his neck and hauls him away. The disturbingly nonplussed guests casually finish their desserts, while Santiago slides his gun into his holster. I suppose for people like them, something like this is commonplace. It doesn't mean that my heart isn't threatening to beat out of my chest, however. The only one paying us any attention is Marcelo. Even Kena is distracted while she flirts with the man beside her, although she intermittently casts longing looks at Santiago. Marcelo's keen observation is more than unnerving and fills me with a desperate need to escape his presence. The man's eyes narrow, and his scrutiny intensifies when Santiago takes my hand. Excuse us while you finish your dessert. Santiago announces this casually. Be back shortly so we can get to talking business. Then he hauls me from the room and away from prying eyes.
38. Santiago. In quick clipped strides, I lead Lola from the room and down one of the hallways until I arrive at the nearest spare bedroom. Shoving open the door, I yank her inside and kick the door closed behind us. With a slap of my palm against the light switch, a subtle glow illuminates the space. Lola's hair is a mess from Andro's goddamn hand, and she's still clutching that spoon in a death grip. Her chest rises and falls with anxious breaths. I try to keep my voice low and as calm as possible. It's not easy since I'm feeling unhinged after what just happened. You okay? Uh-huh. I soften my tone. You gonna let go of that spoon? Her eyes drop to it like she's just now realized it's still in her hand. Oh, yeah. She glances around for somewhere to put it, but I extend my palm. Once she relinquishes it, I tuck it inside my suit jacket pocket, my focus never veering from her. Andro had no business laying a hand on you. When her shoulders stiffen, I wonder if she's expecting me to give her shit over what she did. But all she says is, I can handle myself. I let out a grunt. Pretty obvious to everybody who was in that room just now. She lowers her focus to where the top two buttons at my throat are undone. Her words emerge carefully with a touch of remorse. I didn't want to hurt him, but... With my fingers beneath her chin, I nudge it upward, forcing her to meet my gaze. Those big brown eyes are so fucking earnest. Maybe that's what it is about her that draws me in, 'cause I'm much more familiar with betrayal, shady shit, and people who talk out both sides of their mouths. She hitches her chin in that obstinate way I've come to admire. I suppose you're planning to punish me now. What? You know, for what I did to Andro. I drop my hand from her and force myself to retreat a step. Feeling far too fucking antsy for my liking, I link my fingers atop my head. My tone isn't the least bit controlled, but I don't give a shit right now. I'm irritated as fuck. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you just see me draw my weapon on my nephew? I let a pause linger for a millisecond. For the second time, I might add. Yes. Her dark brows draw together. I saw that. Releasing my hands, I let them drop to my sides. Then you know when I draw on somebody, I'm ready to pull that trigger. That crease between her brows grows deeper, and my fingers twitch with the urge to smooth it out. But, no buts, just facts. At my interruption, her troubled expression intensifies. He was trying to hurt you again, and I'm not about to let anybody hurt you. She lets out a tiny laugh of disbelief. Says the man who's kept me hostage this whole time. I lean back against the wall and cross my arms. Have I let anybody hurt you? She rolls those pretty eyes. Not exactly, but a simple yes or no will do. That fiery stubbornness sparks in her expression, and it's a hell of a lot better than the shell-shocked one she had a moment ago. I welcome it with open fucking arms. She grins out a firm, no, and I hold true to my word. I lower my chin while still maintaining eye contact, my tone filled with warning. Unless you decide to fuck with me. Bold as fuck, she glares up at me. I'm really tired of being constantly threatened. That's so. Yes, that's so. She replies hotly. I've had guns pointed at me multiple times as well as a knife, been assaulted by your nephew, endured a middle-of-the-night interrogation, been forced to fill in as a nanny, have my every move watched, and had to put up with the woman who warms your bed. Exasperation cloaks her voice, which rises incrementally as she tosses her hands in the air. I never asked for any of this. All I want is to be left alone. Her chest heaves, and fuck if she's not a sight to behold. Something stirs deep in the recesses of my chest, but it's probably just the mix of my aggravation and fury with Andro. Dropping my arms at my sides, I stretch my neck from side to side and flex my fingers. Our eyes hold while the air sparks with a different sort of tension. You really want me to leave you alone? Her lips part to answer, but she hesitates for so long it's like the words got stuck in her throat. When conflict flashes in those brown eyes, I shove away from the wall and close in on her. 'Cause I know what she really wants, but isn't ready to admit. She's struggling with this, and I get why. She's got this pure quality, even with that bit of secrecy that still clings to her. That's worlds away from me. I'm a criminal, a murderer, heartless, all the things she's not. But I'm not ashamed of it. That's my lot in life. I'm proud of who I've become, and I'm really fucking proud of the empire I've built. So, yeah, I understand why she's hesitant to admit the truth. She doesn't want me to leave her alone any more than I do. There's been something brewing between us from the start. Planting my palms on either side of her, I bring my face closer to hers. Her breath catches when I lower my voice. Didn't hear your answer. I speak softly against the corner of her mouth. You really want me to leave you alone? 'Cause I got to be honest. My voice is ragged sounding while my lips graze her cheek. If I had my way, I drag my lips down to her jawline. I'd bother you all the damn time. My lips find a sensitive spot at the juncture of her jawline and earlobe, and she shivers. Just like this. You don't even trust me. Her words emerge in short bursts. So, I don't know what game you're playing, but... I stop short and draw back enough to survey her. I sure as hell can't blame her for thinking that, which tells me she needs me to give a little more. Has she given me shit just about every step of the way? Fuck yeah. But I like it when Lola gives as good as she gets. And she hasn't once gone running her mouth to anybody about my business. If she was gonna do it, like Gordo said, she would have done it by now. The woman guards her privacy the same way I do my business, and I haven't shown her an ounce of gratitude for it. Plus, my daughter trusts her, and that says a whole hell of a lot. If you promise not to play me, I pin her with my probing gaze. Then there's no game. She scans my features as if searching for signs that I'm lying, but she won't find a damn thing. When she stays silent, it compels me to offer something that may draw her away from her reluctance. My collar feels like it's suddenly grown tight enough to choke me. I tug at it and clear my throat, but my voice remains gruff and uncharacteristically hoarse. Did I tell you how gorgeous you look tonight? Clearly shocked by my question, her eyes go wide and her cheeks flush. No. Her answer is quiet, but holds a thread of surprise. Well, you do. Gently sweeping her hair back over her shoulder, I trace a finger over the wing of one blue butterfly alongside her neck. And not a single man in that room wasn't thinking the same. Goosebumps rise on her skin from my touch. Her tongue darts out to wet her lips while suspicion flares in her eyes. Her voice is subdued but firm. How do I know you're not just messing with me right now? I drop my hands and reach for my holstered gun. Her expression immediately grows guarded, her body visibly tensing as she watches me remove it from the holster. I take one of her hands and place my weapon in her palm, closing her fingers around it. When I cover it with my hand, her eyes widen. If Gordo were here to witness this, he'd be convinced I've lost my goddamn mind. Or my fucking balls. It's a close call either way. But something drives me to do this. To put her in control and show her I can give a little, even if it just about kills me to do so. Relinquishing any control isn't like me, let alone willingly putting myself in a vulnerable position. A wrinkle forms between her dark brows as she hisses. What are you doing? Proving that I'm not messing with you. Our eyes hold. I admit that I've taken control over your life. Adding another hand, I sandwich her grip on the weapon. This is me giving up some of that control. Her gaze flits between me and the gun when I release my hold. She adjusts her grip as if testing out its feel. She spears me with an indecipherable look, and when she flicks off the safety, my muscles automatically go rigid, but I don't move. As she mutters, "Narco idiota," under her breath disgustedly, she lets the barest touch of a derisive smile tug at her mouth. "You're so full of shit." Her remark stops me short and I frown. She doesn't fucking believe me. What? Flicking the safety back on, she shoves the gun back at me with a roll of her eyes. Don't lie to me. You were about to go for the other one strapped at your ankle. Well, fuck. I didn't even think of that one, 'cause it just feels like a part of me. Every muscle stiff with defensiveness, I refuse to accept the gun from her. Is it my fault I didn't remember? It wasn't me being sneaky. It's like another fucking appendage. She presses the gun flat on its side against my chest before fitting her mouth to mine. This is the first time she's initiated a kiss, and fuck if I don't love it. I clumsily shove the gun back into my holster, refusing to tear my mouth from hers. With my fingers threaded in her hair, I tighten my hold to steer her how I want, deepening the kiss and backing her against the wall. That little fucking moan she lets out has neediness strumming through me. I hike her leg up to my waist, my hand gliding along her silky smooth thigh. Her tongue slides against mine, her hands gripping my biceps. When I slide my hand higher to palm her ass, I can't stop the groan that breaks free at what I discover. Fuck. I exhale against her lips. You're bare under here. Her response is breathless. You suggested it. Resting my forehead on hers, I vie for control, my fingers flexing around her firm ass. How am I gonna go back to that dinner? I trailed my hand along the crease of her inner thigh and drag a finger through her slick entrance. Knowing this, when I spear her with 2 fingers, they glide right in, immediately cinched by her searing wet heat. Your pussy's saying it needs me. I give 1 deep pump of my fingers, satisfaction coursing through me at her heavy-lidded eyes. And fuck if I'll deny it something we both want. I drop to my knees, shouldering her thighs farther apart. Her startled tone accompanies her hands that land on my shoulders. What are you doing? Without answering, I shove her dress up to her waist. My cock thickens even more when I lay eyes on her sweet fucking pussy. She's so shiny, glistening with every bit of want that I'm feeling right now. Hold this. My command is curt, 'cause if I don't get my mouth on her soon, I'm bound to lose my shit. Wide-eyed, she grips a fistful of her dress and holds it out of the way, granting me a hell of a view of her from the waist down. Need you to know something. A trace of apprehension has her brows creasing. What? I don't get on my knees for nobody. She swallows hard as the weight of my words settle between us. I lower my face closer to where I can't wait to bury my tongue. But I am doing this for you. Before she can respond, I fit my mouth over her pussy, giving it a wet, open-mouthed kiss that makes her legs quiver. Fuck, does she taste good. And I drive my tongue deep inside for more of her flavor. Her free hand finds my head, her fingers tangling in my hair as I raid her perfect pussy with my tongue. Each time I dive inside for a taste, her hips arch as she tries to push my tongue even deeper. When I lightly pinch her clit, she lets out a low moan, her fingers tightening in my hair. But when she whimpers my name, my cock threatens to bust through my pants. I've never been like this before, almost fucking crazed over a woman and her pussy. I just knew it'd taste as sweet as her mouth. Her thighs tense, and her grip on my hair tightens, threatening to pull it straight from the roots. But I don't give a shit. I want her to come all over my fucking face. I want to still taste her on my tongue while I finish up business in the other room tonight. I wanna... Boss? Gordo wraps his knuckles outside the closed door. Got people waiting on you. When I tear my mouth off her, Lola lets out another little whimper that nearly kills me. Meeting her lust-filled gaze, I call out to Gordo. Give me a minute and I'll be right there. Got it, boss. A moment's hesitation follows. Everything okay? Everything's perfect. Holding Lola's eyes, I run my tongue along my bottom lip, savoring her flavor. My next words are muted, solely for her. Fucking perfect. Conflict lights up her features as she casts a worried glance at the door. Her whisper is barely audible. You need to get back to this pussy. I finish for her. The faster you come for me, the sooner I'll be finishing up business. Her eyes narrow, and damn if I don't have to fight a grin at the stubbornness that crosses her expression. Anyone ever tell you you're too damn bossy? In response, I drag my tongue along the crease of her pussy, reveling in her gasp. You can complain later. Gripping one hip, I fit my mouth over her and spear her with my tongue. I work her clit with my thumb while I tongue fuck her with no remorse. I need her to come. Her panted breaths pick up pace, stuttering right before shudders overtake her, and she lets out a cross between a whimper and a moan. She coats my tongue with her release, her hips jerking, and goddamn does she taste like a fucking dream. When she sags against the wall on trembling legs, I steady her with my hands. Only then do I rise to my full height and take in the view before me. Dazed eyes stare back at me, those pale pink lips parted. When I lean in and dust my mouth over hers, she releases a serrated breath against my lips. Confusion cloaks her barely audible whisper. I don't know what to think about you. Busying myself by smoothing her dress back down to cover her, I search for what to say but come up empty. And I'm never at a loss for words. Until now. Our eyes hold for a moment before her features soften. Movements tentative. She reaches for my face and smooths her thumb along the stubble framing my mouth. My voice is low and hoarse. My dick still hard as fuck and aching to be buried inside the sweetest pussy I've ever tasted. Better not be wiping away anything good. A faint blush colors her cheeks. And damn if it isn't the cutest fucking thing I've seen yet. A woman who still blushes. Didn't think they even existed these days. You can't go back in there like that. Concentration creases her brow as she slowly sweeps her thumb along my bottom lip. Like what? Hand dropping to her side, she gestures to my head. I've messed up your little ponytail. I know she's saying that to try and put distance between us, but I don't rise to debate. And your mouth is... She trails off, her blushing deepening before she straightens her shoulders. Then she returns to her brave, ballsy self. Lifting her chin a notch, she finally locks those gorgeous brown eyes with mine. You know what I mean. I tug the small tie from my hair and finger comb it before securing it again. Then I raise a brow in question. All better? She nods. I lean in, my voice muted. If I didn't know better, I'd think you liked my little ponytail. A grin tugs at the edges of my mouth, especially the way you were tugging on it. When her mouth parts to no doubt spout off a fiery response, I get another taste of her lips. But it's quickly interrupted when a hard knock sounds at the door. Boss. Gordo's tone is more urgent, and I know I'm pushing my luck like this. Ready to go? Fuck. For the first time, I'm tempted to tell him to postpone it for another night. And I never screw with business, especially not over a woman. My eyes fall closed, and I pinch the bridge of my nose. Ready, I call out. But I'm not. I'm not the least bit ready to leave her. I open my eyes to find her peering up at me with concern etched on her pretty face. Gonna give you the choice of returning with me or going to your room. Either way, I'll have my men guarding you and... It's probably best if I call it a night. You'll be missing out on dessert. Dessert's a luxury I'm not accustomed to. A wry, self-deprecating smile tugs at her lips. Dinners like tonight, let alone when Javier normally serves croissants and tocineta for breakfast, isn't the norm for me. It's more of a treat. She shrugs and adds, all this fanciness isn't exactly my style, nor does it fit into my budget. Fucking tocineta. Bacon. Is a treat for her? Christ. I silently vow to have Javier make her all the goddamn croissants and tocineta she wants for breakfast each morning. Alma and I each experienced what it was like to be so fucking hungry it felt like your stomach was trying to eat itself. With a wistful glance down at her dress, her voice turned softer. I even feel like an imposter in this. Alma wasn't used to nice things either. Hell, she still isn't. Not really. My girl would cherish a rock as a gift just as much as any brand new toy I could give her. I certainly don't miss the similarities between them. Boss. Gordo's normally calm tone now carries an antsy edge. Coming. I stamp a quick kiss on Lola's lips before forcing myself to step back. Gordo's gonna make sure you get to your room, and Diego and Miguel are gonna stand watch. Her lips part, likely forming a protest, but I rush on. I gotta know you're safe tonight. Conflict is chased by worriness as it crosses her expression before quickly disappearing. Okay, I appreciate that. Without thinking, I snag her hand in mine and lead her to the door. Gordo's waiting when I tug it open. She's gonna head to her room. Be sure Miguel and Diego oversee things. Gordo dips his chin. You got it, boss. He steps aside to let Lola out. Once her back's turned, he slides me a sharp look that says, "The fuck you doing?" I stare back, holding his gaze until he gives a subtle shake of his head and focuses on escorting Lola to her room. Straightening my collar, I run my tongue over my bottom lip, gathering the lingering taste of her. It fuels me to return to the dining room, while Gordo's silent question replays in my mind. The fuck am I doing? I'm handling shit, both personal and business, the way I always do. 'Cause I'm motherfucking Santiago Hernandez, and I rule this place. 39. Santiago. Marcelo hangs back, letting everyone else file out first. With his gray hair neatly combed, he stands with his hands in his suit pockets. Out of everybody I've done business with, he's the only one I had a soft spot for. He's been loyal to me for years now. Though he's older and wise enough to have gone solo long ago, he always claimed he didn't want that kind of responsibility. Hell, some days, I don't even want the responsibility that comes from all this. Of fucking course, Keina stops at the door now. Sliding her arm free from Octavio's, she excuses herself from him as he exits, and she turns back toward me. "Santi!" She coos my name in a way that always grated on my nerves. Stopping in front of me, she reaches out to touch my suit jacket, but I catch her wrist before she can. A frown mars her features as she pouts. "Can't I show an old friend how much I—" "Time to go, Keina." I release her wrist and step back, turning my focus to Marcelo, effectively dismissing her. Got to talk with Marcelo. With a huff, she spins around, her heels stabbing the tile floor with each jarring step in her retreat. But I don't give a fuck. She can be pissed all she wants. I never promised her shit. I lift my chin in silent command for my men to close the doors so Marcelo and I can speak privately. Once the doors close, Marcelo raises his brows with a smirk. "Seems you've got some women troubles." "Nah, Keina's just more stubborn than most." Sobering, I slide my hands in my pockets. "You obviously stuck around to talk about something." In a silent gesture, he tips his head toward the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Pacific coastline. We draw to a stop at the wall of glass. Although it's too dark to see the ocean, countless stars shine bright. "So tell me about this woman tonight. Lola, is it?" Something about the way he poses this question has my defenses rising. "What about her?" When he gives me an impatient look, I grit my teeth with irritation. Returning his focus to the window, he releases a breath as if I've somehow disappointed him. "Santi, Santi, Santi. I worry about you." "Nothing to worry about. Don't you think the timing of meeting this woman is—" He trails off as he chooses his words. "It seems a bit questionable." In his prime, Marcelo's interacted with other well-known narcos throughout Central and South America and offers insight from it. Doesn't mean I'm taking him on as my lead fucking advisor on how to run shit, however. I might like the older man, but I sure as hell don't like having my judgment questioned. My sharp tone says it all. "How so?" "You've been acquiring more of Hidalgo's contacts and embarking on new business ventures." He waves a hand, gesturing to the closed doors. "And now you've embarrassed and turned your back on your flesh and blood." I grind my molars, vying for patience. "Get to the point." He slides his hands in his pockets, then lifts one shoulder in a shrug. I find it to be suspicious timing. His insinuation infuses my spine with tension while my tone is filled with derision. "You trying to say Hidalgo sent Lola to play me?" "It wouldn't be unheard of. Hidalgo's not exactly the sanest person to deal with." A rough sound falls from my lips. That's a fucking understatement. Hidalgo Carrera is as loco as they make 'em. When I went to Colombia years ago to get a feel for his business dealings, rumors were in full swing even then. Allegedly, he had no problem killing off his men for the stupidest shit. Last I heard, 'cause men are bigger gossips than most women I've met, he's been overly paranoid that somebody's gonna try to steal his wife from him. Over the last few years, I've taken more and more business away from him, and he's become even more of a petulant little bitch. He's increased his retaliation efforts against me even more since I gone after his human trafficking operations. Marcelo continues. It's not unheard of for a rival to send a beautiful woman to their enemy to get intel. Jaw clenched, the muscles start to ache from the tension. That's not the case with her. One of his brows rises. And you know this, how? His challenge phrased my patience even further. 'Cause she helped Andro after he tried to kill her. She's the main reason he's still alive after cutting himself. His expression never wavers. Our gazes hold, neither of us giving an inch. Tense lines frame his mouth. I just worry, Santi. You're like the son I never had. Appreciate your concern, but there's no need for it. I keep my tone even, but I'm fighting against the irritation threatening to break free. Eyes narrowing, disappointment infuses his features. And you don't think it's a concern that you choose her over your nephew in front of everyone tonight? I shift to face him more fully with my arms folded across my chest. Regarding him with an icy look, my tone matches it. The fuck you trying to imply? His sigh this time pisses me off. It makes it seem like he's dealing with some unruly kid instead of a man who built a fucking empire with his bare hands. He shakes his head slowly. It's obvious you're not open to hearing reason. I'm just afraid you're placing your trust in the hands of the wrong person. Tipping his head to the side, he surveys me closely. And Andro's bound to, he grimaces, hit some bumps as he tries to pave his own way. Surely you can understand that. A colossal knot of tension gathers at the back of my neck. I swear steam may just start coming out of my ears. Some bumps? Are you fucking kidding me with that shit? Fiery hot fury pulses through me. You think I was too hard on the boy who's continued to fuck up at every turn, dragging my name? I slap my palm against the center of my chest. Through the goddamn mud. Marcelo's mouth parts, but I don't give him a chance to respond. Tone lethally sharp, my words slice through the otherwise silent room. You think I was too hard on the boy who tried to kill an innocent woman, and when Andro ended up slicing himself open, that same woman saved his motherfucking life. His eyes narrow a fraction at that. I let out a humorless laugh before continuing. Yeah, and he repays her by attacking her. My next words are pushed from between gritted teeth, 'cause just thinking about it has me overcome with fury, while she's sitting right fucking beside me at dinner. My words hang between us for a moment before I tack on. That's the person you're gonna defend? The one who keeps fucking up at every turn? I release a breath, shake out my arms, and flex my fingers. Look, it's been a hell of a night, and I've said all I've got to say. Appreciate your concern, but it's not necessary. I've vetted her. I've got this under control. A pause lingers before he nods. Okay then. He offers me a hand and we shake briefly. Thanks for tonight. Javier never disappoints, and I'm glad we got everything else sorted for this next shipment. He hesitates as if he wants to say something else but decides against it. I'll see myself out. Have a good night, Santi. You too. The moment the door closes behind him, I grip the back of my neck, trying to alleviate the knotted muscles. Silence blankets the room as I stare out the windows, my thoughts going in different directions. Something about my conversation with Marcelo is nagging at me. I can't pinpoint why it has the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end, and that's fucking unacceptable. I need to get to the bottom of this, 'cause if anything happens to Lola, I swear to fucking Christ, heads will roll.
40. Lola. I nearly scrubbed myself raw in the shower after Gordo brought me back to my room. The ghost of Andros' fingers clenching my hair still haunts me. It's not like I haven't dealt with men assaulting me before. It was a staple of my life for the longest time. But it's just too much on a day like today. Rubbing the towel over my face, I peer at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. My wet hair hangs straight, clinging to my shoulders. My tattoos glare back at me, taunting me. Why are you letting yourself be kept prisoner here? You owe Santiago nothing. One half of me wants to bolt. I know I can escape this house. No place is ever infallible when it comes to security. But the other half has my feet feeling as though they're planted in wet concrete. I must be suffering from a classic case of Stockholm Syndrome. That's the only excuse for the slightest fluttering sensation in the pit of my stomach each time he touches me, and for my reluctance to leave here. He protected you from his flesh and blood, in front of everyone, his men and his guests, tonight. His actions are an impossibly bold statement in and of itself. I can't deny him that. But what happens when he's done with me, when I'm no longer shiny and new to him? I can't afford for that to happen, which means I need to get the hell out of here. Stashed back at my casita is my ticket to freedom. The only way to put this entire mess behind me and cut all ties with Santiago Hernandez. But it comes at a significant cost I'm not so certain I'm willing to pay. At least right now. It's why I haven't used it yet. It means I'll have to reemerge and deal with the kind of people I despise. It's as though everything that's taken place up until tonight is one glaring sign after the next, urging me to flee. Plus, today's relevance has hung over me like a dark storm cloud. It's as though the universe is screaming at the top of its lungs for me to make my move. That I shouldn't have been so bold and gotten comfortable here in this village. It's bad enough that I've let my guard down with Santiago. To make matters worse, I've let myself become too attached to Alma. I emerge from the bathroom, rushing to pull on clothing and grab my bag, when something catches my eye. At the end of the bed, a large tray sits with a silver-covered dish. Regarding it warily, much like I'd treat a venomous coiled terciopelo, I edge hesitantly towards the tray. My mind flashes back to when I was lucky enough to be granted a meal. Fixed on a simple tray that couldn't serve as a weapon for me to fight back. With hesitance blanketing my movement, I reach for the lid and set it aside. Sitting on the plate is a slice of maracuya pie, the dessert I wasn't able to partake in due to Andros' shenanigans earlier tonight. I sink the spoon into the pie and lift the small portion to my lips. A moan climbs up my throat when it hits my taste buds. With the perfect amount of creamy texture, it bursts with citrus flavor combined with the sweet, thin crust. But it turns bittersweet, knowing what I need to do. I lower the spoon to the tray as a plan forms in my mind. Furtively eyeing the camera mounted at the far edge of my room, I estimate how much time I'll have. I cast a regretful look at my boots, knowing I'll be better off without them. Less noise and decreased odds of tracking me. Gathering my bag, I grab my hair tie off the bedside table and enter my bathroom, closing the door behind me. My heart gallops wildly as I loop my bag's strap across my chest and secure my hair low at my nape. Nervous agitation courses through me, violently colliding with the potent grief rising to the surface. I drag in a deep breath in an attempt to quell it, but it's no use. I can do this, I whisper. I have to. I climb upon the vanity and carefully slide the narrow bathroom window open. As I inspect the opening, I ignore the ribbon of dread unfurling inside me. I have to. My muted voice seems like it echoes within the confines of the bathroom. I survey the small window. It's clear that no one can slip through it unless they're petite and determined as hell. Undoubtedly, it'll be a tight squeeze, even for me. But I'll make it. I need to be careful since there isn't much area for me to land safely. This part of the house is on the very edge of the terrain, reinforced by steel beams. With only a thin, narrow strip of grassy section, if I miss my footing, I'll fall down the ravine. I plant my feet atop the granite vanity. This is it. With a fortifying breath, I brace one hand against the stone shower wall and grip part of the windowsill with the other. It takes all my upper body and abdominal strength to hold myself in place while I carefully feed my legs through the opening. Little by little, I ease more of my body outside and ignore the window's track digging painfully into my skin. With a slow exhale, I let gravity pull me the rest of the way down. My bare feet drop onto the narrow, mostly grassy section, but my left foot lands in the strip of gravel. Sharp edges of the small rocks dig into the sole of my foot, and my mouth parts in a silent cry as my eyes water from the pain. Fuck, fuck, fuck! It's eerily quiet, aside from the echoes of the howler monkeys. I hope they're not chattering about an upcoming storm that's about to hit. The fact that no one's rushed toward me with a loaded weapon means I've gone undetected. So far, at least. Forcing my pain to the wayside, I tiptoe around the narrow perimeter, avoiding the various mounted cameras' angles. When I slip past a familiar set of windows, I slow, even though I know I shouldn't. Time is not on my side. Even so, I trail my fingertips over Alma's bedroom window, as I'm bombarded by the sensation of a lasso drawing tight around my heart. The whispered words fall free before I realize it. I'll miss you, sweet girl. The dark abyss of the jungle beckons me to hurry, and I know I'm already short on time. I sprint toward the wider grassy section bordering the concrete rock wall. I sure as hell don't look forward to descending this damn thing again, but I have to. At least Mother Nature's helping by giving me dry conditions, because there's no telling how slippery it would be if it were raining. My hands grip the metal railing as I prepare to descend the concrete wall. It's eerily quiet out here, while my heartbeat continues thundering in my ears. I have one leg